Chapter 51. As Pete was still suspected of pushing his great-grandmother down the stairs, Justin did not take him back to the Hunt's residence. Instead, they were staying at a villa in the suburbs. It was already dark, and Justin was playing with a jigsaw puzzle with Cherry. When the doorbell rang, Cherry was the one who opened the door first. He followed after her, feeling impatient. Who would come over so late? Had he not left instructions that he was not receiving visitors or dealing with work matters from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. because he wanted to spend time with his son in peace? But when Justin walked over with a cold look on his face only to see the stunning visage at the door, his chilly aura subconsciously dissipated. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly and he raised an eyebrow. Miss Smith. He had asked her to meet at the hospital that afternoon, but she had refused. Yet she came straight to his home in the evening? Moreover, the look in her eyes had become as fervent as the one she had that night in the hospital. Her scorching gaze was as if it could burn. He had seen that look in many women's eyes before, and it often annoyed him. But when she looked at him like that? No, why did it seem like she was not looking at him? Justin followed her gaze. He slowly lowered his head to see his son looking up at the woman in astonishment with his big round eyes. Cherry swallowed hard. Mommy. It's all over. Why didn't Pete say anything in advance? The secret is out. Justin's expression stiffened, he was unhappy. He subtly stepped forward and stood in front of his son. Then, his lips slowly parted and he said, "You." But before he could finish, the woman in front of him suddenly spoke. Her voice was husky and shaking as she asked, "Is this your son?" Justin was bewildered. "You've already hugged and kissed him, and even coaxed him to call you mommy again and again. Yet you're asking that now?" But when he saw that she did not seem to be acting, he frowned, suppressed his displeasure, and answered, "Yes. Your biological son." "Of course." Justin's expression darkened. The woman's questions were ridiculous. He coldly retorted, "In any case, he certainly cannot be yours." But he really was hers. The corners of Nora's lips twitched, but she did not say it. Not only was the current situation unclear, but the person she was dealing with was Justin Hunt. If he really were the father of her children, from his perspective, if he were to learn that he also had a daughter, he would undoubtedly fight her for custody. Nora held her forehead. After she calmed down, she felt a headache coming on. Before returning to the States, she had imagined various scenarios. If someone had adopted her son, she would offer substantial monetary compensation. No matter what, she must have her son back. But if that person was Justin Hunt, given his power in the States, she might not be able to beat him. Nora coughed and asked, "Mr. Hunt, do you know who the boy's mother is?" At her question, the look in Justin's eyes turned dark and baleful. As though recalling something unpleasant, he replied coldly, "I do not know. I am not interested in her." Yet Nora did not seem afraid at all. She asked, "Then how did you have a child with her?" 5 years ago, she had either been sleeping or staying at home the entire time. How exactly did she become pregnant? Justin pressed his lips tightly together. He was on the verge of losing his temper. The look in his eyes was icy and piercing, and even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye exuded a deep chill. He replied, "You are asking too many questions, Miss Smith." Pete, who had been hiding in the car nearby the whole time, became nervous when he saw the tyrant's expression. Oh no, the tyrant is about to lose his temper. But immediately afterward, he heard his mother simply say, "Oh, I just wanted to know more." Pete held his head. He was so panicked that he wanted to get out of the car and defend his mother. The next moment, however, he saw his father, who was on the brink of flying into a rage, suddenly become stunned. Then, all his anger vanished as though someone had pricked a hole in a balloon. Pete was perplexed. Justin froze. She just wanted to know more about him. She was certainly direct. But thinking about it, that matched her style. The corners of his tightly pursed lips relaxed slightly and he asked, "You came all the way here at night just to talk about this?" She had come to verify the existence of her other child, of course. Nora obviously could not say that. She pondered for a moment before replying, I came to inform you of a few things. Your grandmother will regain consciousness this weekend, but due to her prolonged coma, her body is weak, so intense nourishment is not recommended. She will need to eat light meals initially. Seeing her spin so many tales, the smile on Justin's lips widened. I believe the doctors at Hospital Finest are more professional than you regarding nursing care. Nora was taken aback for a moment. His words sounded familiar. However, she did not think much about it. She said, you are right. This was indeed unnecessary. Then, she looked at the stupefied Cherry again. The corners of her lips curled up slightly and her cat-like eyes gleamed with a dark light. You must be Pete, right? You look so adorable. Cherry was at a loss for words. She shrank back. Her mom seemed terribly scary at the moment. Generally, the angrier she was, the brighter she smiled. Cherry gave her an ingratiating smile and replied, hee hee, it's all thanks to my parents. My mommy is even cuter than me. Nora, who seemed to be gnashing her teeth, said, I wonder what the little Mr. Hunt is doing tomorrow. Cherry blinked and replied, Chair. Cherry Pitt has already become Mr. Quinn's disciple. I am going to the Quinn School of Martial Arts to learn martial arts tomorrow. The Quinn School of Martial Arts. So, that old man knew about this all along, too. Ha! Nora nodded and touched her little head. Okay, got it. Reading between the lines, she meant, see you at the Quinn School of Martial Arts tomorrow. Cherry was speechless. After watching Mommy turn and leave, Cherry's tiny form trembled slightly as she looked at Justin and asked, Daddy, can I skip martial arts practice tomorrow? Sob. Mommy is so scary. On the way home, Nora was in a fantastic mood. Although things were tricky because Justin was the father of her children, her son was still alive. For her, this was the best possible outcome. She turned and saw a small face identical to Cherry's but as staid and unsmiling as Justin's, making him look like a little old man. Nora's voice was husky as she teased, you should have just taken off your pants to prove you are a boy, Pete. Pete was astounded. He immediately blushed and turned to look out the window. Mommy, you are terrible. The next day, Nora took Pete to the Quinn School of Martial Arts early in the morning. Quinn, who had woken up at 5 o'clock, had already practiced a set of boxing moves. He had just bathed and changed into dry clothes. After walking out, he looked at Pete affectionately and called out, Cherry. Pete gave him a look. Hi, Grandpa Quinn. Quinn, who thought he understood, returned a look of his own, do not worry, I understand. I will cover for you. He looked at Nora and said, Little Nora, I will take care of your kid for you. You can go. A half-amused Nora looked at him. Old man, are you trying to trick my daughter after you already tricked my son? Chapter 52. Quinn, who had come back to his senses, turned to run. Unfortunately, Nora had already stepped forward and grabbed his beard. Old man, what are you running away for? Quinn cried out in pain. Let go, you little shit. Pete, who was next to them, was speechless. He'd thought that Mommy was a very gentle person, after all, she was always sleeping. But after they went home last night, she insisted on taking off his pants. Mommy had been very cheeky then, and because of the chaos that had ensued, the two of them had become a lot closer. Now, he also discovered that Mommy actually had a very violent side to her. She was just like a treasure trove that always gave him one novel surprise after another. Nora plucked off 2 strands of hair from Quinn's beard before she finally let him go. She really was rather pissed off. The children didn't understand her pain, but as her teacher, how could Quinn possibly not understand? Yet he had still helped the 2 little bastards to keep it a secret from her. Half an hour later, Justin sent Cherry over. Nora's eyes reddened a little as she stared at the 2 identical faces, and contentment filled her heart. Quinn circled around them. It's so rare for boy-girl twins to be identical. Sleepyhead, I'm going to take them to practice once you've had enough of staring at them. Nora nodded. After Cherry went off to watch Quinn and Pete practice martial arts, Nora cast her eyes down and picked up her cell phone. She called her aunt and related what had happened to her. "Say, if I run off with the two of them now, what will Justin Hunt do?" Her aunt's voice was very carefree and hearty. She replied, "Why does it have to be him? He isn't just the head of the #1 family. That bastard isn't one to be messed with. Even if you manage to escape, you'll be caught sooner or later anyway. I'd advise you to give up on that." Nora leaned back on the recliner lazily. "What should I do, then? Do I pay to get my son back? He seems to be richer than you. Then do I challenge him to a fight? Whoever wins gets the child. He seems stronger than you. Is there anything I'm better than him at?" Her aunt thought for a while. Suddenly, she laughed and said, "You're better than him at sleeping. Why don't you fuck him into submission?" Nora was speechless for a moment. Then, her aunt said jokingly, "Or why don't you get the bastard to fall in love with you? The two of you can just get together." Nora thought for a while and came to a conclusion. "It's too much of a loss for me if I do that." "What's your loss?" "He's pretty handsome, so he'll look okay next to you." Nora sighed and replied, "I wanted a son, but if I do that, not only would I lose my daughter to him, but I'll also lose myself to him." After a few cheeky exchanges with her aunt, Nora hung up. After thinking about it, she decided that it might be better to have a good talk with Justin instead. After all, after interacting with him for some time, she had found that Justin wasn't as unreasonable as how he was rumored to be. After giving Quinn and the children a heads up, she went to Hospital Finest. Justin and his younger brother were in the hallway. Neither of them saw her, so Nora walked over. It was Sunday the next day, so Howard would be handling family matters on behalf of his grandfather at the family home. Justin wanted Chester to keep Pete company when that happened. Chester patted his chest and promised, "No problem. I'll watch over him and prevent anyone from fucking with him." After he said that, he thought of the huge secret that he was hiding from his elder brother. He let out a guilty cough and asked, "Can I ask you something, Justin?" Justin was as reticent as ever. "Say it." Chester scratched his head. "If Pete's biological mother were to stand right in front of you, what would you do?" Nora had just approached them when she heard his question. After a short pause, she heard Justin's icy, hateful voice, "I will kill the bitch." A chill suddenly ran down her spine. The murderous aura around Justin in that instant, as well as the murderous look in his eyes, made her limbs turn cold. This was the first time Nora realized what her aunt meant when she said that man wasn't to be messed with. Chester was also shocked. He asked, "What did his mom do to make you hate her so damn much, Justin?" However, Justin merely pressed his lips together tightly. He didn't want to bring it up again. Nora stepped back quietly and turned the corner into the stairwell before the two men could discover her presence. Then, she took the stairs down and drove straight out of the hospital. As she held the steering wheel, she frowned and wondered. Just what kind of fucked up feud did she have with Justin to actually make him harbor such great hatred toward her? Was it related to her pregnancy back then? How exactly had she gotten pregnant? Surely she couldn't have taken him by force while she was sleepwalking, right? Damn. Never mind. If she couldn't figure it out, then she would just hide it from him for now. She had to stay in New York for a while longer anyway. Nora went to the herbal store and pharmacy to collect the pills and topical ointments that she had made a custom order for the day before. During the collection process, the pharmacist asked, "Do you have a name for these pills? They smell so refreshing." Nora smiled and answered, "They are known as the carefree pills." In the afternoon, while Justin wasn't there yet, she picked up Cherry from Quinn's and took her back to the Andersons. At the Andersons, Sheena was there again. She had a grave and worried look on her face, and even her suit and exquisite makeup couldn't hide her fatigue. A pale Melissa asked, "What do we do, Sheena?" The Andersons had always been the overlord of the pharmaceutical industry. The traditional medicines that they made had excellent effects, and the recipes were passed down from generation to generation. In their generation, their father had taught Nora's mother everything he knew and lauded her as a genius like no other when it came to pharmaceuticals. Simon hadn't taken up the profession. Sheena, however, picked up a little of it. Thus, when Nora's mother ran away from home and caused the Andersons' gradual decline, Sheena had stepped forward to ensure and maintain their pharmaceutical factory's operation. She was someone whose bark was worse than their bite. Her love for her sister had given rise to hate, which caused her to also feel resentment toward Nora. Sheena's back was ramrod straight as she ranted. The Myerses are too goddamn shameless. How dare they hire an expert to test and compare their cooling tablets to our vitality water? Their product does have better medicinal effects than ours, but we're both minding our own business here. What makes them think they can trample upon us so arrogantly? Simon, who had just been discharged, leaned on the sofa and heaved a huge sigh. Sis once developed a formula for carefree pills, which are more effective than the cooling tablets. If she were still around, things wouldn't have come to this point. Sheena's eyes immediately widened. Then, the tired woman's eyes reddened and she reprimanded Simon. It's all her fault that the Andersons are in this predicament. Never mind that she left, but how can she take the philosophies of medicine with her and leave us with this fucking mess? That book was passed down from generation to generation in the Andersons. Simon didn't speak. Melissa, however, suddenly suggested, why don't we ask Nora if she understands? Pharmacology? Sheena sneered, Sis died when Nora wasn't even a year old. How could she possibly understand? Nora entered the house with Cherry at this point. When she saw Sheena, she didn't bother going over to incur her resentment and just nodded slightly at her, intending to go upstairs to her grandmother. Suddenly, a puzzled Melissa stopped her and asked, Nora, what do you have in that bag? Chapter 53. Nora, who had stored the medicinal herbs in a black plastic bag, answered casually, it's just some medicinal herbs. I intend to treat Grandma's eyes. Melissa was a little surprised. You're also skilled in traditional medicine? Nora was about to answer when Sheena said, as if she would know traditional medicine. It's probably some over-the-counter bullshit she bought without much thought, right? Your grandmother has been blind for over 20 years. We've approached many doctors, but none of them could cure her. You'd better not indiscriminately try such medicine of unknown origin on her. Your grandmother is already very advanced in her years. Are you going to take responsibility if something goes wrong? Her sarcasm made Nora frown. Simon said, that's enough, Sheena. Nora is just a child. Why are you venting your anger on her? Sheena immediately started to quarrel persistently with Simon. Nora decided not to say anything and went straight to her grandmother's room upstairs. Her grandmother was resting on the sofa. Seemingly having heard the dispute downstairs, she was quietly weeping. When she heard the door open, she turned her ear to the door and asked, who is it? The elderly lady was very old. Her eyes looked very blank and her silver hair was tied neatly behind her. The lights in the room were switched off. After all, she didn't need them anyway. In the dim environment, she formed an exceptionally heartbreaking sight. Nora cast her eyes downward, her curly eyelashes hiding her emotions. She adopted a tone as light-hearted as possible and replied, it's me, Grandma. Oh, it's Nora. Her grandmother wiped her tears and sat up. She reached her arm out toward her and said, here, come to Grandma. When Nora walked over with Cherry and sat down on the sofa, her grandmother sighed and said, Nora, your Aunt Sheena may have a foul mouth, but she's a softie at heart. You can just take whatever she says as nonsense and ignore her. The analogy made Nora smile. Okay. She opened the bag she was holding and took out the pills and ointment inside. Then, she meticulously explained to her grandmother how to use the medicine. After she committed it to memory, she chatted with her for a while more before leaving. Sheena also went up to visit Mrs. Anderson and saw that she was in good health. Before she left, she noticed the dark-colored medicine on the table and frowned. Mom, you can use the ointment if you want, but don't take the oral pills. Medicinal herbs have extensive and profound uses, and once a wrong herb is used in a formula, the effects will differ greatly. The pills don't look like they were prescribed by a proper hospital. It's best that you don't eat them in case something goes wrong. Mrs. Anderson frowned and replied. Okay, I heard you. After Sheena left, Melissa also came to check on her and see if she had gone to bed yet. When she saw the pills on the table, she was taken aback for a moment. Then, she picked them up and asked, "What pills are these, Mom? They smell pretty nice." Mrs. Anderson sighed and answered, "Nora gave them to me. They're for my eyes." A look of worry came over Melissa's features. Judging from how Nora operated on Simon, it seems like she's a surgeon. She probably doesn't know much about traditional medicine, right? Taken aback, Mrs. Anderson suggested, "Why don't you ask her about the formula?" Melissa shook her head. Nora has only just returned. Moreover, Sheena made such remarks about her just now. If I ask her about the formula now, it'll seem as if we don't trust her and end up hurting her pride. How about this? Cheryl studies traditional medicine. I'll get her to come home tomorrow and have a look at these pills. The old lady nodded. Melissa then placed the pills on the coffee table for her and helped her to bed. After she went to rest for the night, Melissa left. After Melissa left the room, Mrs. Anderson suddenly got up. She tapped about in front of her with the white cane and came to the coffee table in a practiced manner. She fumbled about and picked up a pill. When she held it under her nose and sniffed it, a refreshing scent assailed her senses and a comfortable feeling she had never experienced before came over her. She couldn't help picking up a glass of water and popping a pill. Then, she also picked up the ointment and applied it to her eyes. She had already been blind for more than 20 years anyway, so why not give it a try? It was Sunday the next day. The Hunts had scheduled a family meeting on this day to discuss what they should do about Pete. "Mommy, aren't you going over to have a look? Pete isn't good at talking. What if someone bullies him?" Cherry, who was wearing cute yellow pajamas, rested her chin on her hands and asked curiously. When Nora, who was getting dressed, heard her, she raised an eyebrow and said, "If your brother is kicked out of the Hunts, then won't that mean he can come with me instead?" Cherry was at a loss for words. Nora was actually just joking. Even if she wanted to take her son and have him leave the Hunts, she wouldn't do it in a way that humiliated him like that. She mustn't let the accusation of having a mental illness relapse and pushing his great-grandmother down the stairs become a lifelong burden weighing Pete down either. After instructing Cherry to stay home, she drove to the hospital. Hospital Finest belonged to the Hunts. In order to ensure that no one disturbed the elderly Mrs. Hunt's rest, she was warded in the VIP ward on the top floor. There were no other patients on the same floor for now. When Nora arrived, the hallway on that floor was filled with members of the Hunts. There were many new faces apart from Justin's uncle's family whom she had seen the other time. Obviously, things seemed to have become rather blown out of proportion. When she went upstairs, Justin's second uncle, Raymond, was already making a scene. How can he say that it wasn't Peter who did it? Things have already come to this point, yet he's actually still flat out denying it. He's not going to admit to it until Mom wakes up to testify. How ridiculous is that? If he murders someone, is he also going to wait for the victim to come back to life and testify against him? "Howard, what do you say we do about this?" Howard, whose arm muscles were obvious even through the black t-shirt he was wearing, touched his nose after hearing what he said. "Uncle Raymond, what Grandpa means is that Pete is still a 5-year-old child after all." The corners of Roger's eyes were upturned, and he looked a little as if he was smiling even when he wasn't. He heaved a sigh and said, "Howard, I know you're on good terms with Justin, and he's even the head of the family. Having you handle this does indeed put you in a difficult position. Sigh. Maybe we should just drop the matter." An angry Raymond yelled, "Howard, your grandpa has always made a clear distinction between official and personal matters. If you're not capable of that, why should you be allowed to take over the responsibility of watching over the family home?" With the two of them playing good cop and bad cop, Howard simply couldn't put in a good word for Pete at all. He looked at Justin anxiously, only to see him calm and steady. Howard forced himself to calm down. He said, "When Grandaunt wakes you. If Mom never wakes up, are we going to just put this off forever?" Raymond said aggressively, "Oh, I get it now." No wonder Justin stubbornly went ahead with the operation despite Dr. York and several other specialists saying that they didn't recommend Mom undergoing surgery. Justin, tell me, are you hoping that your goddamn grandma never wakes up so that you can use that as an excuse to drag this on? Everyone looked at Justin. Raymond narrowed his eyes. No wonder you got a doctor whom we've never seen before to do it, and no wonder Mom still hasn't woken up yet. As soon as he said that, an elated Tina York walked out of the ward. Chapter 54. The people in the hallway hadn't noticed Tina yet. Roger said as mildly as ever, Justin, the doctor from that day looked like she's only in her 20s. It seems like we haven't seen her ever since the operation, right? A single line from him was enough to raise everyone's suspicions. Raymond even pointed at Justin and yelled, okay. Even though his son pushed someone down the stairs, he, as his father, only knows to blindly shelter and indulge him. After that, he even got a doctor to harm his own grandmother. Justin, you have to give us an explanation for this in front of everyone from the family home. He got some fucking nobody doctor to treat her illness? He's too much. I didn't expect Justin to be so cruel. She's his grandmother. Everyone started to speculate among themselves. Raymond and his son, Roger, exchanged a look with each other, and looks of triumph appeared on their faces. Howard lowered his voice and started to become anxious when he heard their speculations. He said, why isn't great-grandma awake yet, Justin? Who the hell did you get to operate on her? I can't hold them back much longer. Justin's eyes glinted darkly. Since he had decided to ask for her help, he trusted her. If he didn't, he wouldn't have approached her. Since she said that Grandma would regain consciousness on Sunday, she would definitely wake up. He said coldly, Uncle Raymond, are you in such a hurry that you can't even wait until night falls? He wasn't very loud. His voice was low and clear, but it inspired a lot of awe. Even in a noisy situation like this, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone in the hallway fell silent for a moment. A mean and sinister look filled Roger's eyes. With a smile still on his face, he replied, everyone here is an outstanding member of the Hunts, Justin. We have politicians as well as businessmen here. Are you just going to tell them to wait when they've specially put aside everything on hand to come over today? Raymond also added sharply, you're obviously just stalling for time. It's been half a month since the incident, yet you're still telling us to wait? Howard, there's substantial evidence to prove that Peter Hunt injured his great-grandma. Aren't you going to make a clear fucking stance on it? And Justin, too. You showed no regard for your grandmother's life and randomly got some doctor to operate on her, leading to her very possibly never waking up again. You have to take responsibility for this. He stared at Justin excitedly. He had originally only intended to make use of this issue to get rid of that little bastard, but little did he think that Justin would get himself involved, too. He must take the opportunity to take away his position as the head of the family. In his moment of triumph, a woman's high-pitched voice suddenly reached them. Who says Mrs. Hunt won't ever wake up again? She's already awake. Tina stepped aside to reveal a nurse helping the hospital gown-clad Mrs. Hunt out. The elderly lady had bandages wrapped around her head, but the look in her eyes was sharp. When she came out, everyone in the hallway fell silent. Raymond and Roger glanced at each other. Then, the two of them took a step forward in tandem and put on an act of agitated surprise. Mom! Grandma! Raymond wanted to hold her, but Mrs. Hunt stretched out her arm. Then, with all her strength. Smack! A slap landed across Raymond's cheek. A furious Mrs. Hunt berated, you no good son. Pete was trying to pull me back that time. He's a good boy, so why would he push me down the stairs? Are you trying to instigate an uprising by gathering so many people here? Raymond was dumbfounded. Roger stopped and stood still, the look in his eyes flickering a little. Then, without any change in his expression, he lowered his head and said, sorry, Grandma. Dad was just worried about you. Humph. Mrs. Hunt decided to leave her grandson a little dignity, so she instead looked at everyone else and said, all of you can go now. She returned to the ward after that. Seeing that the whole farce was just a false alarm, the rest of the Hunts left one by one. Justin and the others followed her into the ward. Nora also quietly walked over. As soon as she arrived at the door, she heard the old lady say, "It's all thanks to Tina that I could wake up in time." Tina stood tall and straight. She had a white lab coat on and looked confident. As she directed her scorching gaze at Justin, a faint smile also appeared at the corners of her lips. "Mr. Hunt, this is the Carefree pill. It has a refreshing effect on the mind and is made by Mr. Myers, my teacher who taught me traditional medicine. There are only 2 of such pills in the world, and it was only through special means that he managed to preserve them for 25 years. After much begging, I finally got him to give me one." Nora, who was leaning casually against the wall and eavesdropping, was bewildered. After 25 years of storage, even if the pill hadn't expired, it probably wasn't effective anymore. However, Tina boasted exaggeratedly about the pill's effects. She said, "Not only does this pill not have any side effects, but it can also refresh the mind, detox, and nourish the body. Additionally, it can even treat patients with cerebral hemorrhage. It's practically an elixir." The corners of Nora's lips spasmed. What did Mrs. Hunt regaining consciousness have to do with that pill? The effects didn't even correlate with her symptoms. She shook her head and decided to simply turn and leave. Inside the ward, mockery flashed across Justin's eyes. If that pill really were effective, why would Tina wait until today to give it to Grandma? In the end, wasn't it just because Nora had successfully operated on her? That pill would only have a refreshing effect on the mind at best. When he thought of that, he suddenly noticed a flash of movement outside the door. He strode out to see a familiar figure entering the elevator. The corners of Justin's lips suddenly curled up into a smile. Didn't she say she wasn't coming over? Yet she did in the end. Was she worried about Grandma's condition? Or was she worried about him? In the middle of his thoughts, he heard Raymond say, "Justin, I." Justin's countenance darkened and turned cold at once. The look in his eyes was like the coldest of ice as he said, "Now that Grandma has regained consciousness, it's time for us to settle some scores, Uncle Raymond." "At the Andersons." "What? The Carefree pill?" Sheena clenched her fists furiously. She swept the glasses on the coffee table onto the ground and shouted, "Sis was obviously the one who made them. John Myers has no fucking shame. How does he have the goddamn cheek to say that he made them?" Simon pressed his lips together tightly. A dispirited look came over him and he said, "We don't have the formula for it. Who would believe us? On the contrary, they'll even mock us and say that we're just jealous. The Myers have now made a name for themselves by curing Mrs. Hunt. On top of that, they're even using us as a stepping stone. It's probably all over for us and Harmonia Pharmacy now." Sheena's eyes reddened. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't have any problem with their advertising, but what makes them think they can step all over us and one-up us?" At this point, Cheryl entered the room. When she noticed the awful looks on their faces, her heart sank. "Dad, Aunt Sheena. What's the matter?" Melissa got up and said, "You're still young, so don't worry about the adults' affairs. Why don't you check that pill for your grandma and see if it's suitable for consumption instead?" Cheryl nodded. She followed Melissa upstairs. However, when they entered Mrs. Anderson's room, they noticed that she was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Taken aback, Melissa asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" The dazed old lady replied, "It seems like my eyes are showing a bit of reaction." Her words stunned Melissa. Then, she snatched the pill from the table and passed it to Cheryl. "Quick, have a look at this." "What kind of pill is it?" Chapter 55. Cheryl majored in traditional medicine and pharmacology in college. Sheena had been carefully training and grooming her all this time so that she could take over Harmonia Pharmacy in the future. Thus, she knew her way around medicine somewhat. She picked up the dark-colored pill and sniffed it carefully. A fresh and invigorating aura assailed her senses, instantly clearing and revitalizing the mind. It felt as comfortable as taking a deep breath in the mountains. Cheryl's pretty little face turned serious and she stared at the pill, studying it intently. A look of hesitation appeared on Melissa's mild and gentle countenance. "What's the matter?" Cheryl shook her head. Then, She asked hesitantly, "Can I have this, Grandma? I'd like to take it back with me so that I can study it and verify something." Mrs. Anderson nodded. "Sure. Take one with you." As if she had just found a treasure, Cheryl carefully put the pill into a bag, went downstairs, and made a beeline for the laboratory. Seeing her leave in a panic, Sheena and Simon, who were discussing countermeasures in the living room, were taken aback. Sheena frowned. "I'll go upstairs and have a look." While Nora was driving home, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. The moment she picked up, an angry voice from the other end of the call reached her. "Nora, where's the damn money? Didn't you already transfer it into my bank account? Why did they say that there isn't any money in the account at all when I went to the bank to transfer the funds today? You no good bitch. Now that you're clinging to the Andersons, are we too poor for your tastes? Are you thinking of ditching us so that you can enjoy life over there? Go fuck yourself." The smile at Nora's lips was wild and arrogant. "Dad, there's something I want to ask you." "What?" "I'm warning you, stop dilly-dallying and transfer the fucking money over now." Nora looked straight ahead with her fingers resting gently on the steering wheel. She had long since stopped feeling sad because of people like him. She asked calmly, "Was my mom blind when she married you?" Before he could recover, Nora had already hung up. The only reason she had put up with him all these years was that she was afraid that he would mistreat her son. Now, she finally managed to let out her frustrations. Her cell phone suddenly rang again. Nora cast a quick glance at it. The caller ID was still a string of numbers. She answered the call, but before the other party could speak, she said sarcastically, "Why are you calling me again? Are you dying? Are you trying to ask me to take care of your fucking funeral?" Upon hearing silence on the other end, she scoffed coldly. She was about to hang up when Justin's low, deep voice rang out. He asked, "Miss Smith, are you intending to take care of my funeral?" In the hospital, the corners of Justin's lips curled upward. Typically, apart from one's children, only their spouse would be involved in their funeral matters. How intense of her. Even her confession involved promises of life and death. Nora. It was only then that she realized that she had hurled insults at the wrong person. The string of unfamiliar numbers was Justin's phone number. Too lazy to explain, she asked, "Is something the matter, Mr. Hunt?" The voice on the phone was deep and pleasant, and it resounded in the car through the speaker. He said, "I recall you mentioning that you wanted me to locate someone for you after you've cured my grandma." "There isn't a need for that anymore," replied Nora coldly. However, a thought suddenly occurred to her. If Justin owed her a huge favor, then did that mean she could use that to ask for her son back? Thus, she softened her tone and added, "It's an honor to be of help to you." Justin stiffened slightly. He leaned against the wall along a hallway in the hospital, feeling good all over. It seemed like this was the first time she was speaking so amicably to him ever since they met. He surprisingly didn't quite know how to respond. Then, he heard her say, "Feel free to come to me whenever anyone in your family, especially your son, falls sick, Mr. Hunt. I have a daughter myself, so I'm very familiar with children's illnesses. Moreover, I always feel a sense of kinship toward your son whenever I see him, so don't ever feel too embarrassed to approach me for help. You can come to me even if it's just a small bout of flu, fever, or discomfort. You get me?" By especially bringing up how he had a son and she had a daughter, was she trying to tell him that the two of them were a good match? That both of them were single but with a child? The corners of his deep-set eyes turned upward again. The small brown beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed especially alluring as he said, "Thank you." The woman immediately replied, "Don't stand on ceremony with me. From now on, your son is also my son. I will dote on him like he's my own." Listen to those shocking things she's saying. Justin subtly changed the subject and asked, "I heard that news mistakenly got out that it was Mr. Myers who cured Grandma. Would you like the matter clarified?" He had thought of clarifying the matter when his grandmother mentioned that it was all thanks to Tina that she recovered. However, when he thought of how she seemed to dislike trouble, how she kept her identity a secret, and how she didn't wish for her identity to be exposed, he had refrained from doing so. Sure enough, he heard her say, "No, it's fine. Thank you. You're welcome." After hanging up, the woman's wild and arrogant, yet always sleepy, visage surfaced in Justin's mind and his smile widened. At this point, he heard a voice coming from behind. "Mr. Hunt." Justin immediately reined in his smile. He turned to see his executive assistant, Sean Jenkins, standing there respectfully. He had a pair of glasses on. Unlike the talkative and naggy Lawrence, he was relatively low-key and reticent, and always went straight to the point when he spoke. He said, "Mr. Raymond has stepped down from his position as vice chairman of the company." Justin nodded. Before entering the ward, he suddenly looked at him. "Have you made a note of all those people who were cooperating with him today?" Sean answered, "Yes, I've noted them all." Justin's eyes were icy cold. In order to fight for power, his uncle had surely bribed a lot of people over the last few years. The reason he had allowed them to make a fuss outside the ward this afternoon was just so that he could note down who was on his uncle's side. This time, he would get them all in one fell swoop. Elsewhere, Nora drove back to the Andersons. After getting out of the car, she stretched and entered the living room. As soon as she entered, she saw Sheena and Simon both seated on the sofa with stern and grave expressions. She was about to ask what had happened when Sheena got up in a whoosh, picked up a teacup, and hurled it at her. Crash! The teacup broke into pieces on the ground. Nora's expression instantly turned cold. Sheena pointed at her and shouted, "What kind of bullshit medicine of unknown origin did you give your grandma?" After she applied it, the area around her eyes started to sting. "She's not young anymore. Are you trying to fucking kill her? There's a ton of shit I've yet to settle, yet you're creating more trouble for us. Why is there so much trouble the moment you're back? You're a goddamn jinx just like your mother." Melissa, who was supporting an unsteady Mrs. Anderson on the corridor on the second floor, interrupted her. "Sheena! Mom told you to stop." However, Sheena replied, "Mom, you have to pay the price if you make a mistake. If we don't discipline her well, what if she ends up behaving immorally like sis?" Mrs. Anderson, who was leaning on the railing for support, looked furious when she heard her. A moment later, she shouted angrily, "Get out." Sheena looked at Nora. "Did you hear that? She's telling you to get out." The next moment, however. Chapter 56. Mrs. Anderson took a deep breath. With a blank, empty look in her eyes, she turned in Sheena's direction and said, "I'm telling you to get out instead." Sheena was stunned. A moment later, her eyes widened as she turned to Mrs. Anderson and exclaimed, "What did you just say, Mom?" The old lady clutched her chest and said, "You have no respect for your sister, nor are you kind or loving to the children. You are not welcome here." "Sis again. It's always about her." Sheena snapped furiously. "Ever since we were children, you've always been biased toward her. But sis is already gone. All these years, I'm the one who has been providing for you instead." Mrs. Anderson tightened her grip on the white cane. Her lips trembled as she said, "No matter what, Nora was only trying to help." Sheena sneered. "Mom, do you really believe that a stray child like her can cure your eyes? We've consulted so many doctors over the years, and none of them could do anything. Why would she be able to? Do you really trust her that much?" Mrs. Anderson was left speechless. To be honest, she did not truly believe it either. However, Nora meant well, and she did not have the heart to refuse her. Seeing that she did not respond, Sheena continued, "You can't see, so you have no idea how red and swollen your eyes are. How is that supposed to be a medical treatment? She's clearly torturing you instead." Mrs. Anderson's eyes were indeed completely red, and the area around them was swollen, as though she were having an allergic reaction. However, this was actually a sign that the ointment was taking effect. She had not been using her eyes for a long time, so the muscles around them had already loosened and sagged. Without a stronger ointment, how could she possibly recover quickly? Nora was about to explain when Mrs. Anderson spoke again. "You don't need to say anything more. I'm willing to let Nora give it a try. She said my eyes will recover and that I'll be able to see again in 7 days. If I don't try, how would I know whether she can really do it or not? Sheena was so furious that her eyes turned red. That's how much trust you had in sis back then too. She said she'd be gone for a week, but in the end, she never came back. And now you're putting your trust in her daughter? You're unbelievably stubborn. She grabbed her bag and strode straight toward the door. As she passed by Nora, she shot her a look of pure disgust and said, "So, 7 days, right? Fine. I'll come back in 7 days. If your grandma's condition doesn't improve after all the torture you've put her through, I'll throw you out of this house even if she kills me. Aunt Sheena." Just as Sheena was about to step out, she heard a cool female voice calling out to her. She stopped and turned back. Nora's eyes were cold. Standing there expressionlessly, she said in a low voice, "If I successfully cure Grandma's eyes, I hope you will apologize to my mother." The way she spoke and carried herself made Sheena fall into a brief trance. It felt as though she had traveled back more than 20 years in time, back to that familiar, resolute figure. Sheena quickly pulled herself together and sneered. "Since you've inherited your mother's gift of the gab, I hope you've also inherited her medical talent. Otherwise, don't blame me if I show you no mercy." With that, she turned around and left. After Sheena was gone, Mrs. Anderson sighed and said, "Don't hold it against her, Nora. She respected your mother the most back then, and that hasn't changed even now." Sigh. As she spoke, Mrs. Anderson returned to her room. Melissa stepped forward and asked softly, "Is it really okay for the area around her eyes to be that red?" Nora patiently explained, "Yes, it's normal. It will worsen over the next few days but will gradually fade after 7 days. To be honest, it doesn't actually hurt." Melissa finally felt relieved. Nora yawned and then returned to her room. After that, Melissa went downstairs and saw the nanny returning with Cherry. When she recalled how Cherry had made Sheena eat her own words the other day after Sheena mocked her for being uneducated, Melissa smiled and beckoned her over. Cherry ran over obediently. "What's wrong, Grandaunt Melissa?" "Cherry, can you say something in Arabic again for me?" A huge question mark seemed to appear over Cherry's head. She replied, "But Grandaunt Melissa, I only speak English. I don't know any Arabic." Melissa was taken aback. Had Cherry been acting that day? She asked hesitantly, "What about your mathematical Olympiad studies, calligraphy competitions, art competitions, and the like?" Cherry tilted her head in confusion. "I've never even attended any interest classes. Why would I participate in competitions?" "Melissa." Seeing her reaction, Cherry patted her little chest and said confidently, "I'm not completely useless, though, Grandaunt Melissa. I know a lot of historical facts." Melissa looked slightly reassured. "What kind of facts does our little Cherry know?" "I know a lot," Cherry declared proudly. "Who discovered America?" "Michael Fassbender." "Who invented the airplane?" "Tom Hanks and Colin Hanks." Half an hour later, Cherry waved her hand and said, "Don't get too excited, Grandaunt Melissa. I know I'm super awesome, yeah. Take your time to calm down. I'm going to play some games now." Only after Cherry skipped upstairs did Melissa finally snap out of it. The corners of her lips twitched as she glanced upstairs. In the end, she could only let out a long sigh. It was all Sheena's fault for saying such nasty things the other day. She had even bragged about her daughter's achievements, so Nora and Cherry couldn't really be blamed for lying to get out of an awkward situation. It was just that their exaggeration had gone a bit too far. But if what they said about Cherry's education was a lie, then was Nora's claim about being able to cure Mrs. Anderson's eyes also a lie? Suddenly, Melissa wasn't so sure anymore. Upstairs. After lying down on the bed, Nora took a nap. When she woke up that night and played with Cherry, she suddenly missed her son very much. He didn't reply even after she sent him a message. Feeling a little worried, Nora decided to text Justin. "Mr. Hunt, are you asleep?" Justin had just stepped out of the shower. When he saw the message, the corner of his lips curled upward as he quickly replied. No. Oh. Is your son asleep? Justin glanced at Pete's tightly closed bedroom door and replied. Yes, he is. He assumed she thought they could only chat after his son had fallen asleep. Otherwise, he'd have to take care of his child, right? That woman was unexpectedly considerate. Sure enough, after he sent the message, his phone beeped again. Holding the phone in one hand and drying his hair with the other, he opened the message. His expression froze instantly, the screen displayed only a single icy word. Oh. And then, nothing. Shouldn't she be trying to continue the conversation? Was she shy? Justin coughed lightly and sent another message. Something up? 3 minutes passed. No reply. 5 more minutes passed. Still nothing. Justin wondered if his phone was malfunctioning, so he sent a message to Lawrence. Lawrence? Lawrence, who was somewhere in a remote corner of the world, replied immediately. Yes, boss. Are you letting me return? Justin replied coldly. No. Back at the Anderson residence, Nora had already muted her phone and tossed it aside after learning that her son was asleep. With Cherry in her arms, she fell asleep contentedly, completely unaware that someone else was tossing and turning in bed, his mind racing with countless thoughts that night. 7 days later. Sheena arrived at the Andersons' house early in the morning. When the nanny told her that Nora was still asleep, Sheena sneered. Let her sleep. After all, she's going to be thrown out of the house the moment she wakes up. Who do you think you're throwing out of the house? Chapter 57. A contemptuous voice suddenly reached Sheena's ears, causing her to frown. She turned around and saw a tall, slim figure walking down the stairs. Dressed casually, the young man was very handsome and looked about 21 or 22 years old. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that he bore a slight resemblance to Cheryl Anderson. He was her twin younger brother, Logan Anderson. Logan had a neat, short hairstyle, and there was a characteristically wild and unruly air about him. Chewing gum, he casually blew a bubble. Sheena frowned. No one in particular. Where are you going? Logan curled his lip. He had never liked this aunt of his very much. Scoffing, he replied, TSK. She's not from around here, so she's easy to bully. But do you think you can meddle in my affairs too? After saying that, he left the villa. His attitude infuriated Sheena so badly that she pointed at him and scolded Simon. Look at how much you've spoiled that brat. Instead of doing honest work, he runs wild outside with other people all day long. Logan was a college student, yet he skipped classes, had failing grades, misbehaved constantly, and mixed with a group of rich second-generation heirs. Simon also found his son a major headache, but now was not the time to talk about him. He had just begun to frown when he noticed Melissa on the second floor giving him a meaningful look. Simon paused, then went upstairs and entered the bedroom with Melissa. Looking troubled, Melissa said, I just checked on Mom. She still hasn't woken up, and the redness and swelling around her eyes haven't gone down yet. Also, she still couldn't see anything last night. What should we do? She sighed and continued, honestly, what's wrong with Sheena? Why does she have to get so angry with a child? Keep an eye on her. If she goes too far with her words, you have to shut her up. Simon gave a bitter smile. Sheena is too stubborn. She'll never listen to me. Melissa frowned deeply. Then what should we do? Are you really going to just stand by and watch her drive Nora away? A cold expression immediately settled over Simon's face. Of course not. I'm her uncle. I have the final say in this house. Even though Nora did get ahead of her with her bragging this time, if Sheena hadn't been so overbearing in the first place. I'll protect Nora even if it means offending Sheena. I won't allow my sister's flesh and blood to be stranded on the streets. It was precisely this sense of duty and responsibility that Melissa had admired when she married him back then. She nodded firmly. All right. I'll back you up. After they finished talking, one of them went downstairs while the other continued watching over Mrs. Anderson. By the time Nora woke up, it was already close to noon. After stretching lazily, she sat up and picked up her phone. When she saw the message from her son, a smile instantly spread across her face. Pete went to the Quinn School of Martial Arts for training every Tuesday and Saturday. On the remaining days, he studied under a private tutor at the Hunts. That day happened to be Sunday, his rest day. Just then, her phone rang. It was Solo. After she answered, Solo said weakly, "We've been investigating for a full week, but even so, we still haven't found any evidence showing that Justin was in California 5 years ago. Other than himself, I'm afraid no one else truly knows how his son came to be." Over the past week, Nora had either stayed in the villa or investigated this matter. For the sake of her son's future, she had to find out why Justin hated her so deeply. Unfortunately, neither of them had uncovered anything. Nora's voice sounded slightly hoarse as she replied, "I understand. Do you want to keep investigating?" Solo asked. "Yes." "How do you plan to do that?" Nora stood up, went into the bathroom, and picked up her toothbrush. Looking at her pale reflection in the mirror, she bared her teeth and said arrogantly, "I'll just ask him directly." After hanging up, she finished washing up and walked out. Melissa was playing with Cherry in the small living room on the second floor. Hearing the door open, Cherry ran over and hugged Nora's leg. "Mommy! Great-grandma is still asleep." Nora was about to go check on her when someone suddenly rushed in front of her. A finger shot out and nearly poked the tip of her nose. "Nora! What exactly did you give my mother? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" Sheena's eyeliner was drawn thick and heavy, making her eyes look terrifyingly sharp. Her vicious tone made it seem as though she was about to tear Nora apart. Nora frowned and stared at the finger pointing inches from her face. Melissa hurried forward and stood in front of Nora, blocking Sheena. "What are you doing? Calm down and talk properly, Sheena." Sheena snapped angrily, "Talk properly? No wonder people say there's always a wall between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Of course you don't care since she's not your mother." Melissa's expression instantly darkened. Simon shouted sharply, "That's enough, Sheena." Sheena glared at him and yelled, "Mom is lying in there unconscious. Aren't you worried at all? Or do you think she's a burden now after taking care of her for so many years?" Simon and Melissa were so furious that they were momentarily speechless. At that moment, a cool, clear voice rang out, "Who said Grandma is unconscious?" Nora looked at Sheena and sneered. "Grandma is just asleep. Just wake her up and everything will be fine. What are you making such a big fuss for?" After saying that, she turned and walked straight toward Mrs. Anderson's bedroom. The others exchanged glances before following her inside. Mrs. Anderson was blind and had limited mobility, so for convenience, she never locked her bedroom door. Anyone could freely enter and leave. At that moment, Mrs. Anderson was lying on the bed. Her complexion was rosy, and even the redness and swelling around her eyes seemed to have eased somewhat. Nora called softly, "Grandma." Mrs. Anderson's lips twitched slightly. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Because her eyelids were still swollen, only narrow slits were visible. Melissa rushed over and helped her sit up. "Mom, how do you feel?" Mrs. Anderson looked at her blankly. The lack of reaction frightened Melissa badly. Just as she was about to suggest sending her to the hospital, Mrs. Anderson suddenly spoke, "Melissa, you've aged." Melissa froze. Mrs. Anderson smiled gently. "It's been more than 20 years. Of course you've aged." Only then did Melissa react. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Mom, you can see me?" Mrs. Anderson nodded and then turned her gaze to the others. When her eyes passed over Simon and Sheena, she said, "All of you have aged. And you, Sheena. After all these years, that foul temper of yours still hasn't changed." Finally, her gaze landed on Nora. The young woman stood quietly there, aloof and detached, as if she didn't quite belong to the family. Her facial features were delicate and refined. Her almond-shaped eyes should have made her look gentle, yet there was a hint of arrogance and wildness within them. She resembled her daughter from back then by nearly 80%. Mrs. Anderson's eyes immediately reddened. She reached out toward her and called softly, "Nora." Although Melissa had been very protective of her, the concern coming from a blood relative caused a sharp ache to bloom in Nora's chest. It felt as though she was no longer alone. Beside her, Simon's eyes also reddened as he said excitedly, "It's been over 20 years, yet we were never able to cure your eyes. To think you can actually see now. Nora, what exactly were the pills you gave Mom?" Chapter 58. The Carefree Pill. Nora answered silently in her heart. However, remembering her mother's instructions to stay low-key and avoid drawing attention, she replied casually, "I bought them at Guardian Pharmacy. They said it invigorates and refreshes the mind. I didn't ask for the specifics." In other words, she had bought them without thinking much about it. Sheena said sharply, "That's some fucking dumb luck, huh? Didn't I say it? You're so young, even if you know a bit of medicine, it shouldn't be this gria." Melissa couldn't bear listening to her anymore and cut in, "Sheena, no matter what the case is, we still should thank Nora." Sheena sneered mockingly. "Thank her? Do you want me to kneel down and kowtow to her, or set off fireworks to celebrate?" She was clearly being sarcastic, but the corner of Nora's lips curled upward as she replied seriously, "No, you don't have to." Her voice was low and husky, calm yet steady. "You just need to apologize to my mother. Right now." Sheena immediately felt her cheeks burn. She clenched her fists and straightened her back, deliberately avoiding Nora's gaze. "Why should I? Mom only went blind because she was so furious at your mother for running away from home. Isn't it only right for you to cure her? And don't forget, we ended up like this because your mother up and left back then. She's the sinner of this family. Why the hell should I apologize to her?" Simon let out a long sigh before barking coldly, "Shut up, Sheena." Sheena thought she had misheard. Shocked, she stared at him. "Simon, are you actually yelling at me because of a nobody like her?" "She's not a nobody," Simon snapped. "She's my sister's daughter, my niece. She's an Anderson. Apologize to sis. Now." "You," Sheena exploded. "So you're determined to go against me? Fine. Then I suppose you don't need me to help manage Harmonia Pharmacy anymore, do you?" Simon froze. For all these years, Sheena had been in charge of Harmonia Pharmacy's manufacturing department. It was largely because of her that the business hadn't collapsed. What she had just said. Was she threatening him? Seeing Simon's silence, Sheena knew immediately that her threat had worked. She straightened her back and sneered. "If you make a mistake, you suffer the consequences. Sis made a mistake by eloping back then and dragged the entire family's reputation down with her. Why should I apologize to her? Does she even have the face to accept my apology?" Smack! Standing closest to the bed, Sheena was completely stunned when Mrs. Anderson's slap landed hard on her cheek. Mrs. Anderson trembled from head to toe as she shouted angrily, "Your elder sister must have had her reasons. I forbid you from speaking about her like that." Sheena staggered back a step. Holding her cheek, she let out a bitter laugh. "You can shut me up, but can you shut up everyone outside? Her mother was a loose woman who ran off with another man and ruined Ian Smith's entire life. This is the biggest scandal among New York's wealthy families in the past 20 years. Simon said sternly, "Sis had her reasons." "What reasons?" Sheena screamed hysterically. "We even found love letters in her room. She eloped. When are you all going to stop lying to yourselves?" She turned toward Mrs. Anderson and Simon. "I'll say this one last time, either she stays, or I do. Pick one." The room fell dead silent. Nora, who had remained quiet all this time, turned around and said calmly, "I'll leave." Before she could reach the door, a large, warm hand gripped her shoulder. Simon's tired voice followed. "Nora, where are you going? This is your home." He didn't dare look at Sheena as he spoke, but his stance was already clear. Sheena looked at Mrs. Anderson, then at Melissa. Both of them turned their faces away. Finally, she looked at Simon and laughed bitterly. Fine. Great. The Andersons and the Myerses are fighting tooth and nail right now, and at a critical moment like this, you're driving me away for the sake of that useless girl? Fine. I'll leave. Sheena stormed toward the door. No one stopped her. When she reached the entrance, she paused. Her eyes reddened as she sneered viciously. You're all biased towards cis and have forgotten that I'm the one who dragged Harmonia Pharmacy to where it is today over the past 20 years. In that case, don't blame me for turning cold-hearted. Simon, I'll wait for Harmonia Pharmacy to be crushed by the Myerses. I'll wait for the day it shuts down completely. With that, she turned and strode out. Melissa frowned deeply. Has Sheena completely lost her mind? How can she say something like that over a few heated words? She's almost 50 and still acts this impulsively. Then she looked at Simon anxiously. We're at a critical point in the Anderson-Myers market battle. What if Sheena really goes on strike? Simon rubbed his temples, his face full of exhaustion. We'll do what we can and take it one step at a time. Seeing how worried they both were, Nora asked, Uncle Simon, Aunt Melissa. Is there anything I can help with? Simon sighed. No, Nora. Just stay home with Cherry. What the Andersons needed right now wasn't business acumen, it was a genuine, irreplaceable pill formula. Back then, thanks to Nora's mother's carefree pill, the Myers family had skyrocketed to fame among New York's elite. If she, and the formula, were still around, the ones dominating the market today would be the Andersons. Sigh. After deciding to head to Harmonia Pharmacy to look for a solution, Simon and Melissa left the house, both weighed down with worry. Nora then patiently explained to her grandmother how to continue using the ointment and stayed with her while she adjusted to regaining her sight. Only after things stabilized did Nora head downstairs. During brunch, Cheryl suddenly rushed into the villa. Her eyes were blazing with excitement. The moment she saw Nora, she dashed over and exclaimed, Nora! Is this pill the carefree pill? At the same time, the Hunt Corporation's headquarters towered over central New York. On the top floor, Justin was deeply immersed in work. Outside the office, Chester paced back and forth, his mind in complete turmoil. His little nephew had said that once the Smith woman cured Grandma, he would tell Justin the truth. Then why did it still seem like Justin had no idea that he had a daughter? He couldn't keep hiding it from his brother any longer. Recently, Chester had been so stressed over how to break the news that he could barely eat or sleep. He wasn't even enjoying killing mobs in the game anymore. His nephew wanted the two of them to become a family. But in Chester's opinion, that was damn near impossible. Justin hated Pete's mother with a passion. Wouldn't it be downright cruel to keep the truth from him? Justin was his older brother. After steeling himself mentally, and accepting that there might be no one left to carry him in-game anymore, Chester took a deep breath and pushed open the office door. Justin was reviewing documents, his brows drawn together coldly. Even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye radiated a sharp, intimidating aura. He looked up when the door opened. The moment their eyes met, Chester blurted out, Justin, actually, you also have a daughter. Chapter 59. The office was silent. Sean, the executive assistant, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Then he walked over and closed the door, cutting off the gossiping gazes from the secretary's office outside while simultaneously stirring up even more curiosity. Chester weakly tried to coax him. Think about it, Justin. A soft, tender, adorable daughter, don't you want one? The way he described it caused the image of Pete playing with Barbies to flash across Justin's mind. A sharp glint instantly appeared in his eyes. In a warning tone, he asked, What the hell are you thinking of doing? Was he thinking of subjecting Pete to some outrageous operation? Chester was so frightened that he shrank back and stammered, JJ Justin, really? You can have a daughter too. If you go to Nora, you'll have both a son and a daughter. Justin? His first reaction was to feel relieved. At least Chester hadn't brought up Pete directly. But immediately after that, he realized what Chester actually meant. Going to Nora, having a daughter. If he got together with that woman, her daughter would indeed have to call him dad. That would technically make him a father to a daughter as well. Justin frowned and barked subconsciously, "Don't be ridiculous. How could he possibly raise someone else's child?" A surge of irritation rose in him, and Chester's cringing posture only made it worse. Justin pointed sharply at the door. "Get out." Chester wanted to say more, but the moment he uttered Justin's name, Justin snapped coldly, "Get out." Terrified, Chester bolted out of the office. His legs were shaking as he wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. However, his eyes were shining brightly. He had already told Justin the truth. Since Justin refused to believe it, he couldn't be blamed when the truth came out later, right? Time to hurry home, find his little niece, and have her carry him in the game. He left without any psychological burden. However, the oppressive atmosphere in the office did not ease. Justin lowered his gaze, but he suddenly found himself unable to focus on the words in the documents anymore. Raising someone else's daughter wasn't really a big deal. At worst, he could just hire a nanny. However, he had always been cold and detached, and he found emotional relationships extremely troublesome. Cultivating feelings with that woman alone was already troublesome enough. If a daughter was added into the mix. Wait. Since when had he agreed to cultivate feelings with that woman in the first place? Justin's eyes, usually calm, rational, restrained, and sharp, were momentarily at a loss. After a while, he let out a short, self-mocking laugh. He was worrying for no reason. What did that woman's past, her mistakes, or whether she had a child have anything to do with him? All he had done was ask her to treat someone's illness and incur a favor. That was all. He would just find an opportunity to repay the favor, and that would be the end of it. At the Andersons. Cheryl's eyes sparkled beneath her double eyelids. "Nora, where did you get the formula?" Nora was about to make something up when Cheryl asked excitedly, "Did my aunt leave it for you?" Since Cheryl had already handed her a perfect excuse, Nora nodded. Cheryl immediately became so excited that she grabbed Nora's hand. "The Myerses released cooling tablets this year, and they're even more effective than our Vitality water. On top of that, they produced the Carefree pill and saved old Mrs. Hunt. It's already become a legend in the industry. Harmonia Pharmacy's customer flow has dropped noticeably lately. Most of the drugstores and hospitals we worked with have returned our products and switched to the Myerses instead. If your mother really left behind the Carefree pill formula, then the Andersons still have hope." Nora raised an eyebrow. So this was the Andersons' current predicament. Lowering her gaze, she said, "Wait a moment." She went upstairs, found a piece of paper, and carefully wrote down the Carefree pills formula along with important precautions during the manufacturing process. Then she returned downstairs and handed it to Cheryl. "This is the formula." Cheryl stood up abruptly. Her expression turned solemn. "Why, you're just giving me the formula like this, Nora?" As a medical professional, Cheryl knew better than anyone how priceless a pill formula was. Nora, however, replied casually, "Yeah." Seeing how completely Nora trusted her, Cheryl clenched her teeth and accepted the formula. "I'll try it." "Nora, this pill is extremely difficult to make. My aunt worked so hard back then and only managed to produce 5 pills in the end. Don't tell Dad and Mom about this yet, or they'll get their hopes up and be disappointed again." The formula had already been improved, so failure wasn't even a possibility. Still, seeing how nervous Cheryl was, Nora nodded. Cheryl hurried out anxiously. She needed to rush to get the pills manufactured so her parents wouldn't have to keep begging others for help anymore. The next day, when Nora came downstairs for breakfast, she saw Simon and Melissa sitting on the sofa, both wearing terrible expressions. A healthcare conference was being held that day, and all influential figures in the industry would attend. Previously, it had been agreed that Sheena and Simon would go together. Sheena would handle technical matters while Simon would oversee sales. Simon had called Sheena and tried hard to placate her, but she had sneered and said, "Didn't the Andersons say they don't need me anymore?" Since all of you like Nora so much, why don't you let her go instead? No matter how serious internal conflicts were, a family should stand united against external enemies. Yet Sheena was being stubborn to the extreme. Melissa, who was usually gentle-tempered, was furious. If she doesn't want to go, then forget it. I'll go with you. Simon nodded. After they finished speaking, they saw Nora coming downstairs. Melissa seized the opportunity and said, "Come with us, Nora. Today's conference will benefit you as well." Nora thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. The conference was held in the conference hall of Hotel Finest. Although it was called a conference, it was more like a small banquet where people discussed business and closed deals. However, the three of them were stopped at the entrance by a staff member. "Sorry, the QR code on your invitation is invalid. You can't enter." Simon frowned. "But this is the invitation we were sent." The staff member replied coldly, "This year's conference is hosted by the Myerses. They've reissued invitations and stated clearly that doctors with poor or insignificant reputations are no longer welcome. You're not allowed to enter." Simon was livid. His fists clenched tightly. The Myerses were clearly targeting them. But if they failed to enter today, they would effectively be expelled from the industry. Seeing Simon fall silent, disdain surfaced in the staff member's eyes. Nobody doctors trying to sneak into high-end conferences to network were a common sight. He had seen plenty of them. Assuming the three before him were no different, he raised his voice. "If you don't have a valid invitation, please step aside and stop blocking the guests behind you." His words immediately drew attention from the surrounding crowd. The industry circle was small, and everyone recognized everyone else. Simon felt his face burn with humiliation. He was just about to speak when a voice cut in sharply. "Wait a minute. Chapter 60, My daughter looks like her father. Justin had a lunch meeting here at noon." On the second floor of Hotel Finest, the conference hall was on the left while the restaurant was on the right. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, he heard a commotion at the entrance of the conference hall. He hadn't been paying much attention at first, but when he glanced over, he spotted a familiar figure. His footsteps paused briefly. When he heard the service staff impatiently chasing them away, he frowned and said to Sean, "Let's go over and take a look." No matter what, the Andersons were acquaintances of the Hunts. The previous generation of the two families had been closely connected. How could he allow others to bully and humiliate them? Sean nodded. "Yes, sir." But just as he was about to step forward, a deep, clear voice rang out, "Wait a minute." Nora picked up her phone. Her fair, slender fingers tapped the screen a few times as she opened her email inbox. Sure enough, several invitations were lying inside. As the most prestigious surgeon in her field, organizers of conferences from various countries frequently sent her token invitations. Naturally, the organizers of a formal conference like this one had sent her one as well. She just needed a bit of time to retrieve it from her junk mail. At that moment, someone beside her spoke. "Miss Smith." Startled, Nora lifted her head and looked over. It was a woman around 30 years old, with curly hair resting on her shoulders and dressed in formal business attire. Nora frowned. After a brief pause, she asked, "And you are?" Tina York frowned slightly in displeasure. They had clearly met at the hospital before, yet Nora was pretending not to recognize her. She had long wondered why Justin had brought such a young doctor with him that day. After all that speculation, it turned out she was from the Andersons. The Andersons were declining day by day. They were relying solely on formulas from 20 years ago to sell their medicines. They must have been at their limit and had resorted to letting some nobody doctor operate on Mrs. Hunt as a desperate gamble. Unfortunately, all the credit had gone to her instead. Thinking of this, Tina's displeasure quickly faded. She smiled and spoke as though kindly reminding her, "Everyone here is a distinguished individual. Since the Andersons didn't receive an invitation, making a scene here won't reflect well on you either." Her words immediately stirred murmurs among those waiting behind them. "My goodness, I thought the Andersons just forgot their invitation. Turns out they never got one at all." The Myers' market share has expanded so much. Nobody's buying the Andersons' drugs anymore. To think they've fallen so far they can't even get an invitation. They can't blame anyone but themselves. If they don't improve, what can they expect? I heard their partner drugstores and hospitals returned their goods and switched to the Myers'. If I were them, I'd have sneaked away with my tail between my legs already. What are they still doing here? Each whisper felt like a slap to Simon's face. His expression shifted repeatedly, and he had never felt so humiliated. After a moment, Tina sighed and said, "Everyone's here to enjoy themselves today. If you insist on going in. Uncle Simon, if you promise not to disturb anyone, I can bring you inside." Not disturb anyone. Her phrasing made it sound as though they were unfit to appear in public. Simon felt as if he'd been slapped twice across the face. Just as he turned to leave in fury, a cool voice spoke up. "No need." Nora looked at Tina coldly and said, "The Andersons receive many invitations. I took some time to find this one, which caused a brief delay. Sorry about that, Uncle Simon and Aunt Melissa." She raised her phone and showed the QR code to the service staff. "Can we go in now?" "This way, please." Only then did the three members of the Anderson family finally enter the banquet hall. At the entrance, Tina stood stunned. She distinctly remembered that her mentor hadn't issued an invitation to the Andersons. Had she remembered it wrong? Nearby, Sean, who had already taken a few steps forward intending to help, paused in surprise. He turned to Justin and said, "It looks like they don't need our help." Justin fell silent. He had momentarily forgotten that the woman was anti. How could she possibly not have an invitation? However, her words, "The Andersons receive many invitations," were rather interesting. Justin suddenly turned and walked toward the conference hall. The normally taciturn man said calmly, "I'll go see if there's an opportunity to return the favor I owe." Sean, following silently behind him, was speechless. "Boss, you really don't need to explain yourself. Explaining only makes it sound worse." Still, as a professional secretary, Sean quickly reported on the Andersons' situation. "The Andersons' drugs aren't selling at all. If this continues, they may go bankrupt soon." Justin didn't respond, but a thoughtful look crossed his face. All the service staff at Hotel Finest recognized Justin, so he entered the conference hall without hindrance. The venue was arranged like a small banquet. Men wore suits and formal shoes, while women donned elegant dresses. Only that woman stood out, wearing a plain white t-shirt and jeans, yet she was still eye-catching among the crowd. Justin narrowed his eyes slightly and walked over. As he approached, he heard Melissa ask, "Nora, where did you get the invitation?" Nora replied casually, "Oh, I helped treat Mrs. Hunt before, remember?" Even though I wasn't of much help, Mr. Hunt was still quite kind. Sure enough, Melissa misunderstood her meaning. "So Mr. Hunt gave it to you. He must have wanted you to come and broaden your horizons." Justin. So she was using him as a scapegoat again. A mischievous smile curved his lips as he spoke in a low voice, "Uncle Simon, Aunt Melissa." The three ahead stopped and turned around. Upon seeing him, Melissa immediately said gratefully, "Thank you for giving Nora the invitation, Justin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter today." Justin glanced over and saw Nora touching her nose awkwardly. Soon after, she lowered her gaze and regained her composure. When she looked up again, her eyes held a faintly amused expression, as though she hadn't been the one lying moments ago. Her psychological resilience was first-rate. With the same amused tone, Justin replied, "You're welcome." Simon had come to the banquet to sell his company's drugs. Spotting a regular client who intended to return their goods, he hurriedly said, "Justin, you two chat first. I'll be right back." He walked off quickly. A trace of worry appeared on Melissa's face. Justin observed Nora from the corner of his eye. She had almond-shaped eyes, a small yet high-bridged nose, and rosy, full lips that were undeniably attractive. For some reason, Chester's words from the day before echoed in his mind, "You can have a daughter if you go to Nora." A daughter? He suddenly asked, Miss Smith, what does your daughter look like? Does she resemble you? Nora glanced at him. Cherry didn't look like her at all. To be precise, she bore a 70% resemblance to the man standing in front of her. So she replied calmly, no. She looks like her father. Oh? Justin's interest was piqued. Do you have any photos? Nora glanced at him again and answered, yes. Chapter 61, Investigate Her Daughter. Justin looked at her, only to see that after answering him, the young woman had no intention whatsoever of picking up her phone to show him a photo. For some reason, he felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Melissa, who was beside him, said enthusiastically, are you asking about Cherry? I have photos of her too. I even took videos. She picked up her phone as she spoke. Just as she was about to show Justin a photo, Nora subtly stopped her and said, Aunt Melissa, things don't seem to be going very well for Uncle Simon over there. Sure enough, it worked. Melissa turned her head and saw Simon arguing in low voices with the other party. She smiled apologetically at Justin and quickly walked over. Justin. He couldn't help feeling that Nora had done it deliberately so that he wouldn't be able to see the photos. Wasn't it just her daughter? He had already shown her his son, what was there to be so secretive about? A chill crept into his expression. When he saw Nora nod briefly at him and then walk towards Simon as well, he suddenly instructed Sean, investigate her daughter. She can't be so ugly that she can't be shown in public, right? Since she refused to show him, he would find out what the child looked like himself. Justin was clearly annoyed. Under normal circumstances, he would have already turned and left. Yet this time, he followed them over instead. Sean. By the time Nora arrived, Simon's expression had already turned ugly. The other party was a man in his 40s or 50s, and his words were sharp and hurtful. Simon, it's only because of the friendship between our families that I've been doing business with the Andersons out of kindness all these years. Times have changed. The drugs produced by the Andersons can't compare to the Myerses anymore. Surely you don't expect to rely on friendship forever when doing business. Melissa clenched her fists. Turning to Nora, she said angrily, he's the deputy dean of the traditional medicine hall. His surname is Lucas. All the formulas used by Harmonia Pharmacy were improved by your mom, which is why they've always been so effective. They used to beg us to sell them our products. Our cooperation was always conducted at arm's length. How did it suddenly turn into them doing business with us out of kindness? Simon took a deep breath and said calmly, I agree to terminating our partnership since you found another supplier. However, the batch of pills you custom ordered has already been fully produced. After signing a contract, you're still obligated to follow its terms, aren't you? Deputy Dean Lucas smiled. How about this? I know you're in a tight spot lately. We'll buy that batch at a 60% discount. What do you think? Simon's grip tightened around his champagne glass as he forced himself to suppress his rage. 60%? We've always given you low prices. You're clearly kicking us while we're down. Deputy Dean Lucas patted his shoulder. That's exactly right, Simon. If you agree, we'll help you out this once and let you earn some profit. Otherwise, I hear everyone else has already returned their goods. Harmonia Pharmacy barely has any clients left, and its reputation is already ruined. His words were dripping with mockery. You! Simon was furious. Lucas shrugged indifferently. Think it through carefully. Will you let the pills expire in your warehouse, or sell them to me at a low price? Just as he finished speaking, a voice sounded beside them. 60% is too much. How about 20% instead? Everyone turned toward the speaker and saw Sheena. Her husband was a well-known physician in internal medicine. When Simon and Melissa saw her, their eyes reddened slightly, warmth flooding their chests. Simon called out, Sheena. Sheena ignored him and instead smiled at Deputy Dean Lucas. A 60% discount is unacceptable for us. But at 20%, the loss is still manageable. She leaned closer and added softly, once the deal is done, I'll treat you to dinner, old friend. A lewd glint appeared in Deputy Dean Lucas's eyes. He grabbed her hand and began fondling the back of it. Sheena felt nauseated but endured it. Then Lucas said smugly, "You can forget about selling your medicines elsewhere. Mr. Myers has already made it clear, anyone who buys from the Andersons won't be supplied by him. He has the carefree pill, something that can save lives. Who would dare offend him? I'm the only one willing to buy your drugs now, even at 60%. Sheena tried to pull her hand away, but Lucas tightened his grip. "Nana, how about we go over to the balcony and have a private chat?" Lucas and Sheena had been college classmates, and he had always lusted after her. Sheena had found him ugly and rejected him countless times. Now, hearing his suggestive words, she nearly gagged. "Let's talk here." Lucas stroked her palm. "Too many people here. Let's go somewhere quieter. I can offer 30%. Don't cause a scene. The Andersons are already down and out. If you embarrass yourselves again at a conference like this, you won't be able to hold your heads up in the future." Sheena struggled to pull her hand back, but Lucas held on tightly, shooting her a warning look. Then his hand slid toward her buttocks. Sheena was humiliated and furious. Back when Harmonia Pharmacy had been at its peak, everyone had courted her. In school, countless outstanding men had pursued her, but she had ignored them all. Yet after her elder sister disappeared and the Andersons declined, she had been forced to smile submissively just to keep the business alive. Now even a damn deputy dean dared to grope her. It reminded her of junior high. A group of girls had been jealous of her wealth and looks. They had cornered her in the bathroom, and she hadn't dared fight back, until her elder sister burst in, skinny and small, wielding a broom and beating them without mercy. Afterward, chin raised, her sister had scolded her. "What are you afraid of? Wicked people can only be dealt with by being even more ruthless than they are." If her sister were still around, how could things have come to this? Sheena clenched her fists and was about to shove Lucas away when she suddenly felt him stiffen. She turned her head. The young woman who bore a 70% resemblance to her sister was standing beside her, eyes icy. One slender hand pressed down hard on Lucas's wrist. Pain shot through him, forcing his mouth open as he nearly screamed. Nora said coldly, "Don't make a scene. If you embarrass yourself at a conference like this, you won't be able to hold your head up in the future." She threw his own words straight back at him. Lucas released Sheena and stumbled backward, breaking out in cold sweat. He snarled in a low voice, "Let go of me, damn it." Nora released him. Simon rushed over and stood protectively in front of Sheena and Nora. "We're not doing this deal anymore." Lucas's face twisted as he barked angrily, "Fine. Fine. Since you won't sell to me, let's see who else, besides the traditional medicine hall, dares to buy your drugs." Just then, a deep voice cut in. "Who says no one dares?" Chapter 62, It Really Is the Carefree Pill. Justin strode over, his expression cold. The conference hall was noisy, with guests clustered into their own small groups. Justin was low-key by nature, so no one had noticed him. Moreover, this was a medical conference. Most of the people present would never have the chance to come into contact with someone of his status, so they had no idea who he was. However, Deputy Dean Lucas was an exception. When he saw Justin, his face turned pale. "And Mr. Hunt?" Justin ignored him completely and merely turned to Simon, speaking indifferently. "Uncle Simon, Hospital Finest will procure all its traditional medicines from the Andersons. For every type of pill that Harmonia Pharmacy produces, we'll purchase 5,000 pills per month." Everyone present was stunned. 5,000 pills, of every type. Although it wasn't an enormous quantity, it was more than enough to cover Harmonia Pharmacy's daily operating costs. He was essentially throwing them a lifeline. Moreover, the quantity he chose was carefully calculated. Hospital Finest was fully capable of consuming 5,000 pills of each type every month, meaning it wouldn't look like charity. Instead, it preserved the Andersons' dignity. The handling of the matter was both precise and considerate. Simon snapped out of his daze. He exchanged looks with Sheena and Melissa. The Andersons still had many mouths to feed. In addition, Sheena and Cheryl were leading the research and development of new drugs in the pharmaceutical department. Their future still held possibilities. Simon didn't put on airs or refuse out of pride. Instead, he said sincerely, "I'll sell all our medicines to you at the lowest possible price. I also guarantee they'll be of the highest quality." Justin nodded and instructed Sean, "Have the legal department draft a contract. We'll sign it as soon as possible." After that, he looked at Nora. Back then, she hadn't charged any consultation or surgical fees for treating his grandmother. Helping the Andersons now was simply him returning that favor. However, Nora frowned slightly. 5,000 pills of each type. Does that include new products? New products? Simon and Sheena were confused. They didn't have any new products, did they? Justin answered without hesitation, yes. Nora glanced at him. Are you sure? The new product is a bit expensive. A bit expensive? Justin didn't take her seriously. How expensive? Nora replied calmly, the cost price is $800 per pill. Justin frowned. $800 per pill meant $4 million a month for 5,000 pills. Even if Hospital Finest purchased 5,000 units of every medicine produced by Harmonia Pharmacy, the total monthly cost wouldn't even reach $1 million. This was an outrageous jump. His expression cooled. Although he hadn't interacted with her many times, she didn't seem like the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Simon and Sheena finally recovered from the shock and quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense, Nora. We don't have any new products." Nora replied, "Cheryl is making it right now. It'll be finished soon." That made no sense. The factory's R&D department hadn't released a new product in years. But with outsiders present, Simon couldn't openly scold her. He could only say vaguely, "The new products aren't included." Justin ignored him and looked straight at Nora. "What do you think, Miss Smith?" Nora hesitated. The carefree pill used extremely expensive medicinal herbs. Even excluding manufacturing and labor costs, the raw materials alone cost $500 to $600 per pill. A wholesale price of $800 was already very low. She had originally planned to set the retail price at $1,500 per pill. The carefree pill could not only help Harmonia Pharmacy recover but also restore its reputation. But if she had to reserve 5,000 pills for him every month? Forget it. He was Pete's father. Sharing part of the profit with him wouldn't hurt. After a brief sigh, Nora said, "You can have them." Justin? She was clearly charging him a fortune, yet she sounded reluctant, as if she were the one suffering a loss. Annoyed, he suddenly lost interest in staying. Simon hurriedly said, "No, Justin, that won't do. She's still young and doesn't know what she's saying." Sheena grabbed Nora and scolded her in a low voice, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of Mr. Hunt? He's only helping us because of Sis. How can you jack up the price like that? You're so..." The word shameless nearly slipped out, but remembering how Nora had just defended her, Sheena swallowed it back. While they argued, Justin said flatly, "It's settled. A gentleman keeps his word." Since he had agreed, he wouldn't go back on it. He would treat the money as her consultation fee and consider the debt repaid. From that moment on, they owed each other nothing. Just then, a loud voice sounded nearby. "Mr. Myers, I heard you still have another carefree pill. How much are you willing to sell it for?" Nora turned around and saw a handsome young man with flirtatious eyes. He looked to be in his 20s, wearing a gray suit that made him appear tall and lean. He was speaking to a white-haired old man. "I'm willing to pay $150,000 for the pill to treat my uncle." For some reason, Nora found him rather likable. She asked, "Aunt Melissa, who is that?" After hesitating, Melissa answered, "That's Joel Smith, the current head of the Smith family. His uncle is Ian Smith." Ian Smith? The man who never married after her mother left him. As she pondered, John Myers said, "Mr. Smith, it's not that I refuse to sell it. There's only one left, it's our shop's treasure. Joel Smith's eyes curved even without a smile, warm yet commanding. His assistant snapped, then why did you give one to the Hunts? Do you think the Smiths can't compare to them, or that we can't afford it? John wiped cold sweat from his forehead. That's not what I meant at all, Mr. Smith. Joel didn't want to pressure him either. He said gently, why don't we discuss this elsewhere? Only after they left did Nora look away. Melissa sighed. To think a pill can sell for $150,000. At that moment, Deputy Dean Lucas, whom everyone had nearly forgotten, snorted. That's a carefree pill. Of course it's expensive. What kind of new product do you think you're launching to dare sell it at $800 a pill? You're clearly scamming people. He turned to Justin urgently. Mr. Hunt, don't be fooled. The traditional medicine industry is messy, how could a bunch of lousy herbs be worth $800? What, do you think you're selling carefree pills? A sharp glint flashed in Justin's eyes. What business was it of this bastard whether he was willing to throw his money away? Before he could speak, the young woman's lips curved into a faint smile as she said coolly. You're right. We are selling carefree pills. Chapter 63, The Carefree Pill Belongs to the Andersons. What? Everyone was stunned. Even Simon, Sheena, and Melissa felt as though they must have misheard her, let alone Deputy Dean Lucas. After all, the venue was noisy, and nearly everyone was talking about the carefree pill. Deputy Dean Lucas was the first to regain his composure. What did you say? Are you fucking kidding me? However, something suddenly clicked in Melissa's mind, and she whispered, Nora, you have the carefree pill formula? I get it now. Your mother must have left it for you. She vaguely remembered her husband mentioning before that Nora's mother was the one who had developed the carefree pill back then. Nora nodded. Yeah. I've already handed it over to Cheryl. I reckon we'll be able to start mass production in a couple of days. She had expected everyone to be thrilled after hearing that, but Simon's jaw was tight, and he didn't say a word. Sheena frowned deeply. Stop talking nonsense in public when the product hasn't even been finished yet. As expected, a kid like you is completely unreliable. You can't stay calm or steady at all. A chill crept into Nora's eyes. Wasn't her second aunt being a little too hostile toward her? The thought had barely formed when Simon lowered his voice and said, Nora, your mother only managed to produce the carefree pills by coincidence back then. Even then, only a batch of 5 pills was successfully made. The manufacturing process is extremely complicated, and the success rate is frighteningly low. That's why the carefree pills were never popularized in the first place. Even with the formula, mass production would still be very difficult. Seeing the ugly expressions on Simon and Sheena's faces, Deputy Dean Lucas sneered. TSK. Are you drooling over the carefree pill just because you saw that Mr. Myers has one? If the carefree pill were something any random asshole could make, Mr. Myers wouldn't be treating it like the crown jewel of his shop. Not far away, another burst of loud laughter rang out. Everyone turned to see John and Joel walking out together. A relaxed smile spread across John's face as he laughed. Then it's settled, Mr. Smith. Joel looked rather disappointed. It seemed the discussion hadn't gone well. After nodding politely, he stepped aside with little interest, his enthusiasm for the conference visibly diminished. Nora watched him. At that moment, Joel's eyes were lowered, and the warm smile he had worn earlier was gone. Perhaps because he was thinking about his uncle's condition, sorrow and melancholy lingered on his handsome, elegant face. It was strangely heart-wrenching to see him like that. Nora was startled by her own thought. She had always been a cold and detached person, someone who would rather make fewer friends if it meant getting more sleep. The empathy she felt today came out of nowhere. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. Someone nearby asked John, "Didn't Mr. Smith buy the pill?" John sighed and replied, "The pill doesn't actually do much for Mr. Smith's condition. His body is too weak, and he needs long-term nourishment to recover. A single pill won't help him much." Everyone immediately understood. The carefree pill might be a lifesaver for others, but for Ian, whose bodily functions were barely holding on, they would need one pill per day to slowly restore his health. Yet there was only one carefree pill left in the entire world. Naturally, it was useless to him. John continued, however, we can't just ignore Mr. Smith's condition. I've agreed to have Tina visit him daily to conduct health checkups. That way, he wouldn't offend the Smith family. Clever indeed. Someone nearby quickly flattered him. Dr. York is the last disciple you ever accepted. Very few people are worthy of having her personally conduct daily checkups. Now that modern medicine dominates the medical field, traditional medicine has declined significantly. The only thing we can still boast about is Myers Peace Pharmacy. Mr. Myers, I hear it's almost impossible to book an outpatient appointment with you these days. Someone abruptly changed the topic. Mr. Myers, how much are you selling that pill for? Name your price. That's right. Mr. Myers, is that pill for sale? I'd like to buy it too, just in case. A crowd quickly swarmed John, surrounding him completely. For a moment, the Myers family basked in unparalleled attention. Even Tina, standing beside him, looked proud to be associated with them. John smiled calmly. It's not for sale. That's the last pill we have, it's the treasure of our shop. Tina lifted her chin and added gently, Mr. Myers has been using a special preservation method on the pill all these years. The cost of keeping it from expiring alone amounts to nearly $150,000 per year. Hiss. That's insane. No wonder the pill hasn't gone bad even after 25 years. With that pill, the Myers family could dominate the entire traditional medicine industry. As John listened to the praise, his gaze swept toward the Andersons, who had been isolated and deliberately excluded by the crowd. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, he spoke. Traditional medicine requires patience and long-term accumulation. One must be satisfied with what they have and calmly hone their skills. More importantly, they must not be tempted by money or fame. Don't you agree, Simon? His words immediately drew everyone's attention to Simon. John continued, how glorious the Anderson family was 20 years ago. There wasn't a single person in the traditional medicine or pharmaceutical industry who didn't know your name. But over the years, you and your second sister focused on social connections and profit instead. Your intentions toward medicine are no longer pure. Being publicly reprimanded like this, Simon and Sheena flushed red instantly. Melissa stepped forward and smiled. Mr. Myers, Myers Peace Pharmacy's primary business is also selling medicine. Someone has to handle sales, doesn't there? Speaking of which, when our eldest sister was managing drug development, I heard that you personally came to us to seek her advice. John stared at her and sighed. Your eldest sister, Yvette Anderson, was indeed a rare pharmaceutical genius. She was the only person who had any chance of surpassing me back then. What a pity she squandered her talent on love and romance, eloping with a man instead. How fucking shameless. If she had behaved herself and known her place, she might have created the carefree pill herself. Simon exploded with rage. Yvette was the one who made the carefree pill you're holding. Sheena was equally furious. Back then, Yvette had produced 5 pills. John had borrowed 2 under the excuse of research and observation. Later, Yvette got into trouble before she could refine the formula. The remaining 3 pills were used on a patient, and in the chaos, they had forgotten to retrieve the 2 pills from him. Now, not only was John using those pills to suppress the Andersons, but he was also shamelessly claiming that he made them himself. Utterly fucking shameless. John merely smiled and said nothing. Tina, however, frowned and said, that's a very strange accusation, Uncle Simon. If the Andersons really made the carefree pills, why are they in my teacher's possession while you don't have a single one? Exactly. The Andersons are fucking shameless, stealing credit for pills that belong to the Myers family. Carefree pills are extremely difficult to make. The 2 pills Mr. Myers has were only successfully produced by chance. How can the Andersons claim they made them? If they really made them, why haven't they produced even one? Besides, they're claiming Yvette made them. She's already dead, of course they can say whatever bullshit they want now. Unless they can actually bring out a carefree pill, who the hell would believe them? Amid the heated speculation, a calm, cold voice slowly rang out. Who says the Andersons don't have any carefree pills? Chapter 64, I'll give you anything you want. Everyone turned to look and saw a slender figure standing there casually. The young woman looked charmingly beautiful, her cat-like eyes slightly lowered, as though she were sleepy and tired. Yet at the same time, she exuded an air of unrestrained arrogance. Her fair, slender fingers slipped into her pocket, and she took out a black pill wrapped in white paper. After tearing off the crude, simple wrapper, she held the pill between two fingers and looked at John. She said calmly, "This is the real thing, the carefree pill." John's eyes widened the moment he saw her. The young woman resembled Yvette Anderson far too much, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was just like back then, when that other young woman had stood before him and declared proudly, "I've successfully made the carefree pill." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Dr. Lincoln, take a look. Is that really the carefree pill?" Dr. Lincoln was a well-known traditional medicine practitioner within the circle. At the request, he stepped forward and took the pill from the young woman. He scraped off a small portion, lifted it to his nose, and sniffed carefully. A moment later, "It's the carefree pill. And judging by it, it was made recently." "What? Made recently? That young woman looks like she's from the Anderson family. Could it be that Yvette really was the one who created the carefree pill?" As soon as those words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Simon's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Mr. Myers, you've got nothing to say now, do you?" John quickly regained his composure and replied vaguely, "Yvette and I worked together on medicine back then. I didn't expect her to have successfully created the carefree pill as well." He was clearly trying to salvage his dignity. "Ha!" Melissa let out a soft chuckle. Though she said nothing, it made John feel as though he had been slapped several times in the face, his expression burning with embarrassment. The crowd exchanged glances. Suddenly, Dr. Lincoln stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Anderson, may I ask if the pill is for sale? I'm willing to pay $15,000. The moment he said that, everyone snapped back to their senses and surged toward Simon. "I'll pay $23,000. I'll pay $80,000. I'll pay $150,000. This was supposed to be a conference, but anyone passing by might have mistaken it for an auction house. Simon ignored them and carefully took back the pill from Dr. Lincoln. He said, "This pill." Before he could say "not for sale," Nora spoke calmly, "Is for sale, of course." Simon froze. The Myers family had risen to prominence in New York relying on a single pill alone. Did Nora even realize how valuable this thing was? Just as he was about to object, Nora reached into her pocket again. 1 pill. 2 pills. 3 pills. She took out a total of 20 pills. She said evenly, "The Anderson family's new product, the carefree pill, will officially launch at the end of this month. The retail price will be $3,000 per pill." She had originally planned to set the price at $1,500, but judging by the frenzy earlier, selling them for $3,000 didn't seem like a problem. Just as Nora was wondering whether the price was too high, the crowd erupted. "I want 200 pills. I want 2,000 pills. Mr. Anderson, I want 3,000 pills." Representatives from drugstores and hospitals began shouting their orders one after another. Simon swallowed hard and subconsciously glanced at Nora. She said indifferently, "The production process for the carefree pill is complex, so we can only produce up to 10,000 pills per month. They will be sold strictly at retail price, no wholesale discounts." The crowd looked disappointed, but someone still approached Simon eagerly. "Mr. Anderson, if I place an order for 5,000 cartons of Vitality water, can you sell me 200 carefree pills? I'll pay retail price." Simon hesitated briefly. "All right. Me too. I want some as well." The crowd that had been dismissive of Simon just moments ago now surrounded him enthusiastically. Deputy Dean Lucas from the traditional medicine hall also forced his way forward. "Simon, considering our friendship, you have to give me 500 carefree pills no matter what." Before he could get closer, Sheena stopped him. She smiled coldly and said, "Interested in our products, Deputy Dean Lucas? That'll be 4 times the usual price." Deputy Dean Lucas was speechless. He had demanded a 60% discount earlier, and now the price had quadrupled. Sheena was clearly doing this on purpose. Nearby, Justin looked slightly stunned. His original intention had been to compensate her financially, but now. "The pill retails at $3,000, but she's selling it to us at $800 each. That's a profit of $2,200 per pill, $11 million total. Mr. Hunt, Miss Smith just handed us a massive share of the profits." Sean calculated rapidly behind him, then muttered, "Why does it feel like we're the ones taking advantage of Miss Smith?" Justin fell silent. He had intended to repay her favor, but instead, his debt seemed to be growing. At some point, the chill on his face and the irritation in his heart had quietly dissipated. The corners of his lips lifted unconsciously, even the beauty mark near his eye seeming to gleam with amusement. Meanwhile, the young woman at the center of attention had already slipped away unnoticed. She left the chaos to Simon and walked quietly toward Justin. Her expression was complicated, hesitation mixed with uncertainty. What exactly was she going to say to him? The thought alone seemed to trouble her. The smile on Justin's lips deepened slightly. But just as she drew closer, the woman suddenly turned and walked toward Joel instead. Justin blinked. The smile on his face froze instantly. Nora was indeed hesitant. She didn't know whether what she was about to do was right or wrong, but she followed her heart and walked up to Joel. She said, "Mr. Smith, the Anderson family is willing to provide your uncle's medication free of charge." Joel had noticed the commotion long ago. Still, he hadn't expected Nora to approach him personally. His flirtatious eyes lifted slightly, but his smile vanished completely. His gaze turned icy as he replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but my uncle will never take medicine from the Anderson family." After speaking, he gave Nora a cold nod, turned around, and left. Nora was left speechless. She hadn't expected that response at all and stood there in a daze. A low voice sounded beside her. "Ian Smith is extremely proud. Your mother embarrassed him back then. He'll never use medicine from the Anderson family." Nora turned and saw Justin standing behind her. She clenched her jaw, then sighed softly. Some mistakes could be made up for. Others could not. In that case, there was no need for her to interfere further. Seeing that she didn't seem overly affected, Justin cleared his throat and said slowly, "Miss Smith, about the new product." Nora waved her hand. "Since I'm giving it to you, just take it." Justin let out a low chuckle and asked, "Is there anything you want, Miss Smith?" "Anything I want." Nora's eyes lit up as she looked at him. "Will you really give me whatever I want?" That scorching gaze appeared again. Justin answered in a low, husky voice, "Yes." Nearby, Sean was utterly speechless. "Boss. I can't bear to watch this anymore." Ding! His phone vibrated. He glanced down and saw the photo of Nora's daughter that he had requested earlier. Chapter 65, Someone was investigating my daughter. Justin stared intently at Nora, his head slightly lowered. There was none of the usual cold, unfeeling demeanor he always carried. His well-tailored, custom-made suit accentuated his tall, broad frame, making him appear straight and imposing. A faint light flickered in his dark, deep-set eyes, and even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed darker than usual. He looked as though he were anticipating something, yet at the same time, nervous. If Pete had been present, he would have discovered that this egocentric tyrant, who had always acted with absolute authority, was actually somewhat uneasy at the moment. The woman's eyes were large and bright, devoid of their usual laziness as she gazed at him. Her look made his heart suddenly pound. For a brief moment, he had the illusion that he would agree to whatever she asked for, no matter what it was. Her lips parted, and a few words slipped out. "I want you." The world around Justin seemed to go silent. The corners of his lips curled up unconsciously, and even his dark eyes seemed to brighten like a sunny sky. Then he heard the second half of her sentence. "Our son." Justin froze. It was like a bolt from the blue. For the first time in a long while, the man, whose expression rarely betrayed his emotions, couldn't maintain his composure. His voice stiffened slightly as he asked, "What?" Seeing his intense reaction, the light in Nora's eyes dimmed bit by bit. She had known it wouldn't work. The profit from the carefree pills was probably nothing more than pocket change to the number one family. How could it possibly move him? From his perspective, if she were offering to buy Cherry, well, allowing her to stay at the Hunt residence wasn't completely impossible either. Nora lowered her gaze. Her long lashes cast shadows against her cheeks as she said casually, with a trace of disappointment, "Just kidding." Justin. At that moment, Nora's phone rang. She nodded slightly at Justin, walked a few steps away, and answered the call. Solo's voice came through urgently. "Auntie, I just found signs that someone is searching the internet for your daughter's photos." Nora frowned. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she immediately looked toward Justin, only to see his assistant standing behind him, whispering something into his ear. Justin lifted his gaze and glanced at her. Then his assistant raised his phone, clearly about to open an email and show him a photo. Nora's heart skipped a beat. She hung up instantly and strode forward. "Mr. Hunt." Justin paused mid-action and looked at her. A cold glint flashed through Nora's eyes as she closed the distance between them. She tiptoed slightly, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Your clothes are wrinkled." Holding her phone in her other hand, she accidentally knocked it against Sean's phone that Justin was holding. As she pretended to smooth out his clothes, she counted silently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time was up. Just as Nora was about to step back and put some distance between them, a large, warm hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. "Careful." A waiter had just passed behind her. The heat from the palm on her waist felt scorching. Nora lifted her head awkwardly, her gaze colliding with the smile on Justin's lips. His lips were thin yet perfectly shaped. His nose bridge was tall, giving him a sharp, gallant appearance. His pupils were dark, deep, and unfathomable. Seen up close, his face carried a dangerously seductive charm. Nora felt as though the air had been sucked out of her lungs, her chest tight and stifling. She hurriedly pushed him away and took several steps back. After steadying herself, she said, "Thank you." Then she turned and left. As he watched her retreat in flustered embarrassment, Justin lowered his gaze to his fingertips. That woman had an incredible figure. Where she should be full, she was full, yet her waist was slim and narrow, as though it could be encircled with just one hand. After a moment, he finally looked down at the phone again. The screen was black. Sean stared at it in disbelief. "Is the battery dead? That can't be right. It was over 60% just now. Why won't it turn on?" After hacking Sean's phone, Nora lowered her head and tapped rapidly on her large, heavy phone for a moment. Just then, a shadow fell over her. She looked up to see Tina supporting John, both of them staring at her with poorly concealed hostility. As Nora slipped her phone back into her pocket, she heard Tina say brightly, "Miss Smith, something wonderful is about to happen to you." She deliberately raised her voice, drawing everyone's attention. John cleared his throat and said, "So you're the daughter of an old friend. Back then, your mother and I were close. Even though she went astray and ruined herself, now that you're here, I should guide you in her place. I heard you're a surgeon. Are you interested in traditional medicine?" A question mark slowly formed in Nora's mind. Tina smiled. "Miss Smith, are you so happy that you're speechless? My teacher, Mr. Myers, is willing to take you as his student. Hurry up and acknowledge him as your master." "Nora!" Tina straightened her posture and said slowly, "Miss Smith, perhaps you're not familiar with the traditional medicine circle in New York. At present, there are only a few recognized masters, Dr. Myers, Dr. Lincoln, and Dr. Jenkins. All three studied under Dr. Sylvester Zabe, the most renowned practitioner years ago. Dr. Zabe hasn't treated patients for years now, which makes Mr. Myers the most authoritative figure today. He is also the Deputy Dean of the New York College of Traditional Medicine. Countless people are desperate to become his postgraduate students. For him to accept you is an honor, something many would beg for. As soon as she finished speaking, murmurs erupted among the crowd. No wonder Mr. Myers is so skilled. So he studied under Dr. Zabe. But wasn't it said that Dr. Zabe never accepted students? John smiled faintly. I was fortunate enough to study under Mr. Zabe for a few years. I suppose you could call me an unofficial disciple. At that moment, Dr. Lincoln muttered, I heard that Mr. Zabe officially took in a student a few years ago and taught them everything he knew, but that's just a rumor. I've never seen that junior myself, so I don't know whether they're male or female. His words failed to attract much attention. Tina pressed on, acknowledge Mr. Myers as your teacher first. You can formally visit him later to complete the ceremony. Nora replied slowly, no, thank you. Putting aside the fact that this man clearly had ulterior motives and would likely demand the carefree pills formula later, just becoming John's student alone would completely mess up the hierarchy. Moreover, since coming to New York, she hadn't even visited her own teacher yet. As she drifted into thought, Tina's expression darkened. She and John were about to speak again when Joel Smith, standing nearby, answered a phone call. His face changed drastically. He strode toward John and said urgently, my uncle is dying. Please come with me immediately and take a look at him. Chapter 66, An Incurable Illness? John, who didn't dare slight him, answered, okay. Before leaving, he looked at Nora and said, you're still young, so you should think some things through more carefully. Mr. Smith, let's not waste any more time and hurry over. After John and Tina left, the people around them began to gather around Nora. So you're Yvette Anderson's daughter? Becoming John's student is a great opportunity. Don't pass it up. She's still young, Simon, but you'd best be sensible. Look at Tina. After she became Mr. Myers' student, she became an attending physician at Hospital Finest and gained a lot of recognition. Amid everyone's persuasion, Nora merely stared in the direction where Joel and the others had left. Ian Smith was dying. Should she go over and take a look? However, when she thought of what Joel had said earlier, she abandoned the thought. Never mind. Everyone had their own destiny. The conference ended perfectly for the Andersons. All the goods piled up in their warehouse were sold out. In addition, with the carefree pills, Harmonia Pharmacy's position in the traditional medicine industry stabilized somewhat. At the very least, when they left, the others no longer looked at them with the same contempt as they had at the beginning. Only after the Andersons had left did Justin look at Sean, who had already taken out his spare phone, logged into his email account, and opened the email he had just received. The photo was of a baby who had just turned 1 month old. Honestly speaking, all newborn babies looked more or less the same. However, the baby in the photo looked soft and chubby, and it was obvious that she had very attractive facial features. Justin suddenly thought of Pete when he was a baby. Due to his poor health, he had been nothing but skin and bones. At the Andersons' residence. After Nora and the others entered, the whole family sat on the sofa in the living room. Simon had just ended a call with his daughter. He said excitedly, Cheryl says they've already produced 50 pills based on the formula. The formula works. We can really mass-produce carefree pills. Melissa glanced at Sheena, who hadn't said a word since entering. She said, it seems Yvette really did improve the formula and even had Nora bring it back. This shows that even after leaving home, she hadn't forgotten the Andersons. Sheena's complexion was dull and ashen. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she felt utterly dejected. Simon, who didn't notice anything, asked, Nora, are you really not going to study under John? Nora replied, no. After thinking for a while, Simon said, I know it's because John was deliberately making things difficult for us that you. There's no need to discuss this any further. I'm not interested in learning traditional medicine from him, Nora interrupted bluntly. Sheena frowned. Then what are you interested in? Nora raised an eyebrow and remained silent for a moment. Immediately, Sheena reprimanded her. I heard you're a surgeon. Do you have a medical license? Which college did you graduate from? Which hospital do you work at? Are you an outpatient doctor or an attending physician? Nora replied, I work independently. You work independently? Sheena scoffed. Then how many operations can you perform in a month? Since you're still young, why don't you train in a hospital for a few more years? Melissa tugged at Sheena's sleeve. Sheena, don't say any more for now. However, Sheena pulled her sleeve back and said, so you want me to apologize to your mother? Fine, I'll do it. I shouldn't have said those things about sis. But Nora, as your aunt, there's something I must say. Your mother was renowned as a talented young lady in New York back then, yet you grew up elsewhere. The fact that you're incapable of anything damages your mother's reputation. That is something I absolutely will not allow. Nora felt that her second aunt took reputation far too seriously. She stood up and went upstairs. I'll go see what Cherry is doing. Sheena immediately became furious. You! Melissa grabbed her hand and said, she's only just returned, Sheena. Give her some time to adapt. Don't worry, whether you bring it up or not, I'll do my best to groom Nora. Nora! She really didn't need it. She went upstairs, entered her bedroom, and immediately heard Cherry in the middle of her game. Chesty, come on. I caught someone who's alone. A voice rang out through the voice chat. Coming. I'm coming. Then Cherry exclaimed, no, it's not just one person, there are two. Ah, there's one, two more hiding in the bushes. Chesty, there are 4 players separated from their team. Come on. Why are you running away, Chesty? Why are you so lousy? Cherry, they have 4 people while there are only 2 of us. Are you sure they're separated from their team? Why are you chickening out? I can beat 5 of them by myself. Are you a man or not? I'm your uncle. Oh. People who don't know would think you're my aunt instead. Seeing Cherry fully engrossed in her game, Nora reminded her to watch the time and went to take a bath. Cherry blinked her big, cute eyes and stared at her phone. Chesty, Mommy's back, so I'll have to log off soon. Are you still streaming? Chester replied, yes. The viewers in my live stream are all asking you to start streaming too. Cherry became intrigued. Will anyone watch if I live stream? Of course. Chester replied. I'm a top streamer with millions of fans. When we challenge the rankings as a duo, you'll definitely get tons of traffic. Okie dokie. Cherry said. I'll start live streaming tomorrow. What do I need to prepare? Do you have a computer at home? Chester asked. You'll need a good camera, preferably one with a beautifying feature. No problem. The 2 silly gamers chatted happily. Cherry even grinned as she dreamed of becoming a little star. Once she started live streaming, she could share history trivia and even recite poems, letting everyone see how much of a genius, and beauty, she was. The Smith residence was located near 3rd Avenue in New York. The manor's interior decor was understated yet elegant, exuding refinement in every detail. Several servants busied themselves with their chores without making a sound. It was obvious they were well trained. All members of the Smith family were gathered outside the master bedroom. They sat on leather sofas, staring anxiously at the closed door. Inside the bedroom, a tall, well-built man lay on a large gray bed. Although he was nearly 50, Ian didn't look his age at all. Aside from his unnatural pallor, he looked no older than 30. Though unconscious, his facial features exuded the composure and authority of someone accustomed to high status. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Nora and Ian shared very similar lip shapes. John checked Ian's vitals with a grave expression, while Tina stood stiffly, carefully observing the luxurious surroundings. Even at his level, John was merely a big figure within the traditional medicine circle. To true elite families like the Smiths, he was nothing more than a doctor with above-average skills. Their status and influence were worlds apart. Joel looked troubled. Seeing John finish his examination, he asked anxiously, "How is my uncle?" John frowned and replied, "Mr. Smith has no will to live. There's nothing that can cure him. Please prepare for his funeral." Joel's expression changed drastically. "Is there truly no other way, Mr. Myers?" John replied, "There may be someone who can do something about it." Joel asked urgently, "Who?" Chapter 67, Direct Successor. John's expression remained unchanged as he answered, "It's Dr. Zabe." At once, Joel got ready to instruct his subordinates to invite him over. However, John stopped him. He said, "He's already very old, and has even become somewhat absent-minded and bedridden. But I've heard that he took in a student who inherited all of his skills. Unfortunately, this person is very mysterious. No one knows where they are." Joel frowned, his gaze falling on Ian, who was lying on the bed. John contemplated for a moment before speaking again. "I can keep Mr. Smith alive, but you'll have to either help him rekindle his will to live or find Dr. Zabe's student." Joel nodded, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. "In that case, please help my uncle regain consciousness as soon as possible, Mr. Myers." "Okay." John took out a silver needle and pierced several important points on Ian. Then he crushed a pill and fed it into Ian's mouth. After some work, Ian's heartbeat became steady again. John wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Joel, "Mr. Smith should be able to wake up tomorrow. I'll have Tina personally check on him every day and do our best to keep him alive until you find Dr. Zabe's successor." A smile formed on Joel's face. "Okay, I'll get the butler to see you out." After the two of them left, a feminine and delicate voice rang out. "Joel, he's obviously capable of curing Dad, yet he keeps dragging on here with you. Also, Dr. Zabe? He sure talks a lot of nonsense." Joel smiled upon hearing this. He turned to see an attractive figure walking in. It was Ian's adopted daughter, Yvonne Smith. Ian had never married, choosing only to adopt a daughter. All the other children born into the Smith family were boys, so they doted on their one and only younger sister very much. Joel said, "As long as he can cure Uncle Ian, what's the harm in helping him boost his reputation?" Yvonne stuck out her tongue and cast her eyes downward. Everyone said she was the princess of the Smiths in New York, but no one knew that she was actually most afraid of Joel. The new head of the Smiths always smiled, and was gentle and generous, but Yvonne always felt there was a thin wall between them. At the entrance of the Smiths' residence. It took a full 10 minutes for the car to go from the villa where Ian lived to the gate of the manor. It was only when Tina saw they were on the main road that she finally looked away from the manor. She looked at John nervously. "Sir, Ian Smith is already on his deathbed. Even he doesn't want to live anymore, how can we possibly save him? Ian had no external or internal injuries. From a modern medicine perspective, there was nothing wrong with him. Yet his internal organs were slowly failing." John stretched out his hand, half a pill rested on his palm. "Go over every day to check his health. Give him a few jabs on unimportant points first, and then have him consume this pill. This will keep him alive." Tina exclaimed, "Sir, that pill is..." John heaved a heavy sigh. "It's the carefree pill." Tina's eyes widened. "That pill is worth a lot." "You..." John balled up his fist and closed his eyes. Due to his age, the skin on his eyelids was loose and saggy. He instructed, "Have someone secretly buy them from Harmonia Pharmacy. Don't let anyone discover anything. Harmonia Pharmacy has won this round, thanks to the carefree pill. If we don't achieve something big, they'll probably rise above us." Tina immediately understood. The Myerses had made a name for themselves overnight by using the carefree pill to cure the elderly Mrs. Hunt. Additionally, it had cemented John's position in traditional medicine. However, now that the carefree pill had become the Andersons, it had robbed them of their glory. Dr. Zabe was the only one capable of curing Ian, yet John had successfully kept him alive. This was undoubtedly a triumph worth telling everyone about. Tina sat up straight. "Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure I don't slip up or give anything away." It was getting late, and the moon was already visible in the sky. The streets of New York were filled with cars. From a distance, it looked like an endless stream of red lights. Although the Andersons' residence wasn't a large manor, it was in the city center, in a quiet little area amid the hustle and bustle. The small villa's market value exceeded $10 million. After dinner, Mrs. Anderson and Melissa brought Nora into the study. The swelling around Mrs. Anderson's eyes had already gone down, and her vision was fully restored. She looked at Nora kindly. "Nora, Cherry must be 5 by now, right? It's not appropriate to leave her at home all the time. Do you plan to send her to kindergarten?" Nora had thought about this long ago. Originally, her trip to New York was temporary, but now that her son was here, it seemed she had to stay permanently. She nodded and asked, "Which is the best kindergarten nearby?" Cherry had a super high IQ. She wasn't like other children. She was impatient and, apart from when she played games, couldn't sit still. This was the only reason Nora allowed her to play games, to help her practice focusing. However, her game time each day was limited. Given her situation, she needed a kindergarten with abundant staff, so the most professional teachers could take care of her. Melissa paused for a moment before answering, "The best kindergarten around here is the International Golden Sunshine Kindergarten." Mrs. Anderson frowned. "That kindergarten is hard to get into." Nora was puzzled. Melissa explained, "It's the best kindergarten in New York. Students are either wealthy or noble. Even with our family's background, neither Cheryl nor Logan were accepted when they were children." She continued, "Not only does the kindergarten have tough requirements for children, but it also has strict requirements for parents. Parents must be special talents or top-ranking officials. There are also assessments set specifically for parents." Nora asked directly, "What counts as a special talent?" Melissa answered, "Talents who've made major contributions. Alternatively, parents holding top-class black cards qualify." Mrs. Anderson asked, "What's a top-class black card?" Melissa shook her head. "I've only heard of it, never seen one." Nora's eyes flickered. A bank's top-class black card was a credit card with no limit. Currently, there were only a double-digit number of these in the world. It was said that the holders formed a mysterious organization known as the Imperial League. Members were either global tycoons or influential politicians, controlling the world economy. They were highly secretive. Even casual conversations among them could trigger global financial fluctuations, yet even members didn't know each other's identities. Everyone speculated that in the US, the person most likely to hold a black card was Justin. Therefore, everyone treated him with utmost respect. Anyone with such a black card could purchase the kindergarten outright, so there would be no enrollment restrictions for them. Nora's lips curled upward. She was about to say something when her phone rang. However, seeing the caller ID, she was momentarily taken aback. Why was he calling her? Chapter 68, Grandpa, why don't I tell you some trivia? Nora said to Melissa, "We'll go for that kindergarten, Aunt Melissa. I'll take Cherry there and give it a try." Then, she got up, went out the door, and picked up the call. An aged and stern voice came from the other end. "Where are you?" It was her traditional medicine teacher, Sylvester Zabe. At the thought of how serious and stern he was, Nora subconsciously straightened her back and answered, "I'm in New York, sir." "What's the matter?" Sylvester slowly replied, "Oh. The Smiths are looking for you. They want you to treat someone's illness." "The Smiths? Ian Smith?" Just as Nora was about to say she would go, Sylvester interrupted, "You don't have to go. He isn't sick, he just doesn't want to live anymore. His internal organs are failing. Currently, they're using the carefree pill to keep him alive. Even if you do go over, can you make him regain the will to live?" Nora had no words. She reckoned that Ian would probably wish to die even more if he saw her. She sighed internally, then asked carefully, "Okay. Can I visit you tomorrow, sir?" Sylvester was already over 90 years old, yet he spoke clearly. "No, it's fine. I'm already old, there's nothing to see here. You passing down my skills in traditional medicine is the best way to repay my kindness." However, the old man's indifference made Nora tear up. Without him, she would probably have already died several times. She cast her eyes down and said, "In that case, let me know if you ever want to see me. You're not a kid anymore, so why are you still so clingy? Stop it." After saying that, Sylvester added, "I'm hanging up." Beep, beep, beep. Nora looked at her cell phone and heaved a soft sigh. That old man's temper was as weird as ever. The night passed peacefully. When Cherry woke the next morning, Nora was still asleep. She tiptoed gently across the carpet, closing the door behind her as she entered the study. Then, she picked up her cell phone and sent Chester a text message. "Chesty, are you ready?" Chester replied instantly, "I've already registered a live stream account for you, so you can officially start streaming now." Okie dokie. Cherry climbed the chair and planted her tiny self on the big swivel chair. She pushed her foot against the table, turned the chair, and then turned on Nora's computer. Chester chuckled and texted, "It's your first live stream today, Cherry. Let's do something a little special so you can attract more fans." Cherry's big dark eyes lit up. "Okay. What shall we do?" Chester, in his room at the Hunts, replied, "Let's compete in the live stream." Cherry eagerly replied, "No problem. I'll beat you for sure." "Heh," Chester replied smugly. "A contest in a live stream isn't about the game but the fans' monetary tips. I have 10 million fans, so I'll definitely beat you." Chester had suffered his little niece's in-game dissing for over half a year. Now, he was going to stand tall and regain his dignity as her uncle. He would let his little niece see just how crazy his fans were. Cherry wrote, "I'll definitely be better at this than you." Chester grinned and started a new live stream. "Hello everyone. This is Chesty. Today, I will introduce a new friend to all of you. She's my team leader. Yes, she's none other than the cutie with a little girl's voice who loves playing as the heroine with the huge cannon. Everyone, please show her lots of support." At the Smiths. Ian had woken up in the morning. The servant quickly told him that Joel had watched over him all night. Joel, whose eyes were red, held his hand and said, "Uncle Ian, the Smiths still need you. I can't head the family alone yet. You can't just leave all of this behind and go." Joel was lying. He was even more capable than he had been back then, yet he put on this act. Ian smiled weakly. "I'm fine." A touch of sorrow flashed across Joel's eyes. He picked up the cell phone and handed it to Ian to pique his interest. "I remember you used to like games, Uncle Ian. This game is very popular now. How about trying it out?" Ian hadn't been very interested in games. "I don't know how to play it," he said dispassionately. "It's fine," Joel said, opening a live stream app. "It's interesting to watch others play, too. You can even learn just by watching." He opened a random live stream and placed the cell phone in Ian's line of vision. Ian didn't have the heart to refuse, so he simply looked over casually. A soft and tender voice could already be heard from the live stream. "Chesty, why are my points so low?" Chester replied, "That's because points are calculated from tips fans give through virtual gifts. You don't have many fans yet." "Hee, come on, everyone. I'm always being trashed by Sweet Cherry in the game, so I'll give her a taste of it this time." "Sweet Cherry?" Ian was momentarily taken aback. He remembered that Yvette's game alias had been Lollipop back then. When teased for using such a sweet-sounding name, she had replied, "What's wrong with that? If I have a daughter, she'll play games with me and use the alias Sweet Cherry, and you'll die of diabetes from all the sugar." "Sweet Cherry." Ian stretched his pale and feeble arm and took hold of the cell phone. A face-off screen appeared. Sweet Cherry had only a few hundred points while Chesty had a few thousand. He suddenly gained a little interest. When Chester raised his head, he discovered that Cherry's total points had exceeded his. He immediately exclaimed, "What the F***CK? What happened?" Cherry exclaimed excitedly, Someone just gave me a huge tip. I can't even keep count. Chester counted and found the person had given her an $80,000 tip in one go. Shocked, he urged, "Quick, greet your sponsor daddy." "Thank you for the tip, sponsor daddy." Cherry was troubled. "But I already have a daddy." She tilted her head, bit her finger, and thought for a while. Then, her eyes lit up. "I know. I'll have mommy call him daddy instead. So that makes him grandpa. Thank you for the tip, grandpa." While she spoke, another notification showed she had received another $80,000 tip. It instantly crushed Chester's points. "What the F***ck," he shouted, angry. "Don't be so arrogant. I also have sponsors." He immediately posted a link to the live stream on his Facebook page. "Hey everyone. Those with money, please show some support. Those without, go away." Most of Chester's friends were wealthy and usually gave a few $1,000s for fun. After posting, his score started to rise. At this time, Justin was seated in his office in the Hunt Corporation Tower. Beside him, Pete was studying. He opened his Facebook page and immediately saw Chester's post. Bored, he clicked the link. A tender voice came from the live stream. "Sponsor Grandpa, to thank you for giving me such big tips, I'll tell you some trivia." Chapter 69, Daddy Has Come. Justin was taken aback when he heard the voice. It sounded vaguely familiar. However, when he lowered his head and saw his son beside him, he suppressed his doubts. Back in California, Pete had worn girls' clothing from time to time, almost like he had a split personality. However, after they returned to New York, apart from the first day he went to practice martial arts at the Quinn School of Martial Arts, where he had returned in a princess dress and became a little princess again, he had been normal the past few days. He must be too high-strung. Otherwise, why would he find the voice just now so similar to his son's voice during his previous relapses? What was Chester doing, though? Why was there a child's voice in his live stream? Justin's deep-set eyes narrowed as he watched sullenly. It took only a few seconds for him to figure out what was going on with the so-called contest. He let out a cold laugh immediately. His younger brother sure was making a good showing. To think he was being suppressed by a nobody streamer. It wasn't an issue as long as no one knew, but should the day come when it became known that Chesty the game streamer was a Hunt, it would be a huge embarrassment to the family. At the thought, Justin immediately topped up $300,000 into his account. He was about to tip his younger brother when he suddenly heard the tender voice say, "Do you know who discovered radium? It's Johnny Depp." "Justin?" His fingers instantly paused, and a sense of familiarity welled up in him. He impulsively entered the live stream hosted by Sweet Cherry. The screen showed both streamers facing off, but neither of their cameras was turned on. Instead, they were streaming their gameplay. In a crisp and clear voice, the little girl said, "Sponsor Grandpa, I didn't get it wrong. I have a really awesome memory, yeah. If you don't believe me, I can tell you more. Do you know the famous playwright who wrote Romeo and Juliet? It's Chris Hemsworth." These insignificant trivia questions, whose answers were all handsome actors and celebrities, why did they sound so familiar? Justin couldn't help but glance at Pete again. He coughed and cast his eyes down, but an inexplicable sense of intimacy suddenly surged in him. He had always been a loner since childhood. He didn't have many friends, and on top of that, there was a lot of scheming and trickery among his relatives. Even his grandfather had tricked him right before his death. Therefore, there were times when he felt lonely, too. Pete was a boy, so he had always taught him to be independent and self-reliant since he was a baby. He hadn't liked the Pete who wore a princess dress, but to be honest, when he grasped his big hand with his soft little hands and looked at him with those big, damp, innocent eyes, his heart had felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder, how nice would it be if he really had a daughter? Aren't I clever, yeah? I see everyone in the comments laughing. Is it because I'm so smart? But why isn't anyone tipping me? With a flick of his fingers, Justin immediately sent out a tip worth 9,999 airplanes, the most expensive virtual gift purchasable. Cherry immediately exclaimed, I must have done really well. Someone has tipped me again. She didn't know how much money that was at all, but she nevertheless said in a rather troubled manner. But it's only because mommy's daddy is a very bad man that I got her a sponsor daddy. I can't have two at the same time. I can only choose one to be my sponsor grandpa. As soon as she said that, another account also gave her a tip worth 9,999 airplanes. Cherry shouted, Sponsor grandpa. Love you. Justin opened the list of fans and found that the top fan in Sweet Cherry's fan list was a person named Grandpa. He sure knew how to take advantage of others. He let out a cold laugh and sent another 9,999 airplanes. In other words, he had given her a tip of $150,000 right away. Troubled, Cherry lowered her voice and asked Chester seriously, Chesty, who should I call sponsor grandpa? Seeing that his points that had just increased greatly were firmly suppressed again, Chester entered her live stream huffily and said, Let me see who's the bastard that actually tipped you $300,000 straight away. As he spoke, he opened her fan list. Since user accounts of the live stream platform were linked to their Facebook profiles, the user's Facebook profile pictures would also show in the live stream platform. At the sight of that familiar profile picture on Cherry's fan list, the words at the tip of Chester's tongue changed, and he stuttered, JJ Justin? Cherry immediately understood what he meant and exclaimed softly, Daddy? Justin? Cherry's voice immediately became excited, though she also did an obvious turnaround and added, I meant sponsor daddy. Justin. That familiar voice and way of speaking, he turned and looked at Pete, who was next to him, again. Pete? The tyrant was using his cell phone and had earphones on, but he kept glancing at him from time to time. A resigned Pete raised the book in his hand and said, I really am reading. Justin kept quiet. Then, he nodded and continued to watch the live stream. Everyone in the comments was laughing at the streamer. She had said just now that she wouldn't call anyone sponsor daddy, but a moment later, she had given in for the sake of tips. Not only did she have a sponsor grandpa, but she also had a sponsor daddy now. Justin's eyes darkened slightly. His expression turned cold, and even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed to give off an icy chill. Little did he think that he, who had always been hard-hearted, would actually fall for a nobody streamer's charms. He was about to close the live stream when the tender voice said, Sponsor daddy, do you want to watch me play games? I'm super good at it, yeah. I'm even better at games than trivia knowledge. His fingers suddenly paused, and he started to watch her play just like that. The streamer sounded like she was only 5 or 6 years old. Her voice was soft and tender, and she liked to play as a particular female hero in the game. The hero was a very cute little girl who carried a huge cannon. However, not only did she diss people mercilessly in the game, but she also had a lot of firepower. Before he knew it, he had spent an hour and a half watching the live stream. This continued until Sponsor Grandpa, Daddy. I'm going offline. By the way, what are you having for lunch today? We're gonna have beef steak. That's my favorite food, yeah. At some point, she no longer addressed Justin as sponsor daddy, but just daddy. It was only after the live stream ended that Justin finally came back to his senses. He couldn't help looking at Pete again. An expressionless Pete looked back at him. Justin kept quiet for a while. Then, he said, Pete, say daddy, dot. The way that little streamer kept calling him daddy was so adorable that even his heart softened. Were all children that cute? Pete pursed his lips. His little face was serious. After contemplating for a while, he asked, Daddy, have you seen the doctor? Justin also felt he was acting rather ridiculously. He stood up and said, Let's go home for lunch. When the two returned home, the nanny brought out plates of piping hot food. Chester automatically sat at the dining table. Justin suddenly looked at him and asked, Who's that kid you were doing a live stream with today? Chester's fork-holding hand stopped moving, and he froze completely. Chapter 70, I already have a spot. Chester grew up with Justin, so his elder brother had always inspired awe and respect in him, as though he were his father. Therefore, he actually felt very guilty about hiding the truth from Justin. If Justin didn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. But now that he had, he mustn't lie. As such, he stammered, "It's your daughter." His daughter? Well, the little streamer had called him daddy for 2 hours, but he was indeed her true blue sponsor daddy. At this time, a calm voice reached them. "What live stream are you talking about?" Pete sat with his back straight. Although his voice still had a childish quality, it nevertheless gave off a calm and steady feeling. Chester replied, "My team leader in the game hosted a live stream today." Justin snorted coldly. "You're actually acknowledging a 5 or 6-year-old girl as your leader? How promising of you." Pete. Uncle Chester's team leader in the game was Cherry. He stilled his expression and started spouting nonsense with a straight face. "Uncle Chester, you must have been tricked. A lot of people use voice changers these days." Chester. However, Justin said, it didn't sound like she was using a voice changer. He didn't dwell on these thoughts, though. Instead, after casting a glance at Chester, he asked dispassionately, "Are you intending to play games for the rest of your life?" Chester shook his head. "Actually, I want to be a professional esports player and start my own team, but I don't have that much money." Is 8 million enough?" Justin's voice was cool and crisp as he casually cut a piece of his steak. Chester was stunned. As he looked at Justin, his eyes suddenly reddened. It was just like back when he was still a child. When he said that he didn't want to study, no one in the family had supported him. Everyone had called him a good-for-nothing. Justin was the only one who had asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Justin had always respected his dreams. Chester lowered his head. His voice sounded a little choked as he replied, "Yes." "Well, I think that little girl has a bright future ahead of her," Justin said. "You can recruit her into your team." Chester. All his emotions from just now evaporated in an instant. If Justin knew she was his daughter, he probably wouldn't think so anymore. He stammered, "Justin, you seem to like my team leader quite a bit." "She's fine, I suppose." Justin speared another piece of steak and said, "This tastes pretty good." At the Smiths. Before one knew it, it was already noon. Joel entered the room and saw Ian staring at the screen of the live stream that had already ended. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Is there anything you would like for lunch today, Uncle Ian?" He had initially thought that Ian wouldn't have any appetite as usual and would just patronize him a little, but unexpectedly, Ian actually answered, "Steak, I suppose." Joel was taken aback. His uncle hadn't had meat for several years. Because he had lost all will to live, he had lost interest in everything, including eating. What had happened? Joel couldn't figure it out, so he simply decided not to think about it anymore. It was fine as long as Uncle Ian was willing to eat. Cherry put a piece of steak into her mouth, which was stuffed so full that her cheeks were bulging. Her lips were greasy, and her big black eyes were filled with a rich sense of contentment. Her speech was unclear as she said, "This is delicious." Her adorable appearance gave Melissa, who had cooked the meal, a sense of satisfaction. She patted her on the head and said, "If Cherry likes it, Grandaunt Melissa will make some for you again." "Okay." Cherry nodded repeatedly as she dished out compliments generously. "Not only is Grandaunt Melissa pretty, but she's also kind and a great cook. Aunt Cheryl is so blessed to have a mommy like you." As soon as she said that, she spied Nora coming downstairs. Cherry blinked and added, "But my mommy's also super awesome." Nora raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Which part of me do you think is awesome?" Cherry thought hard for a while. Then, she tilted her head and answered, "You're awesome at sleeping." Nora decided not to hold it against the little fellow. After stretching and yawning, she walked over, took a seat, and finished her meal in just a few bites. There was a rare guest at the table today, Logan Anderson. He ate slowly and gracefully. When he saw Nora wolfing down her food, he inadvertently curled his lip. The way his cousin ate as if she had never eaten anything in her life before. He lowered his beautiful almond-shaped eyes. However, there wasn't any disdain in them, just a thoughtful look. After lunch, Nora went upstairs and packed Cherry's school bag for her. By the time she went back down, Cherry was also almost done with her lunch. At the sight of the school bag in her hands, a dazed Melissa asked, "Where are you going, Nora?" Nora replied, "For an interview." "At the International Golden Sunshine Kindergarten?" "Yeah," Melissa said apologetically. "But we don't have any interview spots." "Give me some time, I've already asked my family about it, though they haven't given me any answer yet." As soon as she said that, the piercing sound of the chair dragging against the floor rang out. Logan stood up abruptly. "Mom, did you go back to the woods and let them bully you again?" As though she was afraid that Nora would realize something, Melissa frowned at Logan and said, "Logan, shut up." Logan snorted. "Mom, have you forgotten what you told Cheryl and me in the past? Does attending that kindergarten even bring any meaning?" Melissa had never been one to care about superficial formalities like that. When Cheryl and Logan didn't get places for the interview to enroll in the kindergarten, she had told the two children, "Enrolling into the kindergarten doesn't make one noble. What gives you a noble character is when you value and respect yourselves." Melissa, however, frowned. She grabbed Logan, lowered her voice, and said, "Nora is different from the two of you. She grew up elsewhere. If Cherry can't even attend that kindergarten, I'm worried that Nora won't be able to hold her head up high in the circle in the future." Logan understood all of this. But the moment he thought of his elegant and graceful mother returning to the woods to be mistreated by others, he said in an unruly manner, "Do you really think she can enroll Cherry into the kindergarten even if she has a recommendation letter? There's no way she'll pass the interview." Melissa patted him on the shoulder and said, "That's why I got you back here. I want you to take them there and accompany Nora for the interview." Logan was stunned. He clenched his jaw. His features, which were similar to Nora's, carried an air of unruliness and defiance. "But the Woods haven't sent the recommendation letter yet." Melissa sighed. She knew that her sister-in-law must be making things difficult for her again. She said, "I'll call them and urge them." Rather than saying she was urging them, it was actually probably more like she was begging them instead. Logan's expression turned even colder. It was at this moment that the two of them heard a cool and indifferent voice. "You don't have to beg them for one. I already have an interview spot." Taken aback, Melissa looked at Nora and asked, "How did you get the spot, Nora?" Nora was about to give her a simple explanation when her cell phone rang. When she picked it up, she heard the voice of Lisa, her cousin in California, reaching her through the phone. She said, "Nora, I suspect you aren't Uncle Henry's daughter at all." Chapter 71, The Hidden Big Boss of the Andersons. Nora's cat-like eyes flickered when she heard her. Then, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you say that?" By then, Lisa had already continued to speak angrily. Even so, her voice still sounded tender as she said, "Uncle Henry heard that I'm going to New York for my internship, so he came to our house today and told my mother and me to approach you for money. He even said that he won't make life easy for you if you refuse. Is there anyone who would treat their daughter like that?" Nora chuckled softly and asked, "Are you coming to New York?" Lisa sounded disappointed as she said, "Yeah. Both Angela and I are going to New York. I'm going for an internship while she's applying for a postgraduate position at the New York Medical College. The reason why I'm calling is to tell you this." She was probably worried that Angela would give her trouble after she came to New York. Nora didn't take it seriously, though. Instead, she asked, "Do you need me to arrange accommodation for you?" "No, it's all right. I've already made a hotel room reservation." Nora didn't insist. "Okay." It was almost time for the interview, so she didn't say anything else after telling her to look for her if she met with any trouble. After hanging up, her expression turned chilly. Her eyes were downcast and her emotions unreadable. Henry had probably treated her badly because of her stepmother marrying into the family, as well as the fact that she had gradually gained weight, making it embarrassing to bring her around, right? However, Lisa's "I suspect you aren't Uncle Henry's daughter" couldn't help but keep echoing in her mind. It seemed like she should find an opportunity to do a DNA test soon. Logan walked up to her. He was wearing a set of black sportswear and white limited edition sneakers, and his short hair was tousled. He glared at her with his cat-like eyes that were so similar to hers and asked impatiently, "Are you coming or not?" Nora took Cherry's hand and followed behind him leisurely. She dragged her feet lazily as she walked, giving off the feeling that she was a very sloppy person. When the two reached the garage, she found a flashy yellow sports car parked there. It was actually a Ferrari. Nora raised her eyebrows and subconsciously let out a whistle. During the past few days at the Andersons, she had already figured out their financial situation. The Andersons had already fallen into decline over the last 2 decades. Harmonia Pharmacy's monthly sales volume fluctuated around $1.5 million. To large enterprises dealing with funds amounting to dozens or hundreds of millions of dollars, it indeed was lacking. The market value of most of the cars that the Andersons owned also ranged from $300,000 to $500,000. However, Logan's sports car was a limited edition. The value of the car was enough for someone to buy a villa. Neither Simon nor Melissa were people who overindulged their children, so they certainly couldn't be the ones who had bought the Ferrari. Besides, the Andersons couldn't afford it either. Therefore, this unassuming cousin of hers must be the true hidden big boss of the Andersons, right? "It's so cool." Cherry circled the sports car. She touched the headlights with her little hand, turned to look at Nora, and said, "Mommy, I also want to buy a sports car when I grow up. I want a pink one." Nora smiled and casually replied, "Sure." When Logan saw how both mother and daughter had the guts to say what they did, he couldn't help but scoff. He slid into the driver's seat suavely and said, "Come on in." Nora felt a little speechless. "Are you taking us there in this car?" Logan frowned impatiently and said, "Just get in if I tell you to. What's all that superfluous nonsense for?" If he didn't drive them there in this car, how was she going to suppress those people in the kindergarten? The car was exactly why Melissa had summoned him back home. It was his precious treasure. Even Cheryl wasn't usually allowed to sit in it. He turned to see that both Nora and Cherry had taken a step back. They said in unison, "No way. No way, yeah." Logan raised his chin slightly. The two of them had a pretty good eye for things, huh? Indeed, not just anyone was qualified enough to sit in this car's passenger seat. It was understandable why they would be nervous or scared. However, since his mother had made the request, he wasn't such a petty person either. He was about to say something when Nora said, "This car is too ugly." A soft and tender Cherry agreed. "Mommy's right. Cherry hates poop yellow, yeah." Logan was bewildered. What the heck was poop yellow? He was about to speak when Nora took Cherry's hand and got into the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz. Cherry opened the car window and waved her chubby little arm as she called out, "Handsome Uncle Logan, come and drive this instead." Logan! Those two practically couldn't recognize something good when it was placed right in front of them. His heart had initially been aching at the thought of someone sitting in little yellow, but now that they weren't getting into the car anymore, it just happened to be exactly what he wanted. In any case, no matter what car they went there in, they would still fail the kindergarten entrance interview anyway. Back then, Melissa had been well known in New York as a lady of talent. Even so, she had failed the interview due to her family background. Logan got out of the sports car and walked over to the Mercedes. As he opened the car door to the driver's seat, he said, "You made the decision yourself. You'd best not complain that I didn't try making you guys look good." Nora found this cousin of hers rather stuck up in a cute way. She rubbed her chin and stared at Logan. Going by how old he and Cheryl were, they likely had just graduated from college. Cheryl didn't come home often because she was always at the pharmaceutical laboratory. What was Logan doing, then? Logan felt a little uncomfortable. He hopped into the car, closed the door, and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before?" Nora looked up a little at the Ferrari. Suddenly, she asked, "Are you into racing?" At the mention of racing, Logan's eyes lit up. He started the car and drove out. "Yeah." Cherry's eyes widened and she said, "Uncle Logan, Mommy and I like racing, too. Can you take Cherry and Mommy with you when you're participating in a race next time?" Logan subconsciously wanted to refuse. Cheryl had also begged him to take her to one before, but he had refused. These two, though. He glanced at Nora through the rearview mirror and saw that she was leaning against the seat, seemingly asleep. Then, he thought of how hungry she had looked when she was eating. The attitude his mom held toward them was also as if she was afraid that the two of them would be looked down upon, thereby hurting their self-esteem. It wasn't like he couldn't take them there and let them have a look anyway. The words at the tip of Logan's tongue ended up becoming, "Okay." Then, he heard Cherry exclaim, "Wow! All those men who drive racing cars are very handsome. They also wear super nice clothes." Logan was rendered speechless. Why did it feel like they weren't going there to broaden their horizons but to check out hunks? Cherry asked excitedly, "Uncle Logan, what's your placing in the race?" The corners of Logan's lips curled slightly as he replied, "First place." He spoke neither arrogantly nor impetuously but with strong self-confidence instead. Cherry clapped and said, "You're amazing, Uncle Logan." This was a subject that interested Logan, after all. Thus, he ended up talking a little more than usual. He said, "My achievements are nothing. The international racer Yancey is the one who's truly impressive. He's my idol." Cherry glanced at Mommy when she heard what he said. Then, she whispered, "Uncle Logan, I'll tell you a secret. Do you know who Yancey is?" Chapter 72, Exempted from the Interview. Logan raised his eyebrows. "TSK, you make it sound like you've seen him before." Cherry grinned and said, "Yancey is." Cherry. A warning reached Cherry, and the words, "my mommy," did a U-turn in her mouth and went back down her throat. In the end, she said weakly, "I'm not allowed to tell anyone." Logan was rendered speechless. The corners of his lips spasmed, and he couldn't help but think the kid must be bragging. Never mind, life was already hard for them. He wouldn't expose her little lies. Since they didn't want to embarrass themselves, he would stop talking about it. The kindergarten was very close to the Andersons' residence, so it took only 10 minutes by car for them to reach. It certainly lived up to its name of being the top kindergarten in New York. The International Golden Sunshine Kindergarten was like a palace, and the exterior looked magnificent and high-end. There were parents who had come early and were waiting to pick up their children. The cars they drove were either worth millions or were ordinary cars with flashy license plates. When their Jeep stopped at the kindergarten, sure enough, the security guard frowned and asked, "What's the purpose of your visit?" Logan took a deep breath and replied, "We're here for an interview." The security guard wore an expensive-looking uniform. He said gruffly, "You can't drive the car in. Enter on foot instead." Logan parked the car at the roadside. As soon as they got out, they saw the security guard eagerly letting a Rolls-Royce Phantom in. Logan's expression darkened. The slim young man was half a head taller than Nora. He lowered his head slightly and said a little unhappily, "Did you see that? Sometimes, a car is a status symbol itself." However, the young woman instead took Cherry's hand and walked ahead as if she were taking a stroll, seemingly unaffected. Nora scrutinized the kindergarten. Although the security guard was judging people by the cars they drove, once inside, one would realize that the kindergarten had been designed very fastidiously, with every detail highly exquisite. In terms of facilities, it passed with flying colors. Next to her, a displeased Logan complained, "A place where even the security guards are so judgmental isn't suitable for children at all, much less for your daughter. You don't have to prove yourself this way." There are many outstanding people in our circle who didn't attend this kindergarten. Nora knew that Logan was right. In a place like this, where the students were wealthy or of noble background, the children competed more with their family backgrounds instead, so they must already have been classified into different social classes in the school. While a place like this didn't suit ordinary children, it suited Cherry very well. Cherry had a high IQ and was someone who couldn't sit still. She was fickle and lost interest in things very quickly. On top of that, she was quick-witted and always found various excuses not to study when she was at home. It was likely that only stimulation provided by an environment like this would make her focus. After all, she couldn't really let Cherry play games her entire life, right? When Logan saw that the young woman didn't seem to have any intention of changing her mind despite him wording it so clearly, the usually reticent man simply decided not to say any more. However, he let out a snort inwardly. Did she really think she could enroll her daughter into the school just because she got an interview spot? The three went all the way from the security guard post to the kindergarten's main building. The more Nora saw, the more satisfied she became. Before entering the interview room, she squatted down, looked at Cherry, and said, "Cherry, if you can stay here for the full duration of 3 months without revealing your identity or using your family's power, Mommy will agree to a request of yours. Can you do it?" A request. Cherry's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "Yes, okie dokie." This way, she would be able to have Mommy agree to live with Daddy. After they came to New York, things were different from when they were staying in a hotel in California. It wasn't convenient for her to switch places with her brother anymore. Next to them, Logan scoffed softly. "Without revealing your identity." Indeed, they mustn't reveal that she is the child of a woman not from around these parts, lest the other children look down on her. "Without using your family's power." The Andersons couldn't even get an interview spot. What was there for them to use? How exactly did that woman bring herself to say such grandiose things? Those who didn't know any better would have thought that Cherry was a Hunt or a Smith. Light flickered in his cat-like eyes that resembled Nora's, and he gave them a reminder. It's time for the interview. The three of them entered the principal's office together. Logan frowned and subconsciously straightened his back when he thought of the intense barrage of questions he had experienced when his mother had brought him and Cheryl for an interview back then. However, what happened next was, "This is Cheryl Smith's school uniform. You can bring her here for classes tomorrow. Do remember not to be late." After the polite exchange, the principal personally sent them out and said, "Miss Smith, I'll see you off." "No, it's fine." After Nora's calm reply, she left the office with Cherry and Logan, who was feeling a little giddy. After the three left, someone asked, "Sir, who's that?" To think they're exempted from even the interview. The principal shook his head and replied, "The bigwig specially called to leave instructions, and also said that they're their friends. I didn't dare ask about the specifics." Logan frowned the whole way home. Even after he got home, he still felt like he was dreaming. Nora held Cherry's hand and entered the living room. As soon as she did, she heard two people inside talking. One of them had a very high-pitched voice and sounded a little arrogant. She said, "Why didn't you wait for me, Melissa? I was only an hour and a half late, that's all. Don't you even have that bit of patience when you're asking for help to enroll in a good school?" Melissa forced a smile and replied, "Sorry about that, Miranda." Nora said that she's already gotten an interview spot through someone else's help. Nora, Logan, and Cherry entered the living room while the two of them were talking. Melissa's sister-in-law was a woman of about 50 years old. Her name was Miranda Wood, and she was Melissa's elder brother's wife. A glance at her dress and demeanor was enough to know that she was a wealthy housewife. Her chin was currently raised slightly as she scanned the people who just entered. Nora was expressionless, so it was hard to tell whether she was happy or sad. However, Logan, who had followed her in, didn't look so good. This made Melissa sigh inwardly. She stood up, walked over, and said, "It's okay. We can still look at other kindergartens." Miranda came over. She sounded gloating as she said, that kindergarten's interview questions actually differ depending on who the interviewee is. For families like mine, the interview is just a procedure. Most of the students are excellent children selected from average families. After saying that, she smiled and went on. Oops, when I say average families, I don't really mean actual average families but mid-tier wealthy families. Those who have fallen into decline aren't counted because they won't even get any interview spots. She was obviously insinuating things about the Andersons. Melissa's grip on her handkerchief tightened slightly, and even the smile on her face became somewhat forced. Miranda smirked and looked at Nora. With a huge sense of superiority, she said, "It's normal that you failed the interview. After all, it's not just anyone who can get in even if they have a letter of recommendation." As soon as she said that, Cherry looked up and said adorably, "Ha! Are there people who need to go through interviews?" Miranda was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chapter 73, Hello, Miss Smith. Logan hadn't said a word since they left the kindergarten. He simply couldn't figure out why they hadn't gone through an interview. When Miranda had been speaking just now, the look in his eyes had turned cold. His cat-like eyes were slightly downcast, his long eyelashes hiding the chill within them. He was about to say something when Cherry's childish, tender voice rang out. At once, the corners of Logan's lips curled upward. When he saw Miranda's smug smile freeze, he felt even happier. At her question, Logan raised his good-looking, delicate eyebrows and replied, "We didn't go through an interview." "You didn't?" Miranda reacted quickly and said, "It must be because the recommendation letter you got from someone else didn't work, right?" "Well, that makes sense. After all, where would your cousin get a recommendation letter from when even the Andersons can't get an interview spot?" She turned around, took out a piece of paper from her bag, and handed it to Melissa with one hand. "Here you go. This is the Woods recommendation letter. Just go for the interview again tomorrow and it'll be fine." Melissa reached out to take the letter with a look of gratitude. She said, "Miranda, thank you." Before she could touch the recommendation letter, Miranda loosened her grip, and the piece of paper dropped onto the floor. Miranda immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh dear, would you look at that, Melissa? Why did my hand let go so early? I'll have to trouble you to pick it up." After speaking, she sat back on the sofa, crossed her legs, straightened her back, and looked at Melissa with an overwhelming sense of superiority. The Woods were a big family. Over the years, thanks to them clinging to the Smiths, they had begun doing better and better. Back then, Miranda and Melissa had both been members of the wealthy circle. Melissa and Yvette were well known, while Miranda was just an ordinary person who could only look up to them. The men she liked back then had all revolved around those two women. But later on, Yvette eloped and ruined her own reputation. As for Melissa, she had been blind enough to fall in love with a man as incompetent as Simon, disregarding her family's objections and marrying him anyway. On the other hand, Miranda had married Melissa's elder brother and become the mistress of the Woods. Miranda was extremely smug about it. What she enjoyed most was watching someone who had once been high above her, someone she had needed to look up to, beg her for help. Melissa stood there, her hands still stretched out. She clenched her fingers. She knew very well that Miranda had done it on purpose. Her pride refused to let her bend down. But when she glanced at Nora, the young woman was cool and distant. Beautiful and graceful, she bore an 80% resemblance to Yvette. Her eyes, in particular, were exactly the same as Logan's. However, that young woman had never had a mother. Her father disliked her, her stepmother abused her, and she had even become pregnant before marriage. How could Melissa's heart not ache for someone like that? Melissa withdrew her gaze and sighed. She was about to squat down and pick up the letter when a fair, slender hand suddenly held her wrist. The young woman's voice was cool as she said, "We don't need that recommendation letter." The seated Miranda was surprised. "Why is that?" Logan bent down, picked up the recommendation letter from the floor, and flung it straight at Miranda's face. With an ugly expression, he said stiffly, "Aunt Miranda, you can take your recommendation letter back. That woman, I mean, Nora's daughter, has already been accepted without an interview." Miranda had originally been furious when Logan threw the recommendation letter at her face, but after hearing what he said, she exclaimed sharply, she was exempted from the interview? How is that possible? In all of New York, apart from the Hunts and the Smiths, the number of families eligible for exemption can be counted on one hand. Who did you ask for a recommendation letter? Logan also looked at her curiously. Nora's indifferent gaze swept over Miranda. Then she let out a big yawn. Miranda. After a moment of hesitation, Melissa asked, did you ask Justin to give them a heads up for you? Out of all the families Nora knew, the only one Melissa could think of with that level of influence was Justin Hunt. Nora clicked her tongue inwardly. Of course not. Getting someone to do things for you was the same as using up favors. She wasn't about to let him repay the favor of saving his grandmother and giving him the carefree pills so quickly. She was waiting until he owed her enough favors, enough that she could ask for her son back in the future. She had merely spoken to the kindergarten's shareholders. That was all. However, since her aunt had already provided an explanation, she couldn't be bothered to correct it. She gave Melissa a small smile in response, then lazily took Cherry's hand and went upstairs. Starting the next day, Cherry would have to report to school at 8 in the morning. She needed to wake up at 7:40 a.m. to see her off, so she had to turn in early tonight. Watching the two of them head upstairs, Miranda frowned. She looked at Melissa and asked in a low voice, who exactly is your niece? How did she get to know Mr. Hunt? The major families in New York had known one another for generations, so everyone was familiar with each other. Even so, no one dared to bother Justin with trivial matters. Seeing Miranda's habit of flattering the powerful while bullying the weak, Melissa deliberately gave a vague answer. They met in California. This way, if Miranda ever encountered Nora again in the future, she wouldn't dare be rude to her. Seeing that Melissa was unwilling to say more, and remembering how that young woman's beauty was such an eyesore to her, Miranda didn't continue pressing the matter. After Miranda left, a worried Melissa discussed the matter with Logan. Actually, Nora gave Justin 5,000 carefree pills, and he was already intending to help us back then. Never mind. Maybe I'll call him again to thank him. Melissa and Simon were Justin's elders, so he had treated them politely in California. Thanks to his upbringing, he was a very courteous man. However, Melissa also understood that this politeness was largely due to the friendship between the older generations. To be honest, given his status, it would have been perfectly reasonable if he ignored them entirely. Upstairs, Nora washed her hands and changed into her pajamas. She had just lain down on the soft mattress when her phone rang. It was Justin. She answered, "Hello, Mr. Hunt." His voice sounded in her ear. "Hello, Miss Smith." Nora had heard many people call her Miss Smith before, but when those two words were spoken in his low, subwoofer-like voice, clear and precise, they carried a strangely different charm. It made her want to hear him say a few more words. She chuckled softly and asked, "Is something the matter?" The man continued seriously, "Aunt Melissa called just now. She said she wanted to invite me to lunch to thank me for giving you the recommendation letter for Golden Sunshine Kindergarten." Nora felt a faint headache coming on. This was so awkward she wanted to die. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling helplessly. Just as she was thinking about how to smooth things over, the man's low voice sounded from the phone again. "May I know when Miss Smith plans to invite me to lunch?" Nora was speechless. She rolled over on the bed and said, "Well, there's no time like the present. How about tomorrow at noon?" "All right." After Justin replied, he added, "Bring your daughter along." "Sure." Nora's lips curled mischievously as she said, "You bring your son too." Chapter 74, How did she get pregnant back then? The two of them settled on a time and place. After hanging up the call, Cherry ran in. She stared at Nora with wide eyes and asked, "Mommy, are you really taking me to have lunch with Daddy tomorrow?" Nora rubbed her head and replied calmly, "You have classes tomorrow. How am I supposed to take you out for lunch?" Cherry drooped her head dejectedly. "I knew it." A mischievous glint flashed across Nora's eyes. Pete went to the Quinn School of Martial Arts every Tuesday and Friday. Aside from those 2 days, he spent the rest of his time studying at home. She hadn't seen her son for 3 days. The next day, Nora sent Cherry to kindergarten. She stopped the car by the roadside as usual, then took Cherry's hand and led her to the entrance, where a teacher was already waiting. Cherry was wearing a custom-made school uniform from the kindergarten and carrying a large school bag. She looked ridiculously adorable. The teacher greeted them. "Are you Cheryl Smith? You're in Class A. I'm your teacher. Shall I take you in?" Cherry was just about to dash inside when Nora held her by the shoulder. She said, "I need to say a few words to her first, Mississippi." The teacher nodded. She was already used to this. Parents were usually reluctant to part with their children on the first day and would say things like, "Tell the teacher if someone bullies you," or "Don't cry. Mommy will pick you up on time," and so on. That thought had only just crossed her mind when she heard the woman in front of her coolly instruct, "Don't bully the kids, don't pretend to cry, and don't bully the teachers. Do you hear me?" The teacher was completely bewildered. When she looked again, the little girl, who had been excited just moments ago, had straightened her back. She grinned and said, "Cherry will take good care of the teachers and the other kiddies, Mommy. Don't worry." A chill crept down the teacher's spine. She suddenly wondered, what if this newly enrolled little girl isn't a little princess, but a little devil instead? Nora watched as Cherry, hand in hand with the teacher, skipped happily into the kindergarten. Before they even reached the school building, Cherry said something that made the teacher laugh. She immediately picked her up and carried her toward the classroom. Nora was speechless. That little brat really knew how to get along with people. After dropping her off, a relaxed Nora stretched and checked the time. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to head home and take a nap. At 11 in the morning, she finally woke up lazily and prepared to go to the restaurant where she was meeting Justin. Before she left, Melissa stopped her. "There's a dance party in a few days, Nora. I'm thinking of taking you there to meet more people." Nora replied casually, "Sure." She left right after. Melissa, however, looked hesitant. Simon asked, "What's wrong?" Melissa sighed. "A lot of people will be attending the dance party. I'm afraid Nora doesn't know how to dance." Simon, being a man, didn't think that deeply. "Then she just won't dance. We're only going there to socialize anyway." Melissa stared at him speechlessly. If Nora didn't dance at a dance party, others would only think she wasn't fit to be seen in public. Besides, all the women from wealthy families were skilled in singing and dancing and lacked nothing in talent. Nora was so beautiful, there was no doubt they would make things difficult for her. Worried, Melissa picked up her phone. "I'll call Cheryl's dance teacher and have her give Nora a crash course. At the very least, she needs to master the waltz." Justin had chosen the restaurant. After all, New York was his territory. Following the address he had given her, Nora turned through several small alleys before finally seeing a courtyard with nothing but a small sign at the entrance. If she hadn't checked the house number, she would never have guessed that the place was a restaurant. The exterior was built with blue bricks, but the interior was a completely different world. Beyond the entrance was a stone pathway that exuded a rich classical atmosphere. A fountain stood at the front, while neatly trimmed bushes lined both sides, making it resemble a palace garden. The decor was extremely refined. Nora followed the waiter into a private room. She had arrived 10 minutes early and assumed no one would be inside yet. However, when she pushed the door open, she saw a tall figure already seated at the table. The man sat with his long legs crossed, dressed in a black suit. An elegant landscape painting hung behind him as he sipped from a coffee cup. Even in a room steeped in classical elegance, he didn't look the least bit out of place. His skin was fair, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was striking and alluring. It was as though he blended seamlessly with the surroundings, like a princely young man from ancient times. Seeing Nora, he set his cup down gracefully. He glanced behind her, then gestured toward the seat opposite him. "Where's your daughter, Miss Smith?" "Oh, she has classes," Nora replied without batting an eye. She sat down and countered, "Where's your son, Mr. Hunt?" A smile flickered in Justin's deep eyes. "He has classes too." If she had known his son wasn't coming, she might as well have stayed home and slept. That bastard! Nora cursed him silently. She picked up the coffee that had just been served and took a sip. The flavor was rich and aromatic. It was geisha coffee. More specifically, Hacienda La Esmeralda geisha. The beans required extremely particular growing conditions, and only a limited amount was produced each year. She hadn't expected a seemingly low-profile restaurant like this to have it, let alone serve it to guests. Unfortunately, to her, good food and drink were nowhere near as practical as sleep. Justin found her reaction amusing, finishing the coffee in one gulp like someone who didn't know how to appreciate it. He asked calmly, "Miss Smith seems particularly interested in my son?" Nora lowered her gaze and replied, "Yes. After all, Pete is smart, cute, and lovable." A faint glimmer passed through Justin's eyes. His gaze deepened, unreadable. It was impossible to tell whether he believed her. At that moment, the waiter knocked and began serving the dishes. The portions were small but exquisitely presented, with a wide variety. For food lovers, it was ideal. For Nora, it was torture. One dish wasn't even enough for a single bite. She could normally fill herself up in minutes, yet now she was forced to take several times longer just to eat. She was annoyed. She could usually finish a meal in 2 minutes, but 10 minutes had already passed and she was still hungry. Nora glanced at Justin. He was eating slowly and elegantly. She couldn't help but think he was doing this deliberately. Whatever. She wasn't really here to eat anyway. Nora suddenly spoke. "This is boring, Mr. Hunt. Why don't we play a game?" Justin looked up. "What game?" Nora smiled, reached for a wine bottle beside her, and replied, "Truth or dare." She spun the bottle. Justin reached out and pressed it down lightly. Looking at her with a faint smile, he said, "You can just ask whatever you want, Miss Smith." This woman was clearly doing everything she could to get to know him better. The thought had just formed when he heard her ask calmly, "How did you and Pete's mother end up having him, Mr. Hunt?" Chapter 75, A Stray Cat. How exactly had she gotten pregnant back then? Nora was genuinely curious about this, so she looked at Justin expectantly, hoping he could give her a logical answer. However, Justin's smile gradually faded. Pete's mother was a taboo subject to him. No one had dared to mention her all these years. The moment he thought of the things that woman had done, he couldn't help but wish he could find her and kill her. Yet, when the person asking was the woman in front of him, Justin found, strangely, that he couldn't get angry at all. She must be worried that Pete's biological mother might suddenly appear and affect their future life together, right? Justin lowered his gaze slightly. Although his tone was gentle, his words were forceful. "Don't worry. I won't allow Pete's mother to appear in front of either him or me ever again." Nora fell silent when she sensed the chilling coldness erupting from the man. "Hello?" She was literally standing right in front of him already, though. And what exactly was he telling her not to worry about? She decided to be more direct. "What I want to ask is, was Pete conceived naturally?" Why were her questions getting more and more explicit? Something dawned on Justin, and his ears slowly turned red. He put down his cutlery, took a sip of water, and chuckled softly. "Is Miss Smith worried that I might have certain functional problems?" Nora was baffled. "I'm a normal man." "Nora!" She had only been abroad for 5 years, but she suddenly felt like she no longer understood English at all. The woman widened her eyes, shock written all over her palm-sized face. For some reason, this put Justin in an unusually good mood. For the first time in years, he felt the urge to reveal the secret buried deep in his heart. But thinking it might damage his image, he suppressed the impulse and instead asked, "What kind of person is your daughter's father?" "Ha!" Nora didn't expect him to turn the tables so suddenly, especially with such a question. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table as she chuckled. "I'll tell you if you answer my question first." So she really was asking about whether Pete had been conceived naturally. Justin suddenly realized she might actually be concerned about whether he had been involved with other women. That was why she kept pressing the issue. He pressed his lips together. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye gave him a serious air as he said slowly, "If I told you that I don't know how Pete came into existence either, would you believe me?" He vaguely remembered that there was one night he couldn't recall at all. A dark glint flashed through his eyes. Even he felt that no one would believe such nonsense. Unexpectedly, the woman nodded solemnly. "I believe you, Justin." A warm sensation suddenly bloomed in his chest, like sunlight falling onto a bud just about to flower, coaxing it into bloom. How could Nora not believe him? The exact same thing had happened to her. Curiosity prompted her to ask another question. "Since you don't know what happened, what if Pete's mother is also innocent?" "You..." Before she could finish, Justin cut in coldly, "She's not worthy of being called a mother." Nora's words died in her throat. The man's voice was filled with naked killing intent. As if recalling something, Justin added with a grim expression, "Let's not talk about that vicious woman anymore." He looked up and changed the subject. "Can you tell me your story, Miss Smith?" "Oh." Nora propped her chin up lazily. In a slightly husky voice, she replied casually, "Cherry's father has something wrong with his brain. He's an idiot. He rambles about fighting and killing people all day and thinks every woman in the world is in love with him." Sigh. Since he'd called her a vicious woman, cursing him a little didn't seem excessive, right? Tit for fucking tat. Justin frowned. An idiot? He had always assumed her premarital pregnancy was the result of youthful foolishness and being deceived. He asked, "Isn't Miss Smith best at treating brain-related problems?" Nora waved dismissively. "He's terminal. I can't cure him." Justin felt uncomfortable, yet puzzled. "Then why did you have a child with an idiot?" Suppressing her laughter, Nora glanced at him. "Who knows? Maybe God thought he shouldn't die without leaving a descendant." Justin scoffed sarcastically. "Sounds like charity work. After all, aside from you, that idiot probably won't be able to find another woman for the rest of his life." TSK. What a foul mouth. Nora looked at him with amusement. Seeing her smile, Justin suddenly realized, why the hell was he taking an idiot so seriously? He picked up his cutlery and continued eating. Yet inwardly, curiosity stirred. "I wonder what that idiot looks like." While he ate, Nora, who found the whole affair unbearably tedious, said, "I'm full, Mr. Hunt." "You?" "I'm not finished." "Then take your time. I'll leave first." Justin continued eating unhurriedly. "Is this how the Andersons treat someone they invite to a meal, Miss Smith?" Nora silently sat back down. She realized that this man was absurdly particular about food. He ate cold dishes before warm ones and drank water intermittently. His movements were elegant, controlled, like a beast dressed in human skin. As Nora forced herself to calm down, a thought crossed her mind. So eating can actually look this beautiful? 2 hours later, Justin finally set his cutlery down. Nora sighed in relief. When she asked for the bill, the waiter replied, "Mr. Hunt has already paid." Stunned, she looked at him. Justin smiled faintly. "My treat this time. You can treat me next time." "All right." They stood and left the private room together. It was only after exiting the restaurant that Nora realized what he had just said. What the fuck? This meal alone had been torture, and there was going to be a next time. That bastard. He was deliberately wasting her time. Her lips twitched violently. They reached the underground parking lot. When Nora pressed her car key, the black Jeep lit up. She was about to walk over when she noticed Justin had stepped ahead of her. Didn't he drive here? Before she could think further, Justin walked to the driver's seat, opened the door for her, and gestured politely. "Careful not to hit your head." The lighting in the parking lot was dim, yet when he stood there, it felt as though all the light gathered around him. His manners were impeccable. Nora's throat went dry. After she drove off, Justin watched her leave and smiled faintly. That Mercedes-Benz Jeep was large, with a high chassis. Women who drove cars like that were usually wild by nature. Thinking of her lazy demeanor, he smirked. She really was like a cat. And not just any cat, a wild little stray. Nora drove back toward the Andersons' residence. Halfway there, her phone rang. "Miss Smith, please come to the kindergarten immediately. Something has happened to Cherry." Something happened to Cherry? Nora's pupils constricted. She made a sharp U-turn, slammed the accelerator down, and sped straight toward the kindergarten. Chapter 76, A Professional. Nora was driving a Jeep, but from the way she handled it, one would think she was driving a sports car. Screech! The car screeched to a stop at the school gate. She got out and strode straight toward the kindergarten. Ms. Lin, the teacher who had brought Cherry into the kindergarten earlier that day, was already waiting there. She was a young woman in her 20s, and she was currently in a state of panic. How anxious must the parents be when something goes wrong on the very first day they send their child to school? With that thought in mind, she hurried forward and said, "Miss Smith." Nora cut her off immediately. "Are the children okay?" "Ms. Lin?" The confused teacher replied, "Yes, they are." As Nora walked inside with her, she asked again, "Are the teachers okay?" "Yes, they're all fine." Nora was taken aback. Then who did Cherry beat up? She subconsciously glanced toward the school gate. The security guard? "Ms. Lin? How could Cherry possibly beat up such a big, tall security guard, especially one who had undergone professional martial arts training?" "No, wait." They had gone completely off track. Ms. Lin said anxiously, "Cherry fainted." This time, it was Nora's turn to be shocked. She fainted? Isn't she just faking it? Although Cherry had been born a month premature, Nora, as a doctor, had taken excellent care of her. While Cherry looked a little skinnier than most children, she was actually as strong as a young calf. Fainting? Cherry? Ms. Lin was so dumbfounded that she couldn't even say the comforting words she had prepared. She said emphatically, "It's true." That immediately piqued Nora's curiosity. "I'll go take a look." Ms. Lin followed after her and said, "She's in the dance studio." "Don't worry, Miss Smith. I know you aren't in good health, so it must have been hard raising Cherry all these years. Cherry is also very lovable and obedient. We'll definitely hold the culprit accountable." Nora was rendered speechless. Only then did she realize that the teacher was now calling Cherry by her nickname instead of Cheryl Smith, unlike earlier when she had brought her to the kindergarten. So what the hell had happened today? Despite insisting that it was impossible for Cherry to faint, Nora nevertheless quickened her pace unconsciously. Ms. Lin couldn't keep up with her even when she jogged. The moment they entered the dance studio, Nora immediately saw Cherry lying on a sofa. Several teachers were gathered around her. Standing nearby was a little girl in a dance practice outfit, crying loudly, while another teacher, also dressed in dance attire, was trying to comfort her. Was Cherry actually hurt? When Nora walked over, she heard the school doctor say, "Don't worry, Miss Smith. I've already examined her. Cherry looks completely fine. She probably fainted because she felt too aggrieved." Sigh. "Yeah, aggrieved, my A**s." The moment Nora held Cherry's wrist and felt her strong pulse, she knew instantly that the little brat was pretending. She couldn't help rubbing her forehead. She had just warned her that morning not to fake crying, and now she was already faking a faint. Even so, Cherry's eyes were shut tightly, unmoving. Her acting skills were surprisingly good. Nora tickled Cherry's palm with a finger, "Stop acting and wake up." Cherry responded by tickling her palm back, "Mommy, don't expose me." Nora was speechless. She coughed lightly and asked, "What happened?" By then, Ms. Lin had also entered the dance studio. Seeing that Nora looked calm and hadn't started yelling at the teachers the moment she arrived, she felt even more certain that Cherry's family were reasonable people. She explained, the kindergarten will soon celebrate its 50th anniversary, so we're holding a big event and inviting all the parents. The school is selecting 20 children for the finale dance. I noticed that Cherry is very talented, so I let her try out. However, she got into a conflict with her classmate, Sinead Lowe. Sinead was clearly the crying little girl. Nora glanced at her. The child's posture was straight and upright. At a glance, it was obvious she had undergone professional dance training. Yet even after so much time had passed, she was still crying non-stop, clearly spoiled rotten. While Nora was thinking, the dance teacher comforting Sinead stood up. She carried an elegant air, but her expression was arrogant and aloof. She frowned and said, I am Whitney Lowe, Sinead's mother. She walked aside, took out her bag, pulled out a wad of cash, and threw it directly at Nora's face. I'll take responsibility and pay for Cheryl Smith's medical expenses. This should be more than enough. You might even have some left over. In that sense, you've actually made a profit. Nora was completely bewildered. A cold look flashed across her face. She turned to Ms. Lin. What exactly is going on? Ms. Lin glanced at the dance teacher and explained in a low voice, Sinead's mother is a professional dance teacher specially hired by the kindergarten. She was the runner-up in the women's category at an international dance competition. Later, she married into the Lowe family, a wealthy household. She's now very famous in the dance circle. Cherry is very smart and learned the dance quickly, but Sinead kept insisting she was doing it wrong. The two children started arguing, and Mrs. Lowe scolded Cherry a bit. After that, Cherry fainted from anger. The moment she finished speaking, Sinead shouted, that's because everyone keeps staring at her when she dances. I'm the center. Don't let her go on stage. As soon as she said that, the teachers looked even more awkward. Nora understood everything now. Cherry had big eyes, fair skin, and an adorable appearance. Naturally, she stood out among the children. Sinead wanted to be the center, but Cherry had stolen all the attention, making her unhappy. Whitney was the dance teacher, so of course she favored her own daughter. Cherry had always been sharp and never tolerated being wronged. Since she was at a disadvantage, she simply pretended to faint so Sinead wouldn't dare say another word. Nora yawned slightly. She had always been someone who confronted problems head-on and acted directly. Just who did her daughter inherit all these little tricks from? It was really ridiculous. She picked Cherry up, preparing to leave. But the moment she stood, Whitney stepped forward and blocked her path. The cool, standoffish woman said arrogantly, Miss Smith, your child has a terrible temper. It was just a small argument, yet she managed to make herself faint from anger. Nora. She hadn't even made a scene, yet this woman was the one stirring shit. She stopped, turned around slowly, and looked at her. Whitney pointed at Cherry and said to Ms. Lin, that girl has a poor physique. I examined her earlier. She's stiff and completely unsuitable to be a dancer. Remove her from the upcoming performance and replace her with someone else. Sinead immediately clapped her hands excitedly. Yes. Make her withdraw. Don't let her go on stage. Ms. Lin's face darkened. She said hesitantly, but I think Cherry danced quite well just now. Which part of that was good? Whitney snapped sharply. Are you the professional here, or am I? Her movements were stiff and overly forceful. She didn't follow the rhythm properly and missed the beat several times, throwing her out of sync with the others. She was born unsuitable for dancing. The look in Nora's eyes turned icy. Cherry's physique was excellent, otherwise, Quinn would never have begged to take her as a disciple. That woman, Whitney Lowe, a professional? Ha! Nora asked calmly, so you're saying that if someone more professional than you confirms Cherry is suitable, she can stay in the dance? Chapter 77, Who says I don't dare to turn on the camera? Someone more professional than her? Whitney sneered. Confidence and arrogance filled her eyes as she scoffed, can you even find someone more professional than me in the entire States? Ms. Lin tugged lightly at Nora's sleeve and said, Ms. Smith, The competition Mrs. Lowe participated in was the Blackpool Dance Festival. It's a world-class international ballroom dance competition. Mrs. Lowe has founded a dance academy in New York that specializes in nurturing gifted students. Countless people are desperate for her guidance. She holds great authority in the dance circle. Then, Ms. Lynn lowered her voice further and added, some wealthy families even treat her extremely politely just to have her teach their children. She has given dance lessons to the Hunts and the Smiths' children before. Nora let out a soft scoff after hearing the explanation. So that woman named Whitney actually did have real credentials. No wonder she had dared to try resolving the issue with money in a kindergarten like this. People involved in the arts often had inflated egos. Surrounded by constant flattery, she must have overestimated her own abilities. Lowering her gaze, Nora spoke slowly, Ms. Lynn, I'll find someone more professional than her to judge whether Cherry is suitable to dance. Whitney was wearing exquisite makeup. By now, she had already put on her coat and leather shoes, making her look exceptionally elegant. Upon hearing Nora's words, she sneered. Fine. We'll wait and see. But until you find someone more professional than me, Cheryl Smith is forbidden from attending my dance classes. After saying that, she grabbed Sinead's hand and turned to leave. However, the moment she turned around, someone grabbed her ponytail. Her shoulder was slammed down as a tremendous force threw her straight against the wall beside her. Bam! Whitney's face was pressed against the icy cold wall. Her hair was still being yanked back, her shoulder firmly pinned. She couldn't move at all. Furious, she shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" A low, calm voice sounded from behind her. Mrs. Lowe, shouldn't you apologize to my daughter after bullying her? Cherry was mischievous and never allowed herself to be wronged. And Nora would never allow her daughter to suffer any grievance without reason. Whitney screamed, "No way!" The moment the words left her mouth, Nora yanked her hair downward again, sending sharp pain through her scalp. Her tone remained calm, as though she were stating an indisputable fact. Apologize. A murderous chill filled her icy eyes. Whitney shuddered. She swallowed hard, clenched her fists, and after a long moment, utterly humiliated, finally said, "I'm sorry." Yawn. Nora released her, yawned lazily, then bent down, picked up Cherry, and left the dance studio without another glance. The moment she left, Whitney erupted hysterically. "I'm calling the police. How dare she assault me? I'll have her thrown in jail." Ms. Lynn and the others finally snapped out of their shock. At that moment, the principal arrived, fashionably late. Upon hearing Whitney's screaming, he quickly grabbed her arm and said in a low voice, "Mrs. Lowe, we're all people with respectable identities here. Besides, we don't actually know who that lady is. The higher-ups have specifically instructed us to treat her with courtesy." The higher-ups. Whitney clenched her fists tightly, breathing heavily as rage contorted her face. In the end, however, she stopped shouting about calling the police. Inside the Jeep on the way home, Cherry sat in the passenger seat with her seatbelt fastened. The oversized seat made her look even smaller. She asked, "Mommy, are you really going to ask Aunt Tanya to come back to the States just for me?" Nora raised her eyebrows. "No way." Cherry was confused. Aunt Tanya loved dancing and had even won championships in competitions before. She had been the first person Cherry thought of when Mommy said she'd find someone more professional. But Mommy wasn't asking her to come back. Seeing Cherry's puzzled expression, Nora chuckled. "Your Aunt Tanya is coming back to the States next week anyway. She was invited to a dance conference as an examiner." Cherry's eyes lit up immediately. So that's how it is. While chatting, they had already arrived at the Andersons' residence. After parking and entering the house, Cheryl approached them with a bright smile. "Nora, I've successfully produced the carefree pill according to your formula. We can finally begin mass production." Nora nodded casually. "Oh." Cheryl was about to continue when Melissa walked over, smiling. "All right, Cheryl, you've done something big, but don't forget about the smaller matters." "Smaller matters?" Nora looked at Cheryl in confusion. Cheryl smiled and said, I have dance class later, Nora. Come with me. Let the choreographer design a dance for us. We'll perform together at the party. Nora immediately wanted to refuse. She wanted nothing more than to go upstairs and sleep. No, it's... Come on, let's go. Cheryl grabbed her arm and dragged her along while calling out, Mom, please look after Cherry. An utterly unwilling Nora was dragged straight out the door. But before leaving, she caught sight of the gentle look on Melissa's face, and once again, she found herself unable to refuse. Fine. She'd go. On the way there, Cheryl asked, Can you dance, Nora? Nora thought for a moment before replying, A little, but I don't dance much. Perhaps because she slept more than most people, she preferred doing more stimulating activities when awake, racing, skiing, martial arts. As for dancing, the only kind she liked was tango. But due to her martial arts training, her strength was too overwhelming. There was practically no man who could suppress her presence, so she eventually stopped dancing altogether. Cheryl smiled. That's fine. We'll just learn a few basic moves. It doesn't matter even if you don't perform at the party. After Nora left, Cherry obediently went to the study with her phone, planning to spend the next 2 hours gaming and live streaming. The moment she went live, she saw her #1 fan, Sponsor Grandpa, already present. Cherry immediately greeted cheerfully, Hello, Sponsor Grandpa. Sponsor Grandpa replied a little slowly, Hello. Cherry said excitedly, I'm playing the same hero again today. Since Chesty isn't here to mess things up, I'm gonna try climbing the local server rankings this season. She turned on the game right after speaking. Suddenly, an overwhelming number of notifications flooded the screen. Cherry froze for a second, then saw that Sponsor Grandpa had tipped her 9,999 airplanes. Sponsor Grandpa wrote, This is for you to buy candy with, little fellow. Cherry smiled sweetly. Thank you, Grandpa. A few minutes into the game, she noticed Sponsor Grandpa arguing with other viewers in the comments. Stop pretending to be a kid, sweet Cherry. That childish voice of yours makes me want to puke. Shameless as hell, trying to bait rich sponsors. Sponsor Grandpa, she's a child. Huh, which idiot with too much money is that Sponsor Grandpa? There must be something wrong with his brain. Is there any kid who plays this well? Sweet Cherry is definitely a crossdresser using a voice changer. Otherwise, why wouldn't she dare to turn on the camera? Cherry's face darkened. She slammed the table and shouted. Who says I don't dare to turn on the camera? Chapter 78, She's turned on the camera. More comments flooded in. Then turn it on. You're a bastard if you don't. Is Sweet Cherry really going to turn on the camera? I feel like I'm about to go blind. I smell a fight brewing. This is a gaming channel, does it even matter whether they turn on the camera or not? Yes, it does. No one goes this far as to straight up pretend to be a 5-year-old kid, even with a voice changer. Do they think we're all idiots? Exactly. They even tricked people into tipping them money to buy candy. TSK, the real joke is that people actually fell for it. That so-called grandpa just tipped another $150,000. How does a perverted liar like this even have the nerve to do live streams? Is it because their real voice sounds too fucking awful? That kind of soft voice belongs to an actual child. It's supposed to sound cute and innocent. How dare they fake it like that? What an insult to kids. Naturally, Sweet Cherry also had loyal fans defending her. Unfortunately, there were too few of them, and their voices were drowned out by the abuse. Watching Sweet Cherry pretend to be a kid is exactly why we're here. What the hell is it to you? If you don't like it, get the fuck out. Exactly. Are they holding a knife to your neck and forcing you to tip them? The hero the streamer uses is literally a little girl carrying a cannon. Using a child's voice fits perfectly. Why are you all such busybodies? When Cherry saw that even her loyal fans didn't truly believe she was a child, she frowned and said indignantly, I'm not pretending. I am a kid. The comments exploded. Haha, so they finally admitted it. I fucking knew it. Before the comments could finish scrolling, Cherry huffed again. I'm already 5. Which part of me isn't a kid? The comments section went silent for a brief moment. Then, one loyal fan typed hesitantly. Sweetie, that's enough. Let's stop now. There's nothing shameful about pretending to be a kid anyway. If you keep going, it's going to look kind of forced. That's enough, okay? The antis immediately went into full attack mode. Jesus Christ, they're still pretending. That's fucking disgusting. Already 5? More like 50. What 5-year-old reads that fluently? A 50-year-old probably doesn't have that kind of hand speed or reflexes. They're more likely in their 20s or 30s. I'm picturing some ugly, greasy, miserable middle-aged man. Didn't they say they were going to turn on the camera? What the fuck are you waiting for? Hurry up. They're obviously stalling to change the subject. Turn it on. Turn it on. As if they've got the balls. The moment they turn it on, their lies will be exposed. Feeling utterly wronged, Cherry said quietly, okay. I'll turn on the camera. Wait a minute, okay. After finishing the current match, she fumbled around for a while before finally switching on the camera. The instant she did, the comments section exploded. At the same time, Justin had just finished a long day at work. Feeling bored, he glanced at Pete, who was studying quietly beside him, then picked up his phone. He suddenly recalled the streamer Chester had mentioned a few days earlier. After downloading the live streaming app, he searched for Sweet Cherry. The moment he entered the stream, the comments section was already in chaos. Fuck. Fuck, she's really a kid. No fucking way. I don't believe this. Sweet Cherry is actually only 5? Fuck me. I'm worse at this game than a fucking kindergartner. My life is a joke. Ah. She's so fucking cute. A real baby who talks that adorably actually exists. Justin? When he finally focused on the screen, he saw that the game interface now had a small camera window in the upper right corner. Inside it was a tiny figure. She looked about 5 years old. It was hard to tell whether the hair was real or a wig, but 2 small braids hung down on either side of her head, making her ridiculously adorable. She was wearing a white feathered mask that covered most of her face. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, "There. I turned it on. I didn't lie. All of you owe me an apology." The comments went insane. She's really 5? Holy shit, my worldview just collapsed. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me, big boss. All the antis vanished instantly, not daring to speak anymore. Someone asked, "Why are you wearing a mask? Are we not worthy of seeing what Sweet Cherry really looks like? She's already so cute just sitting there. Take off the mask and let us see your face. Don't worry, there are no ugly kids." Sweet Cherry waved her hands seriously. "No. I can't. Daddy might see me." "What are you scared of? You're not doing anything bad. It's not like your dad will beat you, right?" "Exactly. If I had a daughter this adorable, I'd spoil her rotten." Of course, some people disapproved. 5-year-olds shouldn't be glued to a phone all day. That's bad for kids. Your father is right to discipline you. Cherry shook her head seriously. "No. Daddy won't discipline me, but he'll take me away and never let mommy see me again." Her top fan, Grandpa, immediately typed, "Your father is a terrible man." The rest of the chat agreed. Why would he take her away? Are your parents divorced? That's heartbreaking. There really are fathers like that in this world. They're fucking awful. Kids shouldn't game all day, but I checked the records. Sweetie, your playtime is fixed, right? Only 2 hours a day? Your mom must really care about you. My heart hurts for you. I hate your bastard father. Cherry panicked when she saw the comments and waved frantically. No, no. That's not it. Daddy doesn't even know Mommy gave birth to me. If he finds out, Mommy will be in trouble. So your mother raised you alone? Justin's gaze darkened. He suddenly thought of Pete. Even Sweet Cherry's mother knew how to protect her child, yet Pete's biological mother was a complete piece of shit. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Just as Cherry was about to speak again, a massive tip appeared, 9,999 airplanes. Amid the flood of icons, her number 2 fan, JH, sent a bold red message. Your father isn't worthy of being called a man. Cherry? Daddy, is it really okay to insult yourself like that? Panicking, she jumped up from her chair. Daddy, you... Before she could finish, she lost her balance. Though she steadied herself, the mask on her face slipped off instead. Chapter 79, Cherry looks a little familiar. Justin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was only when he saw that she managed to regain her balance that he finally relaxed. When he tried to see what she looked like, rows of airplane icons suddenly swept across the screen. After studying the interface with a frown for a while, he finally turned off the virtual gift visual effects. However, by the time he looked again, he found that Sweet Cherry had already turned off the camera. For some reason, he felt a little disappointed. He shook his head, finding his behavior rather comical. She was just a child he had interacted with a few times. Why was he so curious about what she looked like? He tossed the cell phone aside. The little girl's tender voice rang out through his earphones. Thank you for the airplanes, Grandpa. Mwah. For some reason, Justin felt a little unhappy. He had gifted her so many airplanes, but why didn't she blow him any flying kisses? As a result, yet another row of 9,999 airplane icons scrolled across the screen. After sending the gift, he came back to his senses. He felt that he must be out of his mind. Then, he heard the excited little fellow exclaim, "Wow, Daddy! You're so amazing too!" Mwah! The corners of Justin's lips couldn't help but curl upward. 2 hours later, Cherry stopped playing and got ready for dinner. After ending the live stream, she sat on the chair with her chin propped on her hands and looked at the 2 highest-ranking names on the fan list. Sponsor Grandpa was still in first place, with a total of almost $800,000 in tips. Daddy was ranked second, with a total of about $600,000 in tips. She felt justified and didn't have any qualms about taking money from her father. However, it seemed like Sponsor Grandpa didn't know her at all. Cherry opened a private chat window and sent him a voice message. At the Smiths. Although he had asked for steak the day before, Ian had stopped eating after taking just 1 bite. He had been lying on the bed in a groggy daze all the way until now. Watching Sweet Cherry's live stream seemed to have become the only thing he looked forward to every day. Ian was frowning. On his attractive visage, there was a contemplative look in his eyes. He had seen what Sweet Cherry looked like when her mask fell off earlier, and he found her face vaguely familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Even though he couldn't recall where he might have seen a face like that, it nevertheless gave him a sense of kinship. Ian smiled bitterly. Perhaps life was just too boring. Or perhaps it was because she simply looked so adorable and clever. He was about to toss the cell phone aside when he heard a notification sound. When Ian picked it back up, he found that Sweet Cherry had sent him a private message. Sponsor Grandpa, do you want to play games? I can guide you, yeah. Games? To be honest, Ian wasn't interested, but he didn't have the heart to refuse the little girl's kindness. Thus, he replied. How are you going to guide me? Beep. Another notification rang out. He tapped on it. Let's add each other as friends first. Do you have a Facebook account, Sponsor Grandpa? After we add each other as friends, I'll be able to add you into the game from my friends list. Ian replied. Yes, I do. Sweet Cherry sent him a link to her Facebook page. Ian logged into the Facebook account that he hadn't touched in years. He had only registered the account in the past because of Yvette. He lowered his gaze, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and added Sweet Cherry as a friend. Her Facebook name was Cherry Smith. She approved the friend request as soon as he sent it. After that, Cherry sent him several pictures. Puzzled, Ian replied with a question mark. Cherry sent him a voice message. Sponsor Grandpa, you're under my care from today onward. You must remember to log into Facebook every day and send me messages, okay? We must maintain the sparks of our friendship. Sparks? Ian was confused. Cherry sent another message. We mustn't let the sparks of our friendship extinguish. Once we send each other messages for 7 days, our sparks of friendship will burn strongly. After a few more days, our little boat of friendship will sail off and eventually become a giant ferry. Ian fell silent. He couldn't help but feel that children came up with some pretty ridiculous things these days. However, when he thought about what she said again, he replied. Okay. After he replied, it was time for dinner. The caretaker came in and asked, Sir, how about having some oatmeal? Ian clenched his jaw. He didn't have any appetite, but when he thought of his promise to the little girl, he supposed he would drag his life on for a few more days. If he didn't make it to the next day, the little girl would probably be sad. He said dispassionately, okay. Elsewhere, Nora had arrived at the dance studio after being dragged there by Cheryl. The classroom was very large and had mirrors on all 4 sides. The moment she walked in, she saw several young men and women inside. They were gathered around a girl in the corner, chatting animatedly. At the sight of Cheryl, a thin man walked over and smiled bashfully at her. Cheryl, you're here. Cheryl blushed and nodded. Then, she introduced him to Nora. Nora, this is my boyfriend, Caden Hayes. Her boyfriend? Nora sized him up carefully. She couldn't help feeling that the man made people a little uncomfortable. However, she didn't say much. After Cheryl introduced Nora to Caden, the two greeted each other. At that moment, chatter from a distance reached them. Really? Your family is so amazing. Wow, Rachel, are you going to meet Tanya Turner? I'm so envious. Caden was taken aback for a moment. Then, he asked with a smile. Tanya Turner? What are you guys talking about? Someone answered. It's Rachel. Her mother heard that Miss Turner will be coming back to the States in a few days, so she specially invited her to their place to hold a few dance lessons for her. After that, the group of youngsters crowded around Rachel and asked, Can we also join the class, Rachel? Seeing everyone swarm over there, Caden looked at Cheryl and said, Cheryl, Rachel is your cousin, right? Can you ask her to let us join the class? Cheryl's expression immediately changed, looking as if she had been put on the spot. Nora, on the other hand, was taken aback. She's your cousin? Yes. Rachel is Cheryl's uncle's daughter on her mother's side. I'm sure she'll agree if Cheryl asks her. Nora looked at Rachel Wood, who was surrounded by everyone and basking in the limelight. She had wavy hair, a slim and graceful figure, and a delicate aura around her. The scholarly air about her was somewhat similar to Melissa's. However, while Melissa looked delicate, she also carried a dignified presence. Rachel's imitation, on the other hand, fell short and seemed forced, making her appear somewhat chintzy. With a wall of people between them, Rachel spoke with an air of superiority. It's very difficult to get Miss Turner to open a class. It's not about money at all. My mother only managed to persuade her after calling in many favors. Someone trying to flatter her said. It's rare for Tanya Turner to come back to the States, and I heard her schedule is completely packed. It's really amazing that your family could get her. Rachel suddenly looked at Cheryl. There are already a lot of people in the class, Cheryl. I may not be able to let you join this time. Chapter 80, Tanya Turner. As soon as she said that, everyone looked over. Cheryl immediately felt her face flush in embarrassment, as though she were living on someone else's charity. Rachel, however, didn't let her off. She continued, You can ask your mother to make an appointment for you, though. That way, you'll also be able to attend her classes. By the way, Does your mother have any connections? Do you want my mother to hook her up with the relevant people? After the Andersons fell into decline, as Simon's wife, Melissa's status had also dropped. However, not only did her family, the Woods, not help her in any way, they even rubbed it in. Take what was happening right now, for example. What Rachel said had clearly told everyone that even though Melissa had once been part of the Woods family, her current authority and connections were no longer comparable to theirs. Cheryl clenched her fists and did her best to remain calm as she replied, "No, it's fine. I'm not very interested in dancing anyway." Rachel curled her lips. "Is that so?" She glanced at Caden. Then, as though she were speaking about Cheryl while also insinuating something else, she said, "What a shame." After that, she turned to look at the others present. However, when she did, she realized that everyone who had been surrounding her and asking about Tanya earlier was now staring curiously at Nora instead. The young woman, dressed simply, had effortlessly become the center of attention just by standing there gracefully. Rachel frowned. Taking the initiative, she walked over, held Cheryl's hand with a smile, and asked gently, "Who's this, Cheryl?" Cheryl suppressed her awkwardness and embarrassment and made the introduction naturally. "This is Nora, my eldest aunt's daughter." A surprised Rachel immediately exclaimed rather loudly, "Huh? So that's who you are? I really couldn't tell from your figure that you've given birth before." The words, "you've given birth before," stunned everyone present. Rachel covered her mouth and looked at the two apologetically. Sorry, I spoke without thinking for a moment." "Nora, you don't mind, right?" To outsiders, premarital pregnancy was considered immoral behavior. Under normal circumstances, even if a family didn't help conceal it, they certainly wouldn't publicize it. Yet Rachel had brought it up the moment she approached, instantly making everyone look at Nora differently. Nora could hear whispers nearby. "TSK, she looks so pure and innocent. I didn't expect her to already have kids. Why is someone like her here to dance? Is she trying to hook up with someone?" Cheryl frowned. She stepped in front of Nora and said, "Don't talk nonsense, Rachel. Nora's just here to learn how to dance." Rachel lowered her gaze and smirked. "In that case, does she have a dance partner yet?" Cheryl looked around. Most people who came here didn't dance regularly, nor did they have fixed partners. She had originally thought it would be easy to find Nora a partner given how beautiful she was. But after Rachel's words, it was obvious that everyone had become wary of Nora. Cheryl was about to speak when Nora smiled and said, "It's okay, Cheryl. I'll just watch you dance." "Nora, you," Cheryl began. Nora lowered her eyes. "It's really fine." Knowing that comforting her further would only backfire, Cheryl could only nod helplessly. When the dance instructor arrived, everyone paired up and began dancing. Bored, Nora leaned against the wall, playing with her phone while watching Cheryl from the corner of her eye. Caden was unexpectedly a very good dancer. International ballroom dancing required a male and female pair. When the man was strong enough, the dance became especially captivating as he led his partner. Caden was clearly professional. Holding Cheryl by the waist, the two danced fluidly, forming a dazzling sight. Gradually, they became the focus of the entire room. As she danced, Cheryl kept glancing at Nora. Suddenly, she suggested, "Caden, why don't you dance with Nora later?" Caden hesitated, then replied reluctantly, "I wanted to say this earlier, but someone who got pregnant before marriage must have a very profligate private life. Cheryl, you shouldn't associate too closely with her." Cheryl's face darkened. "You don't even know what Nora is like or what she's been through. How can you say something like that?" Caden frowned. All right, I won't say any more. But she doesn't look like she's ever danced before. I'm a professional, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to lead her." His downcast eyes made his reluctance obvious. After the dance ended, Cheryl left Caden and went straight to Nora. Nearby, Rachel clenched her fists when she saw this. Although her partner was decent, he still couldn't compare to Caden. Cheryl clearly danced worse than she did, yet because Caden had led her, she had ended up looking better. Furious, Rachel narrowed her eyes and suddenly walked toward Caden. Cheryl had a gentle temper and an optimistic personality. Although Caden's words displeased her, she believed that he simply didn't understand Nora's situation. After calming herself down, she decided to explain everything to him. Nora hadn't lived a profligate life, she had been deceived. However, when Cheryl turned around, she instead saw Caden walking toward her together with Rachel. The two were behaving intimately, causing Cheryl to frown. Caden looked awkward, but he still forced himself to say, "I'll be dancing with Rachel next, Cheryl." Cheryl's eyes widened. "What?" Rachel smiled as she hooked her arm through Caden's. "Sorry, Cheryl. My partner and I don't work very well together. Caden is the best dancer here, so I thought dancing with him would give me a chance to get some pointers from Miss Turner for him too. It's mutually beneficial, isn't it? You don't mind, right?" Cheryl was so angry that her hands trembled. She stared at Caden with reddened eyes. He had refused to dance with her cousin earlier, yet now he was dancing with Rachel. He clearly knew she and Rachel were on bad terms, and that Rachel was always looking for chances to bully her. Cheryl felt her throat tighten, as though she had been betrayed. "Are you sure about this, Caden?" He replied quietly, "You know I major in dance. I'll need to compete in international ballroom competitions. If Miss Turner gives me some guidance, it'll help me tremendously." Cheryl clenched her fists. "Caden, I'll give you a choice, either you dance with me or we break up. In that case, you can dance with whoever you want." Caden frowned. "You're being unreasonable, Cheryl." Rachel added calmly, "Cheryl, I'm only asking Caden to dance with me. Why are you making such a big scene? How can you hold him back like this?" She sneered. "It's the Andersons who can't get Miss Turner to teach dance, yet you're stopping me from helping him. If you could invite her and have her guide Caden, he wouldn't have chosen to dance with me in the first place." Cheryl's face turned pale as she struggled to hold back her tears. At that moment, an extremely cold and indifferent voice rang out. "Who says the Andersons can't get Tanya to teach us how to dance?" Chapter 81, Name Your Price, Mr. Hunt. The few of them turned to look at Nora. She stood quietly beside Cheryl, her eyes lowered slightly, making her look very sleepy. She glanced at Cheryl casually and said, "I'll give her a call when she returns to the States and have her come to the Andersons' place to give you some guidance." The group fell silent for a moment. Caden was the first to recover. He asked eagerly, "Can the Andersons really invite Tanya Turner over?" He truly liked Cheryl quite a lot. Among the wealthy young ladies who came to dance, not only was Cheryl the prettiest, she also had a gentle aura. More importantly, she had good character and strong values. Despite her background, she had never once looked down on him. Even when he had bought a necklace worth about $150 with the money he earned from his part-time job and given it to Cheryl just to test her reaction, she had immediately taken off the four-leaf clover Van Cleef & Arpels necklace she was wearing and put on the one he gave her instead. She liked dancing, but only as a hobby. She wasn't obsessed with it. Instead, she preferred staying in the laboratory conducting pharmaceutical experiments and was a typical technology geek. Caden had once taken her to his rental apartment. It was just a 430-square-foot studio that might not even have been as big as her bedroom. Yet she had sat on the sofa hugging a cushion, smiled, and said, "A smaller place feels cozier." She had such a good personality. Even though she occasionally showed a bit of a rich young lady's temper, like just now when she got angry because he refused to dance with Nora, she would usually cheer up after he coaxed her a little. Therefore, if the Andersons truly were capable of getting Tanya Turner over, why should he make Cheryl angry? However, as soon as he said that, Rachel laughed softly. She looked at Cheryl with a faint smile and asked, "Cheryl, does your cousin not know who Tanya Turner is?" She glanced at Nora and said coldly, "Miss Turner will only be back in the States for a few days to participate in the filming of a dance program. Her schedule is extremely packed." Even the Woods only managed to contact her after asking many people for favors. Several people beside Rachel, eager to curry favor with her, immediately chimed in. "Yeah, do you really think Miss Turner is that easy to invite? When she was overseas, she only held classes for nobles and aristocrats. I heard that even Whitney Lowe invited her to guide her daughter during this visit. Tanya Turner and Whitney Lowe competed together in an international ballroom dancing competition. Tanya was the champion. We wanted to ask Whitney to hold a few classes here, but even she refused, let alone Tanya. That person probably thinks she can invite anyone just because she's rich. Many of us here are wealthier than the Andersons, yet we don't make it sound as easy as she did. Amid the chatter, Rachel said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Cheryl's cousin isn't from around here, so maybe she doesn't understand how things work in New York. Let's stop crowding around." She took Caden's arm. "Let's go dance." Caden glanced at Cheryl one more time. When he saw her standing there silently with a miserable expression, he left with Rachel, disappointed. When the next song started, Cheryl grabbed Nora's hand and pulled her out of the dance studio. By then, it was already evening. Traffic filled the streets, neon lights flickered, and the colorful lights at the entrance of the dance studio illuminated Cheryl's face. The tears she had been holding back finally rolled down her cheeks. After watching her for a moment, Nora reached out and held her by the shoulders. Her gaze turned cold under the lights. Suddenly, she turned and started walking back toward the dance studio. Cheryl grabbed her wrist. "What are you going back there for, Nora?" Nora said coldly, "I'm going to drag him out and make him apologize to you." Cheryl shook her head. "No, it's fine. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Besides, Tanya Turner is all that's on his mind now. His heart isn't with me anymore." Nora said, "Then I'll get Tanya over. If I do that, he'll come back and apologize." Cheryl froze. "You can really get her here?" Nora didn't hide it. She nodded. "We're friends. We met abroad." Friends. No wonder Nora had said earlier that the Andersons could invite Tanya Turner. Cheryl gave a bitter smile and lowered her head. "Even if you get Tanya here and he comes back to me, what then? What if it happens again? If he's always tempted by external benefits, what am I supposed to do the next time?" Nora frowned and said bluntly, "As long as you want it, I can help you control him forever." When one was strong and capable enough, obtaining the man they wanted was as easy as ABC. If being with Caden would make Cheryl happy, then she only needed to make sure he would never be able to leave. It was just a bit troublesome in her own case because Pete's father was Justin. Had it been anyone else, she would have already taken her son and left. While Nora was thinking, she noticed Cheryl staring at her in shock. Is that even possible? Nora was puzzled. You're rich and you're beautiful. Isn't that easily achievable for you? Cheryl? She found herself unexpectedly convinced. Seeing that Cheryl seemed moved, Nora asked, "Do you want to go back?" No. Although Cheryl had stopped crying, she was still dejected. I already know he's the kind of man who'd sacrifice me for benefits. Why would I still want him? I might be sad now, but I'll meet better men in the future. Besides, he isn't even handsome. She forced a smile. Let's go to the bar, Nora. In truth, Nora would have preferred to go home and sleep. But seeing how dull Cheryl's usually bright eyes were, she sighed. All right. Cheryl looked sweet and obedient, and her straight bangs made her appear even more like a student. Nora had thought she would drink at most a can of beer. Instead, when they sat on the park steps, Cheryl pulled out a bottle of vodka and some snacks from the plastic bag she had bought at the supermarket. Nora. She suddenly found Cheryl extremely down-to-earth. The night grew darker, moonlight shining brightly. The sky looked as though it were draped in a layer of gray gauze. Most of the people exercising in the park had already gone home. Nora rarely drank and didn't know her alcohol tolerance. After a few sips, she felt her vision blur slightly. Cheryl took a large gulp from the bottle, shoved some snacks into her mouth, and drank again. A dizzy Nora tilted her head. Cheryl, why are there two of you? Cheryl laughed. You're terrible at holding your liquor, Nora. You're drunk. Was she drunk? Nora stood up. She picked up her phone, entered a series of numbers, and dialed. The call connected quickly. Justin's voice came through. "Ms. Smith." Nora's voice was low and cool. "Mr. Hunt, I'm drunk, so..." Justin had just come out of the shower. Hearing her words, he paused. "So? Name your price," the young woman said slowly. "I want to buy you." Chapter 82, Rachel Wood, "Bring that face of yours over." Justin suddenly tensed up all over. He straightened his back, feeling as if all the blood in his body was about to rush straight to his face. She wanted to buy him? Ha! That woman's way of confessing her love really was unique. The corners of his lips slowly curled upward. However, at that moment, he heard the rest of her sentence. "Your son." Justin froze. A look of shock appeared in his dark blue eyes, and even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed to radiate confusion. "What?" he asked. With the alcohol boosting her courage, Nora repeated herself. "I want to buy your son. Are $800 million enough?" After she said that, the man on the other end fell completely silent. Both of them held their phones to their ears, neither speaking, for a very, very long time. Nora looked at her phone hesitantly and muttered, "Huh? Is my phone out of range? Mr. Hunt, are you still there?" There was still no response. How strange. Why isn't he talking? Beep, beep, beep. Justin was still dumbfounded even after he heard the call disconnect. He stared at his phone for a long time, completely unable to understand what Nora was thinking. Why was she so obsessed with his son every single day? He dried his hair with a towel and changed into his pajamas. When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Sean, who had come to deliver some documents for his signature. Justin picked up a pen, signed the documents, and handed them back. Sean reached out to take them, but the papers wouldn't budge. Justin was still holding on to them. After hesitating briefly, Sean asked, "Is there anything else you need, Mr. Hunt?" Justin suddenly asked, what reason would a woman have for constantly paying attention to my friend's son, and even offering $800 million to buy him? Sean replied cautiously, "I remember that Miss Smith has a daughter of her own. Is she trying to get close to you so she can arrange an engagement between the two children?" Justin? After a long pause, his deep voice rang out coldly. "Get out." Sean finally took the documents, turned around, and walked toward the door at an unhurried pace. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Justin cough lightly. "That question was for a friend, not me. Also, the woman in question is not Miss Smith." Sean, wisely choosing not to expose the lie, nodded. "Yes, Mr. Hunt." The day of the dance party arrived quickly. Nora was still asleep when Cheryl dragged her out of bed and tossed her clothes onto it. "Hurry up and change, Nora. Even though the party starts in the afternoon, you still need time to do your makeup." Nora rubbed her eyes sleepily. "Are you still going?" Rachel and Caden would be dancing at the party, so she had assumed Cheryl would give up on attending. However, Cheryl was full of fighting spirit. "He's the one who betrayed me. Why shouldn't I go? Hurry up and get dressed." She then went out to do her makeup. The moment the door closed, the light in Cheryl's eyes dimmed. A breakup was painful. Even if one could think about it rationally, there was no way to recover so quickly. However, her mother had said that most of the attendees at today's dance party would be young people. It was also the largest gathering in the near future, making it the perfect opportunity to introduce Nora, the Andersons' young lady, to everyone. She couldn't let her personal emotions hold Nora back. When Cheryl finished getting ready and was about to check on Nora, the bedroom door finally opened. Nora walked out wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and a black women's blazer. The outfit was slightly cinched at the waist, making her look neat, sharp, and dashing. Cheryl was stunned. "Nora, why are you dressed like that?" Nora waved casually. "If I dress like this, no one will ask me to dance." She didn't know how to dance. If someone really asked her, it would be awkward to admit it, so dressing this way made her intentions clear. Cheryl believed her. The two of them went downstairs and got into the car. Nora leaned lazily against the window. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and saw a message from Tanya. "Darling, I've arrived in New York. Where are you? I can't wait to give you a big hug." The enthusiasm practically overflowed from the screen. Nora smiled faintly and typed back an address. "There's a dance party here. Are you coming?" Tanya replied immediately, "I'm coming. Of course I'm coming. I'm on my way right now. Wait for me." Nora knew that woman loved excitement. She put her phone away, her eyes turning icy. Cheryl had said she would treat the matter with Caden as a lesson in poor judgment and even felt grateful to Rachel for helping her see his true nature. But Nora had always believed in returning kindness with kindness, and insult with insult. Tonight's dance party was bound to be interesting. Soon, the car arrived at the venue. The dance party, held in the conference hall of Hotel Finest, was considered a grand gathering of wealthy young ladies and socialites. Cheryl, wearing a red gown, gracefully held Nora's arm as they entered. As soon as they stepped inside, someone nearby whispered, "Rachel Wood is definitely going to be the star of tonight's party." "How could that be? There's also Miss Smith. Don't you know? Mr. Smith's condition has worsened. Even though Miss Smith organized the party, she didn't come today." Cheryl lowered her voice and explained, "This party is for young people. Every year, it's hosted by the young woman with the best family background in New York. The Hunts don't have any daughters of suitable age, so the highest status hostess now is the Smiths' young lady. She's Mr. Ian Smith's adopted daughter and is very doted on. She's been organizing these parties for the past few years and has a very good reputation." Ian Smith's adopted daughter. Nora nodded. Suddenly, Cheryl stopped walking. Following her gaze, Nora immediately saw Rachel holding Caden's arm as they mingled with the crowd. Someone nearby whispered, "Wasn't Caden Cheryl's dance partner? Why is he with Rachel now? I heard Rachel managed to invite Tanya Turner to teach her dancing. Caden wants to go professional, so if Tanya gives him guidance, he'll have a much better chance in international competitions. What about Cheryl? That's so pitiful." Pity from strangers was the greatest humiliation. Cheryl lowered her head. "Nora, let's go to the corner." Before she could finish, Rachel spotted them and called out brightly, "Cheryl! You're here." She dragged Caden over and smiled radiantly. "You and Caden always took first place before because he led you. I was even thinking of competing with you this year. By the way, where's your partner?" Cheryl clenched her fists. At that moment, Nora's phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen. A message from Tanya appeared. "I'm almost there." Chapter 83. After checking the text message, Nora turned off her phone and tossed it back into her pantsuit pocket. When she looked up, she noticed Rachel staring at her. She said exaggeratedly, "Hey, Cheryl, why isn't your cousin wearing a dress? Doesn't she dance?" Nora's pantsuit was actually a veiled form of rejection. None of the wealthy or noble ladies liked being embarrassed, so they usually spoke tactfully and never went too far. But Rachel's words were far too direct. The look in Nora's eyes darkened slightly, but before she could respond, Cheryl said, "Neither of us is dancing tonight." "Why not?" Rachel asked, despite knowing perfectly well why. She added, "Are you not going to dance just because you don't have Caden with you now? Why don't I lend him to you for a dance, then?" She nudged Caden. Cheryl subconsciously glanced at him. The man in the black tuxedo looked handsome and gentlemanly, but he didn't dare meet her eyes. When Rachel pushed him forward, Caden instinctively stepped back and stood next to her. "Rachel, we agreed I'd be your dance partner tonight. If I dance with Cheryl, then what about you?" Rachel raised her chin slightly. "Tisk, what's the big deal? Men have the right to choose, right? You can choose between me and her, can't you?" Then she lowered her gaze and smiled. "Cheryl and I are cousins, so we're very close. No matter who you choose, the other won't get mad. Right, Cheryl?" Caden looked at Cheryl cautiously. In the past, Cheryl's heart had always softened when he gave her that fawning look. He was clearly talented, yet looked down upon because of his background. Every time he angered her, she had always relented after a single glance from him. But now, all she felt was disgust. She looked away. Before she could finish, Nora interrupted coolly. No, it's fine. She has a dance partner. She does? Rachel looked around. Who is it? Why didn't you bring him over and show us? Nora cast her eyes down, speaking in a seemingly half-amused tone. You'll see when the party starts, won't you? Why are you so anxious? Oh, I get it. Don't worry, Cheryl won't take back someone she's already thrown away. Rachel's eyes widened. She had originally planned to humiliate Cheryl, but Nora's words infuriated her instead. After speaking, Nora immediately led Cheryl away in the opposite direction, depriving Rachel of any chance to respond. A vicious look flashed across Rachel's eyes as she stood frozen, but she quickly adjusted her expression. She took Caden's arm. Do your best when you dance later. I want everyone to see that she's nothing without you. In all previous dance parties, Cheryl had been the most eye-catching person, second only to Miss Smith. Miss Smith was a Smith, so naturally, she would outshine her. But Cheryl? Clearly, it was only because she had a good boyfriend. Without Caden leading her this year, let's see how she dances now. Nora found a corner, sat down on the sofa, and rested. She wanted to reassure Cheryl that she'd find her a dance partner. But when she looked over, Cheryl had her head down, texting seriously. Where are you, Logan? You said we'd meet at the dance party tonight. Surely you came, right? The memory of Nora struggling to find a dance partner at the studio the other day was still fresh in Cheryl's mind. She had told Logan to attend the party tonight, so her cousin would have a dance partner if she wanted to dance. Since Nora had left the house in a pantsuit, she hadn't spoken to Logan. But now, she wanted him to be her dance partner. Even after sending the message, he didn't respond. Cheryl decided to call him. After a long ring, he finally answered, though he sounded terribly tired. What is it? Cheryl was taken aback. Aren't you here yet? I'm almost there. After he spoke, Cheryl thought she heard someone else in the background. She caught the words, pay off your debt and how to run away, before the call disconnected. Seeing Cheryl's worried look, Nora asked, what's wrong? Cheryl looked at her. The young woman in front of her wasn't from New York. Her mother had said she'd had a hard life and hadn't seen much of the world, so Cheryl wanted to take extra care of her. Her cat-like eyes were often downcast, she seemed disinterested in everything, and she looked sleepy all the time, yet she had a calming presence that could reassure others. Cheryl said, something seems to have happened to Logan. Oh. Let me see. Nora lowered her head and checked her phone. Cheryl? Had it been anyone else, she might have found them cold or unfeeling. But if it was Nora? Cheryl leaned closer, looking at the screen. It was completely dark. Only a small red dot flickered. During her moment of hesitation, Nora said, he should be fine. He's already at the party. Almost immediately, Logan appeared around the corner. He looked pale and limped slightly. His usually icy expression was even sharper now, and his impatient glare exuded a cold, distant aura that screamed, don't come near me. Cheryl stood abruptly. What happened to you? Logan glanced at her. I'm fine. I twisted my ankle, that's all. Cheryl opened her mouth to speak, but Rachel's loathsome voice rang out again. Cheryl, your dance partner must be Logan, right? Did he sprain his ankle? Her voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of nearby onlookers. Rachel's sidekick muttered, of all times to sprain an ankle, it had to be now. TSK. It's okay if you don't want to dance. You don't have to make excuses. Honestly, you're only a so-so without Caden anyway. Rachel frowned. Don't say that. How could Cheryl possibly have chickened out? She's always said dancing is a hobby. She's not doing it for a living. The sidekick immediately mocked further. Of course, she's not doing it for a living. How could she possibly compare with you, Rachel? She only got bonus points before because she had Caden leading her. You obviously dance better than her. It was just that your partner pulled you back. We're finally setting things right this year. With you and Caden teaming up, you'll definitely be the dance queen. Cheryl, just admit defeat if you're scared. Why put on such a lofty act? Isn't the point of coming to a dance party exactly to dance? Cheryl was so angry her hands were shaking. Logan's icy expression deepened. Enduring the discomfort in his ankle, he said coldly, "Who says she's not dancing?" Chapter 84. Cheryl's head whipped toward Logan. She frowned. No, we're not dancing anymore. He had sprained his ankle, dancing would only make it worse. What did it matter if she suffered a little mockery anyway? Logan, however, maintained a frosty look. Before he could say anything, Nora stood up lazily and said, "Of course she's dancing. Why wouldn't she?" Cheryl blinked, taken aback. Logan rotated his ankles slightly. The sprained area was already starting to go numb. He was about to speak when a young man, about 22 or 23, suddenly emerged from the crowd. He looked bright and cheerful, with big eyes, thick brows, and olive green dyed hair. Isaac Young grabbed Logan's arm. "Do you have a death wish, Logan?" Logan frowned. "Let go of me. Leave me alone." Isaac lowered his voice. "You can't let your ankle worsen. This way, you'll still have a chance to participate in the race 3 days from now. You're not just racing for yourself. Unless you find a better racer to help, you're already at risk of bankruptcy this time. Will being embarrassed even matter then?" Logan clenched his fists and glanced at Cheryl. Although she was his elder sister, only 10 minutes older than him, Logan had always been protective of her. Seeing her humiliated by others, how could he ignore it? Isaac continued, "Besides, even if you insist, can you dance well like this?" Logan clenched his jaw. He didn't like dancing and had only learned a bit of international ballroom. During his hesitation, Cheryl grabbed Nora's wrist. "Don't say anything more, Nora. I won't dance anymore. I don't have a partner." Nora smiled. "Who says you don't have one?" Cheryl froze. The next moment, she saw the young woman reaching up and tying her long hair into a high ponytail. Her cool, fair, slender arms snaked around Cheryl's waist, pulling her close. Cheryl jerked forward, instinctively holding Nora's shoulder for support. Apart from her almond-shaped eyes, everything else about Cheryl resembled Melissa. Petite, she stood about 5'3". Nora was 5'7". She had already intended to dance with Cheryl when they left home, deliberately wearing thick-soled shoes. When they stood side by side, their height difference was perfect. Cheryl's eyes widened. "You? That's right, I'll dance with you." Nora's lips curled into a bold, arrogant smile. Cheryl looked at her and then smiled gently. "Okay." Since Nora wanted to dance, Cheryl would accompany her and have some fun. At most, she'd just lead the dance later. Everyone around them had overheard. They were stunned. After a moment, Rachel, the first to recover, chuckled. "Are you kidding me? Cheryl, if you really lack a partner, why don't I find one for you instead? Having your cousin dance with you. I mean, she's never learned international ballroom dancing before, right?" Immediately, the others began whispering. "She's never learned international ballroom dancing? Then why is she trying to act like a hero? But didn't she just look so alpha and so cool? She's handsome. It may feel good to act tough, but it'll all fall apart once they dance. Who doesn't talk big? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Cheryl can't even find a partner and has to dance with a woman instead? Speaking of which, the dance queen tonight will definitely be Rachel. She's practiced diligently and has Caden with her. I thought Cheryl might still have a chance, but it looks like Rachel now. Rachel danced better than Cheryl from the start. Cheryl only ranked better before because of Caden. Nora didn't react. Mocking words were powerless, actions spoke louder. 2 minutes later, Nora and Cheryl stepped onto the dance floor, ignoring everyone's stares and whispers. Their presence drew the crowd. Rachel and Caden took their positions, and Rachel shot them a mocking glance. The first dance was tango. Tango required strength. Without it, the dance lost its beauty. A woman competing against a man in power? She'd embarrass herself. Rachel's lips curled up. The dance queen title was hers, she thought. But then, grand music started. Rachel instantly got into the mood. She separated from Caden, moving with aggression. Nice! The crowd applauded. Rachel maintained a straight face, though a small smile appeared in her eyes. Then she noticed something: no one was watching her. Taken aback, Rachel turned. All eyes were on two young women, one in red, one in black. When the music started, their expressions hardened, and they moved separately. With her back to her partner, Cheryl began swaying to the beat, agile as a snake. A shiver traveled from her left fingertips to her shoulder, then from her right shoulder to her right fingertips. She whipped her head back suddenly. She had worried about Nora's starting steps, but Nora stood casually, posture straight, fit, eyes alluring as if she were a noble knight requesting a dance. Cheryl twirled toward her. When she stopped, Nora's hands were already on her waist. The beat of the music surged. Their dance was steady and powerful. Onlookers could barely see their movements, only their silhouettes, speed, and shifting center of gravity, which exuded precision and decisiveness. Their gazes were solemn during eye contact, yet they whipped their heads gracefully, observing their surroundings. Their steps, sometimes still, sometimes moving, paired with distant unfamiliar music, shrouded them in mystery. They ruled the dance floor. No one could look away. Even Rachel and Caden stole glances, making several mistakes. When the music abruptly ended, the hot, sexy dance finished. 5 seconds of silence, then fervent applause erupted. She's amazing. Oh my God, who is that? She's incredible. Cheryl looks great too. Always a great dancer. I wonder if Caden regrets his actions. Meanwhile, Rachel glared at Caden, who was staring at Cheryl with an unreadable, shifting expression. What are you looking at? Even if she dances well, will she get Tanya Turner to give you pointers? Caden snapped back to reality. At that moment, commotion erupted at the door. Oh my God! Ms. Smith is amazing! She actually invited Tanya Turner to the dance party. Chapter 85. Rachel craned her neck and looked toward the entrance. A crowd had already swarmed over. She glanced at Cheryl and Nora, who had just finished dancing. A hint of arrogance and triumph flashed in her eyes. She neatened her dress, cast her gaze downward, and said, "I'm going to go over and say hello to Miss Turner." Caden's eyes lit up. "I'll..." Before he could say the words, "Go with you," Rachel cut him off. The people gathered around Tanya over there are all rich and famous young ladies. What are you going over there for? Just wait. Tanya will eventually come to my house for classes. You'll see her then. She turned and left immediately. Rachel had spoken imperiously and loudly. Everyone nearby heard her, causing them to glance at Caden in a half-amused manner. Caden clenched his fists. He felt as if he had been slapped across the face multiple times. Rachel simply didn't respect him at all. During the last few days of practicing dancing with her, he had been lectured like a child every day. She had such a terrible temper. He couldn't help but look into the distance. The woman in the red gown had already walked over to the sofa and sat down. Caden, caught in internal conflict, lingered for a moment before finally walking over. Dancing tango had been exhausting. An out-of-breath Cheryl went with Nora to the resting area and sat down. "You're amazing at dancing, Nora." Cheryl's rosy cheeks glowed with excitement. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed dancing so much. Nora's lips curved into a small smile, though she remained quiet. The flurry of activity at the door drew their attention. A huge crowd had gathered, though they didn't know who had arrived. While they were wondering, a few people nearby, trotting toward the entrance, exclaimed, "Tanya Turner's here. My goodness! This year's dance party is totally worth coming." Cheryl, taken aback, immediately looked at Nora. Nora, still seated comfortably on the sofa, didn't move. She said lazily, "That woman's the center of attention wherever she goes, so she'll probably be held up for a while. Don't worry. I'll introduce you later." Cheryl immediately nodded. Okay. Anyone who liked dancing would want to get acquainted with someone like Tanya. She looked toward the entrance excitedly. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her. "Come with me, Cheryl." The familiar voice made Cheryl's eyes dim. She turned to see Caden standing next to her, wearing his usual smile. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a needle. She cast her eyes downward. "Is something the matter?" Her tone was cold and distant. Caden hadn't expected her to treat him so coldly. In the past, whenever he coaxed her after an argument, even if she pulled a long face, she had treated him with respect and followed him to the corner to talk. It seemed she was truly angry this time. Caden sighed and half-squatted beside her. "Don't be mad anymore, Cheryl. Don't be mad anymore." He spoke just as he had before, like an innocent man with no clue how he had made her angry. It made it hard to stay angry at him. Cheryl lowered her gaze. "Yeah, I'm not angry anymore." Caden brightened and reached for her hand. Before he could touch her, she avoided him. Cheryl looked at him coldly. "We don't have anything to do with each other anymore. Why would I still be angry with you?" Caden froze, brow furrowed. "Stop kicking up a fuss, Cheryl. There's really nothing between Rachel and me. We're just working together." "Kicking up a fuss?" Cheryl smiled wryly. "Whatever your relationship with her is, it has nothing to do with me." "Cheryl, you just said you aren't angry anymore. Why are you saying such things again?" Caden took a deep breath. "The only reason I danced with Rachel was for Tanya's guidance. She does have a bad temper and says things to shame you, but can't you put up with it a little for my future?" He smiled as he said it. Cheryl felt extremely disgusted. Her expression turned icy. "You're mistaken about something, Caden." "What?" Cheryl sneered. "My mother didn't give birth to me and raise me with fine clothes and exquisite food for me to suffer with you and be bullied." "Suffer with you?" Caden clenched his fists. "At the bottom of it, it's just because you look down on me, right? You think you're a rich young lady while I'm a penniless pauper, right? Cheryl? If she cared about such things, why would she have dated him for 2 years?" She couldn't be bothered to argue further. "Please stay away from me." Caden, livid, snapped, "That's enough, Cheryl. Do you really think you're some rich young lady? Wake up. The Andersons have long since fallen into decline." Cheryl's eyes widened. "What?" Caden's words were vicious. "Your family is about to fall out of the ranks of the rich. What are you still throwing a tantrum like a rich young woman for? Your family probably can't even talk to Tanya Turner, let alone ask her to hold classes. You always say you're not interested in becoming a professional dancer and prefer to cooped up at home to study medicine, but in my opinion, it's not because you don't want to, it's because you can't. The only thing about you better than Rachel is your temper. But in family background, how do you compare? She's the real princess here. Her family can ask Tanya Turner to hold classes just because she wants to learn to dance." While he spoke, Rachel squeezed her way to the front of the crowd. Tanya was tall and slender. Dressed casually with a baseball cap, she was signing autographs, smiling, her personality outgoing and hearty. When it was Rachel's turn, she asked, "Tanya, do you remember me? The Woods have made an appointment with you for a dance class." "The Woods?" Tanya blinked. "Oh, Rachel Wood, right?" Nora had mentioned she was living with the Andersons in New York. Melissa Anderson, current mistress of the Andersons, was a daughter of the Woods, so the families likely shared a close relationship. The Woods had arranged a high-priced dance class with Tanya. Tanya had made an effort to remember Rachel, so as not to embarrass Nora. After a casual chat, Tanya said, "Sorry everyone. I'm here today to look for a close friend. Autographs can be done another day." Everyone respected her, so they stepped aside. After Tanya left, they immediately surrounded Rachel. "Wow, Rachel. Ms. Turner remembers your name." Considering the Woods' status and Rachel's talent in dancing, what's strange about Tanya remembering her? That's normal. A triumphant smile spread across Rachel's face. So what if Cheryl had danced well just now? Tanya probably didn't even know who she was. But who exactly was Tanya looking for? Chapter 86, Why Are You So Interested in My Son? Rachel looked around but instead saw Tanya turning the corner and entering the bathroom on the side. "Rachel, what's Caden doing over there?" Her sidekick nudged her arm. "Surely Cheryl isn't trying to poach him while you're away?" Rachel's eyes turned cold, and she started walking over with her. As the two approached, they heard Caden say, "Her family can ask Tanya Turner to hold classes for her just because she wants to learn how to dance." Rachel's lip corners curled upward. Her sidekick said smugly, "It's not just that. Even a lofty person like Ms. Turner remembers Rachel's name." Caden turned eagerly toward her upon hearing this. Rachel lifted her chin triumphantly. "I'll introduce you to Miss Turner when we meet her again later." Caden immediately nodded. Rachel then looked at Cheryl and Nora. She smiled and asked, "Cheryl, Miss Smith. Do you want me to introduce the two of you to her, too?" Her sidekick immediately complimented her. "You're so nice to your cousin, Rachel." Rachel giggled. "We're family, after all." Cheryl looked straight at her. "No, it's fine. I'm not going professional." Rachel's expression immediately darkened. Caden frowned. "Cheryl, why are you still being so headstrong? Why are you refusing such a good opportunity?" "Because she doesn't need it." A clear, cool voice interrupted Caden. Nora stood up from the sofa, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile as she looked into the distance. The few of them followed her gaze and saw Tanya, who had just come out of the bathroom, waving at them and jogging over. Rachel was taken aback. Next to her, her sidekick immediately became excited. "Rachel, Miss Turner is waving at you." Caden's eyes shone as well. When Cheryl had refused to reconcile with him just now, he had actually regretted his actions a little. But seeing how enthusiastic Tanya was toward them now, it seemed the Woods' connections were indeed very impressive. The sidekick spoke loudly, so everyone around them looked over. "My goodness, it seems like Miss Turner really likes Rachel a lot. Is it because she dances well? I heard Miss Turner is very well respected in foreign aristocratic circles, but she's being so friendly to Rachel." The remarks, full of envy, made Rachel lift her chin. She hadn't expected Tanya to have such a good impression of her. With a smile, she took a couple of steps toward Tanya, ready to greet her. Seeing Tanya approach, Rachel stood still, straightened her back, and said, "Miss Turner." Her expression was just right, neither overly flattering, which would look like fawning, nor too cold, which would make Tanya uncomfortable. Surely she would become the center of attention after this, right? But the next moment, her expression froze. Tanya came toward her. The two stood facing each other. Then, Tanya suddenly turned sideways, bypassed her, and continued forward, passing her by. Rachel was dumbfounded. Then, she immediately heard a voice behind her. "Nora! I missed you so much." "Rachel?" She whipped her head around violently to see Tanya stretching out her arms to give Nora a huge hug. However, Nora bent over, stepped aside in disgust, and slid under her arm instead. Then, she pulled her arm and tossed it to Cheryl. "Hug her instead. She's my cousin." "Oh, that makes her my cousin, too. Little cousin, you're so cute." Tanya gave Cheryl, who was standing stiffly, a big hug and pinched her face. "Your eyes really look like Nora's." I like them. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be here for Rachel? But why did the scene in front of them look so wrong? Rachel herself was dumbfounded, especially because the looks of worship in everyone's eyes had shifted to probing curiosity. It made her want to bury herself in a hole immediately. Her eyes reddened, she clenched her fists tightly, and took a couple of steps forward. Approaching them, unable to maintain her ladylike image, she demanded sharply, "Cheryl, do you all know Ms. Turner?" Cheryl didn't respond. Tanya, however, looked at her hesitantly. "Of course. Nora here is my best friend. She is me, and I am her. We're so close that we're pretty much inseparable." Then she smiled. "You're a relative of my little cousin here, right?" "I wasn't intending to accept the Woods class request initially, it was only because you guys are relatives that I took it up. How about this? I'm planning to stay at the Andersons. If you want classes, then come over to the Andersons." "Rachel." When Rachel's sidekick heard this, she hurriedly asked, "But if you go to the Andersons for classes, can we still come along?" "Rachel, you promised." Tanya looked as if she had been put on the spot. "Ugh, it's very tiring to hold classes, so just come by yourself. Don't bring anyone along." Then, she turned to Cheryl. "Do you dance, little cousin? I can teach you. It's the same whether I'm teaching just you or a group of your friends. So, if you have friends who want to come along, you can bring them." Cheryl was so dumbfounded that she was lost for words. She said weakly, I don't need to learn." "Oh no, but that will make me look very useless. And Nora probably won't like me anymore." Nora's lip corners spasmed, she almost rolled her eyes. "Who agreed to you staying at the Andersons?" Tanya immediately took Cheryl's arm. "Little cousin, your cousin has a very weird temper and doesn't allow anyone to share her bed. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Cheryl, still in shock, replied. "Okay. Are you guys still gonna dance? If not, let's go. I'm so tired after being on a plane all day." Tanya started dragging Nora toward the exit. Nora walked lazily beside her, hands behind her head, avoiding Tanya's pulling, while Tanya took Cheryl's arm. Everyone watched as the three of them went to the underground car park. "I really thought the Andersons had fallen into decline. I didn't expect the Woods were only able to ask Tanya to hold lessons because of their relationship with the Andersons. No wonder we couldn't get an appointment with Tanya while Rachel was the only one who managed to. When you think about it carefully, Cheryl actually dances beautifully. The way her cousin dances the male role is also so cool. I really like it." Everyone's words made Rachel too embarrassed to stay. She suddenly stomped her foot and ran out crying. Only the stupefied Caden continued to stand there, feeling as if he had missed the chance of a lifetime. In the underground car park, Tanya and Cheryl walked in front while Nora trailed behind them lazily, hands behind her head. As she walked, someone suddenly grabbed her arm and dragged her toward a black Land Rover. She subconsciously threw a punch in defense, but her fist was caught. The man said, "It's me." The familiar voice took Nora aback. She realized the man in front of her, a head taller, was Justin Hunt. She raised her eyebrows. "What are you trying to do, Mr. Hunt?" Justin trapped her between himself and the car and let out a playful laugh. His voice was low and rich. "I just want to ask Ms. Smith a question." "What?" The man narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Why are you so interested in my son?" Chapter 87, You're a Bad Girl, named She Becomes Glamorous after the engagement annulment author Mr. Yen. Plus, turn off reset. Ever since the night that Nora became drunk and gave him a ridiculous call to offer to buy his son, for some strange reason, Justin had been in a rather bad mood the last few days. This continued until he came to Hotel Finest today for a meal. The gossipy Chester had live broadcasted the dance party taking place downstairs. He even sent him a video of that woman dancing. Seeing the sensational sight of her holding someone else's waist and dancing, attracting the attention of all the men around her, Justin suddenly became a little angry. He was feeling so troubled here, Yet that woman was on a roll at the dance party and winning over both men and women. Thus, he had saved the dance video along the way and left the restaurant while counting the time. Going by how she didn't like doing more than necessary, he reckoned that she would probably leave right after she was done dancing. Then, he found her Jeep in the car park. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the three women came down. Nora was a little dazed at the moment. Her nose was filled with the man's grassy scent. His breath tickled her face when he spoke, making the mood rather suggestive. The lighting in the basement was dim, but the close-up view of the man's visage was as if it was lit up on its own, especially the cold look in his eyes and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye that exuded a sense of abstinence. It actually made her feel like conquering him. She raised her eyebrows and chuckled softly. "What are you talking about, Mr. Hunt?" At the sight of her denial, Justin lowered his head and leaned into her ear. "Have you already forgotten, Miss Smith? I'm afraid you can't afford to buy my son with just $800 million. Afraid of being discovered by Cheryl and Tanya, they both lowered their voices as if they were having a word in private. Nora leaned back, but her back was already against the Land Rover, so she had nowhere to retreat to. As such, she could only sigh and say, "Is that so? How much are you willing to sell him for, then? Name your price." Justin held her waist with his large hand and chuckled softly. "Have you ever considered a way that won't require a single cent from you?" Nora's eyes lit up, but right after, she said disappointedly, "Stealing? It doesn't seem like a very good idea." After all, Justin's strength was right there for all to see. Justin. He discovered that the woman had actually looked rather serious when she said that. So, she had actually really considered stealing his son. Stealing someone else's son. What kind of weird habit was that? Justin frowned. "You." Before he could finish, however, Tanya's voice traveled over. "Ha! Where's Nora? Where did she go?" Together with their voices, the other two women started to walk back. When she heard them about to come right next to the two of them, for some reason, Nora became a little flustered. She suddenly pushed Justin away forcefully and pushed him to a darker place further inside. She immediately walked out and said, "I'm over here." Tanya came over and circled around her. "What are you doing here? Surely you're not hiding some stray man over here, right?" She really was hiding one, though. Nora's cheeks turned a little red and she let out an awkward cough. She gave her a light push and said, "Are we going or not?" Afraid that Nora would really leave her here, Tanya hurriedly turned around. "What are you being so cocky for, Nora? I may just fall in love with you, you know." Nora picked at her ears. "Your love is too cheap. I don't want it." It was only after the three women walked off while bantering with one another that Justin finally came out from behind the Land Rover with a cold look on his face. When he thought of how the woman had pushed him away just now as if he wasn't fit to be seen, he suddenly felt a little as if they were having an affair. He chuckled softly. He saw the woman get into the car's back seat without any hesitation and then, she immediately leaned against it. After loading her luggage into the car, a tall and slender woman then returned to the front of the car. She immediately exclaimed, "Nora, you're too much. I was stuck on the plane the whole time, yet you're still making me drive?" With her eyes already closed, Nora leaned against the window and said coolly, "I want to sleep." The other woman could only get in the driver's seat. Soon, the car started moving. It was only after they left the car park that Justin realized that he, a man who had always taken full control of his time and never easily wasted it, had actually spent 10 minutes standing there and watching her banter with her friend. However, when he thought of how she had looked when she pushed him away in a panic just now, his frustrations disappeared. Nora leaned against the car seat in a rare moment of insomnia, unable to sleep. She thought back to what she had done just now. She didn't understand why she was suddenly feeling guilty. While she was thinking about it, her cell phone beeped. She looked down to see that it was Justin's number. He had sent her a text message, "What were you being so shy about?" Nora was bewildered. She immediately replied, "I wasn't." After she sent the text message, another beep sounded. Nora picked up her cell phone again and looked at it. The message read, "Tell me why on earth you're so interested in my son. I can help you think of a solution that won't cost you any money." Nora was puzzled. She slowly replied, "I just find him very cute. I wonder if Mr. Hunt is willing to part with him." Beep. Nora lowered her head and saw another message from him, "Are you thinking of becoming his mother?" Nora curled her lip. She was his mother herself. What did he mean by becoming his mother? Wait a minute. Didn't something seem a little wrong here? Nora looked at her cell phone again and saw that the man had sent her another message. "Miss Smith has a very unique way of confessing her love." Nora. As expected, that man was being narcissistic again. The corners of her lips spasmed and she immediately sent him 3 agitated replies. "You're mistaken. I'm not the one who wants to raise him. It's a friend of mine." After sending the messages, Nora touched her cheeks, which felt a little hot. The corners of Justin's lips curled into a smile and he let out a deep chuckle as he read the 3 messages on his cell phone. Miss Smith was totally making a friend out of thin air. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten. At 4:30 p.m., children who had finished their afternoon snack were allowed to play while waiting for the rest to finish eating before leaving. Cherry, always a picky eater, had finished first. She carried her little plate to the teacher. Her big round eyes blinked as she said, "Ms. Lin, you've lost so much weight again today. You should eat more. Cherry especially left you some of her vegetables." Ms. Lin was on a diet, so Cherry's words hit the spot. She was such a cute little girl. Who could resist her flattery? Ms. Lin rubbed her head gently. "Little Cherry is so smart. People on a diet can't eat any meat, so I can only eat more vegetables." The other children looked on enviously. Sob. Why was Cherry allowed to skip her veggies? They also wanted to be picky eaters. Cherry ran happily to the play area. She was about to pick up a Barbie when someone snatched it away. Sinead stood in front of her, hands on her hips. "Cheryl, didn't your mother say she's going to get a more professional dancer to evaluate you? It's been a week, and she still hasn't gotten anyone over. You're a liar. And a braggart." All the other children looked over. To them, lying was very bad. Sinead rebuked, "You're a bad girl. We're not gonna play with you." Chapter 88, Everyone has a very active imagination. Children also had their own social circles. Since Sinead's mother was a dance teacher, there were quite a few children in the class who liked playing with her. Thus, when Sinead said that, 3 to 4 other children immediately stood behind her in support. "Yes, you're a bad girl. We're not gonna play with you. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Your nose is gonna grow longer." Sinead looked at Cherry excitedly, especially now that she had the backing of her friends. The last kid who went against her had burst into tears after being bullied the same way. After that, he had even bought them lots of gifts and begged them to play with him. Cherry was a newcomer and didn't have many friends to begin with. She would definitely be scared into crying, right? She was still thinking about it when she saw Cherry lift her head and glance at her. Surprise flashed across Cherry's big, round eyes as she said calmly, "I didn't want to play with a selfish, rude, and uncultured child like you in the first place. You're thinking too much. Sinead?" The next moment, she burst into tears and began wailing loudly. Ms. Lin had already noticed the 2 girls arguing. She hurriedly set the plate down and rushed over, afraid that Cherry was being bullied. As soon as she arrived, she heard the bawling Sinead shout, "You're the uncultured one. You're the rude one. You're the selfish one." Cherry looked puzzled. "Why are you crying when you're obviously the one scolding me?" Sinead suddenly choked on her sobs and even started hiccuping. Ms. Lin was speechless. Why did it suddenly feel like she had rushed over for nothing? The school bell rang. Parents had already begun picking up their children one after another. Sinead cried as she said, "You're a liar, and your mom is a braggart. My mom said that if your mom still can't find anyone by tomorrow, you can forget about joining the dance performance." Humph. She ran off immediately after saying that. Ms. Lin held Cherry's hand and asked worriedly, "Will your mommy be able to find a more professional dance teacher?" Cherry nodded and sighed seriously. "Ms. Lin, when mommy's looking for someone, she keeps sending them private messages on Facebook. She says she won't stop until they reply. So mommy will definitely be able to find someone more professional for me. Ms. Lin." An image suddenly formed in her mind, a sickly single mother who looked weak and frail, yet incredibly stubborn. In order to prevent her daughter from being bullied and developing low self-esteem, she was determined to find her a better dance teacher. Even as night fell, she refused to eat or drink. She didn't dare sleep, nor even cough, for fear of waking her adorable daughter. She sat in front of her computer, endlessly sending private messages to respected figures in the dance world, people even more reputable than Whitney Lowe, begging them to save her daughter. Sob, how touching. Ms. Lin squatted down, hugged Cherry, and said, "Little Cherry's mom is amazing." Cherry's eyes brightened. Yes. She also thought mommy was amazing. Back when they were overseas, mommy once tried contacting someone who kept ignoring her. So mommy wrote a program that sent them a private message every second, and even hacked their phone so they couldn't block or mute her. She had no intention of stopping until they replied. As for Cherry, she had gone to bed happily. By the time she woke up, the other party was already on the verge of changing their phone altogether. After all, who wouldn't break down after 16 hours of non-stop harassment? The teacher sent Cherry out. Nora and the others hadn't returned from the dance party yet, so Melissa came to pick her up. When Ms. Lin handed Cherry to Melissa, she said with reddened eyes, "Cherry's mom has such a hard life." Melissa, who strongly agreed, nodded and held Ms. Lin's hand. Yes, her mom's life is hard. Raising a child alone is really not easy. The two women looked at each other, both feeling as though they had finally found someone who truly understood them. Ms. Lin sighed softly. "Please tell her not to push herself too hard if she really can't find a dance teacher more professional than Whitney. I'll think of something." Melissa was taken aback. "Did something happen?" Ms. Lin was surprised. "You don't know?" She briefly explained what had happened. Melissa frowned and sighed. "That girl is just too considerate. She must have been afraid I'd feel pressured if I knew. But how are we supposed to find someone more professional than Whitney Lowe in the States?" Whitney Lowe was one of the very few American dancers who had won an international ballroom dancing competition. It was an extremely prestigious competition, and few Americans had achieved high rankings in it over the years. Ms. Lin sighed. "You'll need champions to suppress her. Ideally, someone who competed the same year she did. I've asked around, the champion that year was named Tanya Turner. She's an outstanding dancer. It'd be best if you could get her help. Otherwise, even if you find someone else, with Mrs. Lowe's authority, no one will dare oppose her. After all, the Lowes are backing her." Aside from top-tier families like the Hunts and the Smiths, the Lowes feared no one. Melissa looked thoughtful. Meanwhile, the so-called tolerant and understanding Nora Smith, who had supposedly endured countless hardships, had just returned home. Tanya stood at Nora's bedroom door and looked at her pitifully. "Nora, are you really not gonna let me sleep with you?" Nora answered by slamming the door shut. Bang! "Tanya!" Worry flickered in her eyes. Nora still couldn't sleep with anyone else in the room. Otherwise, she'd suffer from insomnia. That habit hadn't changed at all. Beep, beep. A car stopped outside. Cherry had just returned from school. Tanya instantly perked up. She abandoned her suitcase in the hallway, ran downstairs, and rushed out excitedly. "Cherry!" Cherry was being lifted out of the car. When she saw Tanya, her eyes lit up and she ran over. "Wah! Aunt Tanya! You're here!" Tanya said, "Who's Aunt Tanya?" "Call me Godmom." Melissa got out of the car as well. Her mind was completely occupied by thoughts of Tanya. She had made several phone calls on the way back but couldn't get Tanya's contact information. Should she call her elder brother for help? Nora had saved Harmonia Pharmacy with the carefree pill after coming to the Andersons. She had helped the Anderson family so much. There was no way Melissa would allow Cherry to be bullied at school. Melissa lifted her head with determination. She took out her phone and dialed her brother's number. After a long ring, the call was answered. An impatient voice came from the other end. "What is it this time?" Melissa paused briefly, then lowered her gaze and asked softly, "Farrell, can you help me contact Ms. Tanya Turner?" However, as she spoke, she suddenly noticed a strange woman inside the house. That woman was pointing at herself frantically. Melissa. Chapter 89, We Were Once in the Same Boat. While Melissa was hesitating, Miranda, her sister-in-law, had already taken over the phone. "What's all this pretense for, Melissa?" Miranda snapped. "Rachel has already come home and told me everything that happened at the dance party. Why is Cheryl fighting with Rachel over every little thing?" Melissa didn't even have time to respond to the guest beside her. She said anxiously, "What's the matter, Miranda?" "I'm just asking for Tanya's contact info, Matt." Miranda scoffed. "Her contact information? Do you even need it when she's already in your house? You're doing this deliberately, aren't you? What's the big deal? You're just acquainted with Tanya, that's all. Has that made you so full of yourself? Know your place, Melissa. You're no longer a young lady from the woods, you're Mrs. Anderson now. Even if you have Tanya on your side, it'll never change the social status between the Andersons and the Woods. Cheryl had better stop fighting with Rachel over every single thing. It's more important to know one's place." Miranda hung up immediately after ranting fiercely at her. Melissa tightened her grip on her cell phone until her fingertips turned pale. What did Miranda mean by, "she's already in your house"? While she was still in a daze, Tanya walked up to her and said, "Hi, Auntie. Barring any accidents, I should be the Tanya you're looking for." Melissa was completely dumbfounded. Tanya smiled politely. "I'm Nora's friend. May I stay at your house temporarily while I'm back in the States?" "Sure." Melissa watched as the cheerful Tanya took Cherry's hand and led her into the living room, feeling as though she were dreaming. Did Tanya just say she was Nora's friend? It seemed that none of Nora's friends were simple people. Upstairs, in the bedroom, Tanya was playing with Cherry, tossing her high into the air before catching her again. Cherry was so excited that she couldn't stop giggling. "Again, Godmom. Again." Standing nearby, Cheryl watched in horror, terrified that Tanya might miss and cause Cherry to fall. After several rounds, a tuckered-out Tanya slumped onto the sofa. Rubbing her sore arms, she said, "I've only been gone for half a year. Why am I already having trouble picking you up?" Cherry climbed onto the sofa and massaged Tanya's shoulders with her tiny hands. "It must be because Godmom has become weaker, not because I've gotten heavier." The corners of Tanya's lips twitched. "You're all so noisy." Nora, who was lying on the bed, tossed and turned repeatedly, unable to fall asleep. She buried her head under a pillow and complained, "Can't you play outside? I still have to send Cherry to school early tomorrow morning." It was only 6 o'clock in the evening, and she didn't need to wake up until 7:40 a.m. However, those who were familiar with her biological clock didn't find anything wrong with what she said. Tanya waved grandly. "Now that I'm here, do you still think you won't get enough sleep? I'll take Cherry to school tomorrow morning." The moment she said that, Nora immediately flipped the quilt aside and sat up. She stretched and walked toward the study. "In that case, I'll go do some work." Tanya was stunned. She suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You were waiting for me to say that?" Nora yawned. "Aha! It would have been nice if you'd said it earlier. I had to lie in bed for so long because of that." With that, she entered the study and shut the door. Everyone was speechless. Cheryl glanced cautiously at Tanya, but instead of anger, she saw something else on her face. Joy? Then she heard Tanya hug Cherry and say gently, "Cherry, shall Godmom give you a bath? Let's sleep together tonight." "Okie dokie." Cherry blinked her big round eyes, wrapped her arms around Tanya's neck, and said sweetly, "God Mom, you must take me to school tomorrow, okay?" "No problem." The Anderson residence was a villa with multiple guest rooms, so there was no way they would make Tanya and Cheryl share one. As Cheryl led Tanya to the guest room, she asked, "Tanya, how did you meet Nora?" "How did she meet Nora?" The light in Tanya's eyes dimmed slightly. She lowered her head, glanced gently at Cherry, and answered slowly, "We met at a gathering." "A gathering?" Sensing her low spirits, Cheryl tactfully refrained from asking further. Instead, Tanya held her arm and asked, "Cheryl, are you worried that Nora treats me too coldly, so you're afraid I'll be upset?" Her thoughts having been exposed, Cheryl felt embarrassed. Whether at the dance party or in the bedroom just now, Nora's attitude toward Tanya was far from warm. Anyone could see that. Tanya suddenly burst into laughter. She picked up Cherry and pressed her cheek against hers. "Don't worry. She's actually very good to me. Look, she even gave me little Cherry." "Cheryl?" Tanya added softly, "Besides, you really don't have to worry. Nora and I are extremely close, almost inseparable, because we were once in the same boat." Her tone grew slightly dejected at the end, but she quickly recovered and smiled bitterly. "She's luckier than me, though. She found hers not long after returning to the States. I'm still searching for mine." Cherry immediately puckered her lips and kissed Tanya's cheek. "Don't be sad, Mom." The word "Mom" froze Tanya in place. Her eyes reddened as she hugged Cherry tightly. "Little Cherry, you're Godmom's precious baby." Then she carried Cherry into the guest room. The two of them played for a long time. Just before bedtime, Cherry suddenly sat upright. "Wait, Godmom. I almost forgot. My spark of friendship is going to go out." She jumped off the bed, ran to Nora's room, grabbed the phone, and was about to leave when she noticed the bed was empty and the study lights were still on. Cherry slowed down, returned to the bedroom, logged onto Facebook, and sent old Ian a goodnight sticker. Old Ian replied with one as well. Only then did Cherry relax and put down the phone with a satisfied smile. When she turned around, she saw Tanya staring at her. "Cherry, confess. Do you have a boyfriend?" Cherry shook her head. "No. It's Grandpa. Sponsor Grandpa." The night passed peacefully. Whenever Nora took Cherry to school, she usually woke up at 7:35 and got out of bed at 7:40. She would brush her teeth, throw on a baseball cap, and leave the house without washing her face or combing her hair. Unlike her, Tanya got up at 6:30 a.m. She carefully applied exquisite makeup, mock snobbishly put on a pair of sunglasses, and happily took Cherry to school. At the school gates, Cherry happened to see Whitney and Sinead entering as she got out of the car. Whitney stopped when she saw her. Sinead shouted, "A liar isn't allowed to enter the school." Whitney added coldly, "Cheryl Smith, lying is unacceptable. As punishment, you will stand at the school gate and shout 100 times, 'I was wrong. I will never lie again.' Only after reflecting on your actions will you be allowed to enter." Chapter 90, An Identical Child. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As a dance teacher at the school, Whitney was authorized to discipline students. However, her humiliating method was so excessive that even Ms. Lin, who was receiving students at the school gates, couldn't stand it anymore. She said, "Mrs. Lowe, let's not do this. There are a lot of people coming and going here. It won't look good if other parents misunderstand and think we're carrying out corporal punishment." Whitney scoffed. "Why would that be? It's only when a school is strict with its students that we can show how good an international school we are. It's precisely because of people like you who spoil children that Cheryl Smith has developed the bad habit of lying." Her words made Ms. Lin's cheeks burn. She was about to retort when Whitney continued, "I know, they're all children from wealthy families, so you don't dare scold them. Since I'm the one disciplining them now, you can stop being so nosy." The teachers in international schools were all doctoral graduates from prestigious institutions. They were fluent in at least 3 languages, enabling them to communicate with children without difficulty. After being hired, they even had to study psychology, early childhood education, and undergo other professional training before officially commencing work. Naturally, their salaries were astonishingly high. Ms. Lin came from an ordinary family, so the fact that she worked as a kindergarten teacher here proved she was outstanding. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Mrs. Lowe, no matter what, corporal punishment is still against the law." Whitney remained unmoved. Instead, she sneered, "Oh? Then feel free to call the police and have them arrest me." Ms. Lin. She clenched her fists. "Mrs. Lowe, don't take this too far. You were clearly the one being aggressive that day and insisted that Cherry wasn't suitable for dancing. Her mother only said she'd find someone more professional because she was worried it might affect the child." Whitney's face turned icy. With the arrogance unique to artists, she said, "Ms. Lin, people shouldn't make excuses when they make mistakes. No matter what, children must take responsibility for what they say." She turned to Cherry. "You can't take back what's already been said. Actions have consequences. Cheryl Smith, go and stand at the gate." After saying that, she grabbed Sinead's hand and prepared to enter the school. At that moment, a voice rang out behind them. "Tisk, Whitney. Have you learned how to bully children during the years we haven't seen each other?" Tanya removed her sunglasses. She hadn't spoken earlier because she wanted to see whether there were any reasonable teachers at the school. If there weren't, withdrawing early would be the best option. Secondly, she wanted to understand the situation through their exchange. When she shot Cherry a glare, she immediately saw the little girl sticking out her tongue at her. Tanya was caught between laughter and exasperation. No wonder the little brat had insisted on sleeping with her last night and demanded she bring her to school today. So this was the real reason. Tanya mentally scolded Cherry while savoring the look on Whitney's face. It was as if she had seen a ghost. Tanya sneered, "You were already a bad dancer years ago, but I didn't expect your eyesight to get worse too. Not only has Cherry achieved the golden ratio in her physique, but her limbs are long and slender. She clearly has excellent potential to be a dancer. If it weren't because her mother dotes on her and couldn't bear to make her endure the pain of splits and leg stretches, I would have taken her as my student long ago. Who do you think you are to say she has no potential? If she doesn't have potential, then who does? That chubby daughter of yours? This is the biggest joke I've heard all year." Whitney. She was completely stunned. Seeing Tanya felt like being dragged back to that competition years ago. Back then, she had been young and arrogant, unaware that there was always someone better. On the eve of the competition, she had approached Tanya, who had already won 2 championships in a row, and arrogantly declared, "I'll definitely be the champion this year." Tanya hadn't responded. But during the competition, she had crushed Whitney with sheer skill and made her eat her own words. After that, no one ever surpassed Tanya. To this day, Tanya remained the only dancer in international ballroom history to successfully execute moves of the highest difficulty. Back then, after finishing her performance, she had glanced at Whitney. That single glance was filled with a champion's contempt. For years, Whitney had been praised as the top dancer in the States, yet in the dead of night, that contemptuous look would always resurface in her dreams. And now, she was here. She was here again. Whitney stumbled back in fear. She suddenly shoved Sinead toward Ms. Lin, spun around, and fled to her car as if escaping. She slammed the door shut and gasped for breath. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Whitney to be so mentally fragile. Even Tanya's lips twitched at the sight. She handed Cherry to Ms. Lin and said calmly, "Hello, I'm Tanya Turner. Cherry is very talented in dancing." Ms. Lin. Oh my God. Cherry's mother had actually managed to get Tanya Turner here. Was this what people meant by faith moving mountains? She looked at Tanya with starry eyes. "Ms. Smith has really worked hard. Well done." Tanya was baffled. Nora was still asleep at home, and not only had she brought Cherry to school, she'd even had to discipline someone on her behalf. Well done. Yeah, right. After watching Cherry enter the school, Tanya turned and shot Whitney's car a sharp, warning glance. Inside the car, Whitney shrank back nervously. While replaying the video she had secretly recorded, she ordered, "To Mr. Lowe's office." "Yes, ma'am." When Whitney arrived at the Lowe Corporation, her husband, Bob Lowe, was about to head out. He was startled to see her. "Why are you here, darling?" Whitney grabbed his hand. "Dear, I think I'm in trouble." Bob smiled gently. "What happened?" Whitney played the video and pointed at the exquisitely adorable cherry on the screen, recounting everything. "I already checked her background. She's from a single mother family and doesn't have a father, so I bullied her without holding back. But her mother actually managed to get Tanya Turner involved. Dear, given how arrogant Tanya is, ordinary people can't get her help. Could this child have some powerful background?" Bob smiled reassuringly and patted her hand. "There are only a few families more powerful than us in New York. The Smiths' children attend school, while the Hunts hire private tutors. There's nothing to worry about. It's probably just a coincidence." Only then did Whitney relax. She sneered coldly. "Good. Then I can rest easy. Isn't the reason she went to such lengths to bring Tanya here just to steal Sinead's center position? Ha! I'll make sure she regrets it. She wanted to dance. There were countless ways to teach someone how to dance. Leg stretches, splits." Bob comforted her a little more before leaving. He had a meeting with Mr. Hunt regarding future cooperation. At the Hunt Corporation, the secretary escorted Bob to the top floor. As he observed the unique environment, something unmatched. Anywhere else in New York, his respect for Justin Hunt deepened. Sean stopped them at the office entrance. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe. Please wait a moment. Mr. Hunt is accompanying his child while they do homework. His workday starts at 10. It was rumored that Justin had a child whom he guarded closely. To this day, very few people even knew whether the child was a boy or a girl." Bob smiled ingratiatingly. "Of course. Mr. Hunt is truly a devoted father." At 10 sharp, the office doors opened. Bob entered with his head lowered, not daring to look directly at Justin. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he noticed a small child sitting quietly and doing homework seriously. He quickly looked away. But the next second, his head snapped back up. Why did that child look so familiar? He looked exactly like the child in the video Whitney had shown him earlier. Chapter 91, Is She Qualified to be Mrs. Hunt? Bob remained in a constant state of anxiety throughout the entire meeting, glancing from time to time at the child sitting quietly nearby. The child's hair was neither too long nor too short. At a glance, he looked like a boy, but his delicate features and fair skin made it equally possible for him to be mistaken for a girl. 18 plots of land will have the best development prospects in New York in the future, but we simply cannot afford such a massive project on our own. The project manager who had come with Bob looked respectfully at Justin and asked, "Mr. Hunt, may I ask if you're interested in working with us?" Bob quickly retracted his gaze and turned to Justin. Justin had been leaning back in his chair the entire time while the project manager spoke, his posture radiating indifference. Although he hadn't uttered a single word, the project manager instinctively glanced at him every time he finished a sentence. Justin didn't need to do anything, the entire negotiation was already under his control. His eyes were deep and unfathomable like a bottomless well, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye lent him an air of mystery that made it impossible to read his thoughts. His slender fingers, joints clearly defined, tapped lightly against the black marble tabletop, causing everyone else's hearts to unconsciously pound in rhythm. Bob was a highly respected and influential figure in New York, yet in Justin's presence, he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Just as Bob's thoughts were running wild, Justin spoke slowly, "No. I'm not interested." Bob and the project manager's eyes widened as they exchanged incredulous looks. The Hunts had surpassed the Smiths and secured their position as the #1 family in the states precisely because of their real estate investments. Over the years, the Hunt Corporation had expanded aggressively, acquiring vast amounts of land. In the past 2 years, very few plots of land had been released in New York. Obtaining such a large tract was no easy feat. Bob had used countless connections just to acquire this land. Even when the required funds exceeded his capacity, his first thought had been to bring in partners rather than give it up. From their perspective, Justin had no reason to refuse such an opportunity. Bob stood up. "Mr. Hunt, this plot of land is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you certain you don't want to reconsider?" Justin stood as well. His tall, lean figure made the spacious office feel cramped. He straightened his suit and said calmly, "See the guests out, Sean." Bob still wanted to speak, but when his eyes met Justin's expressionless face, he instinctively shut his mouth. Even after Sean escorted them out, Bob remained unable to regain his composure. Why had the Hunts suddenly changed their strategy? Beside him, the Lowe's project manager chatted with Sean and asked, "We go way back, Sean. Can you give me some insight into why Mr. Hunt rejected the partnership?" The taciturn Sean glanced at him. "Mr. Hunt is in a bad mood today." Even the project manager was rendered speechless. Rejecting a multi-tens of billions project just because he was in a bad mood, Mr. Hunt was truly willful. Meanwhile, turbulent waves churned inside Bob's heart. He asked cautiously, "Is it because of his child?" Had Mr. Hunt heard about what happened at the kindergarten? Was that why he had rejected the proposal? As Bob pondered, Sean nodded. "Yes. Bob." He wanted to ask more, but Sean refused to say anything further. Neither Bob nor the project manager dared to push the matter. They could only ask Sean to relay their message and request that Mr. Hunt reconsider before heading downstairs. On the top floor, inside the office. After the door closed, Justin walked over to Pete and stopped in front of his desk. Pete lifted his head and looked at him. Father and son stared at each other for a long moment before Justin finally asked, "Are you going to cut your hair or not?" Pete replied tersely, "No." Justin. His son's hair had already grown to nearly cover his ears. If it continued like this, braiding it wouldn't be far off. In the past, Justin would have pinned his son down and forced him to get a haircut. But now, the family doctor had warned that Pete's personality switching back and forth was a sign of mental instability. He couldn't force him during such episodes. Suppressing his irritation, Justin asked as calmly as possible, "What do I need to do before you'll agree to cut it?" Pete lowered his head and returned to his homework. "You're a man, Daddy. Why do you keep staring at my hair? If you're that free, why don't you think about how to woo Mommy instead?" He needed to switch places with his sister from time to time. If his hair were too short, wouldn't that expose them? He wanted Cherry to grow her hair long, so even though the long hair was uncomfortable, he would endure it until they acknowledged each other. Justin? Wasn't the reason he'd become such a nagging father the unpredictable changes in his son's behavior? Justin frowned and said seriously, "You've got it backwards, Pete. Your mommy is the one wooing me. I'm currently considering whether she's qualified to become Mrs. Hunt." Pete. He looked at his father, someone who was always strong, confident, powerful, and in control. Yet his baseless confidence at this moment left Pete utterly speechless. If Mommy really made a move, his father would fall instantly. Sigh. Men were truly contradictory creatures. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Sean entered and said, "Mr. Hunt, Golden Sunshine Kindergarten has sent an invitation for their 50th anniversary celebration. Should I reject it?" Golden Sunshine Kindergarten had been founded overseas. Its founder had exceptionally high emotional intelligence, and the New York branch had gathered nearly all the children of wealthy families. The Hunts' children never attended kindergarten, yet the school still extended invitations every year and even reserved slots for them. They also never forgot to include the Hunts during major celebrations. Justin had never attended before, but this year. He recalled how Nora had casually claimed that he was the one who had written the recommendation letter for her daughter. Uncharacteristically, Justin said arrogantly, "I'll attend if I don't have anything scheduled that day." Sean replied, "You have a video conference that morning, boss. Cancel it." Sean. At Golden Sunshine Kindergarten. It was time for dance lessons again. Ms. Lin sighed as she escorted Cherry to the dance studio. I don't know whether bringing you here is right or wrong. But since your mother managed to get Miss Turner to speak up for you, no matter how strict Mrs. Lowe is, don't give up, alright? Don't worry, Ms. Lin. Cherry won't cry. Cherry's soft, childish voice melted Ms. Lin's heart. She kept turning back to look as she left, as if she were seeing off her own child. Whitney stared coldly at Cherry. Recalling how she had fled earlier that morning, she said harshly, "You don't have any foundation in dancing, Cheryl Smith. Go to the side and stretch. Practice your splits. You can only join the group after you're done." This time, Cherry didn't argue. Whitney's words made sense. She silently walked toward the wall. A triumphant smile appeared on Whitney's face as she watched Cherry's retreating figure. Just then, her phone rang. Chapter 92, A Little Sidekick. Whitney never answered phone calls during lessons. However, she had set a unique ringtone specifically for her husband. Whitney was a professional dancer, and the Lows treated her very well after she married Bob. This was also what gave her the confidence to be so arrogant. When she realized that it was her husband calling, she told the children to stay where they were and play for a while. Then, she walked to the side, took her cell phone out of her bag and answered the call. Cherry had grown up being pampered and had never suffered any hardships before. She did indeed find actions like bar rises, splits, and stretching exercises very difficult. Her leg was propped on a small stool while her chubby little arm tried hard to stretch forward to touch her toes. Children were rather flexible, after all. Moreover, her physique was indeed very suitable for dancing, so she succeeded in one go. She stood up straight excitedly. When she saw that the other children were all playing, she decided to take a break as well. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard a loud and sharp shout. Cheryl Smith! Cherry jumped in shock and looked over to see Whitney glaring at her. The whites of her eyes were larger than most people's, making her look a little frightening when she glared like that. Whitney had reprimanded Cherry because she noticed that she was slacking off. Before continuing, she pressed the button to answer the call. Immediately, she heard her husband's anxious voice from the other end. You mustn't do anything to that little girl. Before Whitney could ask why, he continued, I know who she is now. Her father is Justin Hunt. Whitney? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Bob went on, no wonder they managed to get Tanya Turner to make a special trip just for her. And he rejected our partnership proposal today because of his child. Whitney. Alright, I'm hanging up. I need to check if there's anyone else willing to join the project. Sigh. Bob hung up without giving Whitney any chance to respond. In the distance, Cherry was frozen in place after Whitney's shout. Sinead seized the opportunity to walk up to her, made a face, and said, "Humph. How dare you slack off? Mommy will definitely punish you." The other children chimed in anxiously. Cheryl, hurry and keep practicing. Mrs. Lowe is very, very fierce. Ah! Mrs. Lowe is coming over. Someone yelled, causing everyone to immediately scatter. A triumphant Sinead stood beside Cherry and made another face at her. Humph. Mommy's here to lecture you now. You're going to cry very soon. Cherry? The little girl frowned. Just as she was wondering how she could get out of the situation if Whitney started scolding her, she saw Whitney standing in front of her aggressively. She said, "See Cherry." Using a nickname felt like it would make their relationship seem a little closer. Beside them, Sinead pulled faces and taunted, "The calmer mommy is, the more miserable you'll be later." However, as soon as she said that, the expression on Whitney's face turned ugly. The corners of her lips twitched violently, and she forced a smile that looked even more frightening than crying. Then she asked stiffly, "Do you want to stand in the center?" Sinead? Cherry? Both children were completely dumbfounded. Before Cherry could answer, Sinead suddenly burst into tears with a loud wail. "Mommy, you're a bad person. The center position is mine." Cherry. Well, that was abrupt. And Mrs. Lowe, too, could she stop smiling? It was really terrifying. Cherry tilted her head and thought for a moment before replying happily, yes. Whitney forced another smile. All right. You'll be in the center position from today onward. You don't need to practice splits anymore. You can return to the team now. Then she turned to lecture Sinead. Stop crying. You'll be standing next to her, so it's no different from being in the center. Wah. Sinead refused to listen and cried even louder. Cherry ignored the two of them. She ran to the center of the group and stood in the position that originally belonged to Sinead. Humph. Originally, she wouldn't have cared about the center position if Sinead hadn't caused trouble. After all, she was a newcomer. But since Sinead had bullied her, she decided to make things difficult for her. Mommy had taught her that one could take anything except the short end of the stick. After some time, Whitney finally managed to stop Sinead from crying, and practice resumed. Cherry had always lived an undisciplined life. With her high IQ, she lacked patience. However, now that she was standing in the center, she didn't dare to slack off or be careless. After just half an hour, she had already memorized most of the dance moves. Her talent shocked even Whitney. No wonder Tanya said she wanted to take her as a student. After the dance lesson, everyone returned to the classroom. I want to sit with Cheryl Smith. Me too. Go away. I'm the one who's sitting with Cheryl. Several children dragged their little stools over to sit beside Cherry. For a while, she became the most popular person in the class. Ms. Lynn sighed at the sight of them arguing, her head aching. Cherry was simply too popular. She squatted down and said, "All right, stop arguing. Cherry, who do you want to sit with?" Cherry picked up her stool, ran into the crowd, and sat next to a handsome little boy. I want to sit next to Seth Walker. Why? Ms. Lynn asked. Cherry replied loudly, because he's the most good-looking one here. Good-looking people only play with good-looking people. Sinead burst into tears again. No wonder Seth has been ignoring me. It's because I'm not good-looking enough. Everyone was speechless. After class, the children gathered around Cherry again to play. Not only did she have a good temper and come up with fun ideas, but the teachers liked her a lot as well. Most importantly, even the terrifying dance teacher didn't dare to bully her. She was simply amazing. Cherry was playing with building blocks when a little boy suddenly walked over. Hey, are you Cheryl Smith? Cherry looked up to see a handsome boy with fox-like eyes standing in front of her. I'm the boss of this kindergarten, the boy declared. Become my underling, and I'll protect you in the future. Cherry pouted. I'm the boss here. Humph, the boy snorted. How dare you try to steal my position as boss? Since you're good-looking, I won't beat you up. Hurry and call me boss. Cherry blinked. Seth, who was beside her, whispered, That's Brandon Smith. The Smith family is the most powerful here. You'd better not offend him. Cherry? She put her hands on her hips. What's so great about using family background to compete? If you're really that capable, let's compete in something else. Whoever wins becomes the boss. Brandon puffed out his chest proudly. Only boys can be bosses. How can a little girl be the boss? If you can turn into a boy, I'll acknowledge you as my boss. Cherry's eyes lit up. Okay. You have to keep your word. Ha ha ha. Brandon laughed loudly. You're such a little idiot. My mommy said it's impossible to change your gender. If you can't become a boy, then you'll have to listen to me and become my sidekick. Chapter 93, The Photo from the Livestream. Seth tugged on her sleeve again. Cherry, a girl won't be able to become a boy. You'll definitely lose, so don't agree to it. In a soft and gentle voice, Cherry replied, I have a way around it, yeah. Brandon touched his hair and snorted again. Only then did he walk away with his hands in his pockets. After he left, Sinead rushed over to Cherry. She lifted her chin and said, Cheryl, you're in trouble. Your life is definitely going to be miserable now that Brandon has set his sights on you. He loves making his sidekicks bark like dogs the most. You'll be Cherry the doggy tomorrow." In the midst of her gloating, puzzlement flashed across Cherry's big, round eyes as she asked, "But how does one bark like a dog?" Sinead immediately bent over, held her hands up like little paws, and said, "Woof. Woof." Then she stood up straight and said, "Like that." Cherry asked again, "Like how?" Sinead frowned and snapped, "Why are you so stupid?" Then she struck the same pose again and imitated a dog once more. "Woof. Woof. Woof." Cherry grinned and exclaimed, "I see. So you're Sinead the doggy." Sinead. When she realized that Cherry was mocking her, she burst into tears again, wailing loudly. Classes for the day ended very quickly. In the afternoon, parents arrived one after another to pick up their children. When Cherry left home in the morning, she already knew that Tanya would be the one picking her up after school, because mommy would definitely slack off. Sure enough, when she went outside, she spotted Tanya standing there. She skipped over, got into the car with Tanya, and went home together with her. At the Andersons', the kindergarten provided all 3 meals a day for the children, so Cherry, who had already eaten dinner at school, usually didn't eat anything after she got home. Thus, while the rest of the Andersons were having dinner, she secretly hid upstairs and made a video call to Pete. As soon as the call connected and she saw her brother, Cherry immediately smiled sweetly and said, "I missed you, Pete." Pete was seriously doing his homework, and the background of the video was his study. He picked up his earphones, put them on, and said, "I miss you and mommy too." Cherry asked, "In that case, can we switch for a while?" "Pete?" He hesitated slightly. "Haven't you already started school? And isn't the kindergarten uniform a skirt?" But Cherry lowered her head and twiddled her thumbs. A grimace appeared on her adorable little face as she said, "Someone's bullying me at school. He wants me to be his sidekick." Pete panicked the moment he heard that. "I'll switch with you." His little sister was only allowed to follow after him and be protected by him. Who was that little brat daring enough to bully his sister? Cherry's eyes immediately lit up, and she sold her brother out without the slightest hesitation. "We have dance lessons every day for the celebration performance, so you'll have to practice too." Pete. He didn't want to wear a skirt or dance, but for his sister's sake, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Cherry hopped off the chair and moved her phone a little farther away. "Let's practice the dance moves, Pete." "Okay." At the Hunts. Justin had an important and mysterious meeting later, so he finished all his work early. After dinner, on his way to the study, he passed by the door of his son's small study. He was currently on the phone with Pete's psychiatrist. Yes, it's been quite a long time since his last relapse. He's been pretty normal these past few days. His behavior isn't as strange as before anymore. The psychiatrist replied, "In that case, Pete's condition has likely stabilized. If there's no relapse after a few more days of observation, then he may have recovered." Justin let out a sigh of relief. After hanging up, he quietly slipped into his son's study to check on him and see if he had encountered any academic difficulties. While personally supervising Pete's studies recently, he had discovered that his genius son had returned. As expected, his complete ignorance of history and mathematics back in California had been due to psychological issues. He gently opened the door to the small study. He had expected to see his son sitting at the desk, studying seriously as usual, but unexpectedly, Cherry's adorable voice rang through Pete's earphones. "Twist your hips, Pete." Pete stuck his hips out and twisted them. "Pete, do this move when the flowers bloom. After that, you have to smile." Pete's fingers curled into a delicate pose as he held his chin and gave a sweet smile. Then he asked, "Is this okay?" "Pete, you should say, 'Is Cherry doing okay?' instead. That's how I talk, yeah." With great difficulty, Pete said, "Okie dokie." Cutely, "Yeah." Adorably, "Yeah." After saying that, he turned around and immediately saw Justin standing at the door. The man's eyes met the boy's, and the study fell into dead silence. 5 seconds later. Bam! Justin slammed the door shut. It must have been because he didn't open it the right way just now. He turned around, pulled out his phone, and called the psychiatrist again. It seems like Pete is relapsing. At the Andersons. When Cherry noticed that Pete wasn't moving, she asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Pete?" Pete straightened up and returned to his usual expressionless self. "The tyrant came just now." Cherry said, "Really? I haven't seen handsome daddy for so long. I miss him so much." Pete quickly changed the subject. "Is there anyone you're particularly close to at kindergarten?" Yes. Cherry grew excited. "I'm really good friends with Seth Walker. He's super good looking, and he can even do mathematical Olympiad questions." Pete? He glanced at the mathematical Olympiad worksheets on his desk. A contemplative look flashed through his big eyes, which looked exactly like Cherry's. "I've mastered the dance. Let's hang up now." Okie dokie. After hanging up, it was time for Cherry's live stream. She started the stream, and sure enough, her #1 fan, Sponsor Grandpa, was already there. Cherry immediately greeted him. "Hi, Sponsor Grandpa." Ian's response appeared instantly, "Grandpa has sent you 999 airplanes." Cherry giggled. Suddenly, a message popped up on the live stream interface. The mid-year live streaming contest is now accepting applications. Sign up now. The platform hosted 2 live streamer contests every year, one mid-year and one at the end of the year. In the contest, 2 streamers would compete against each other, with the winner advancing to the next round. The top 10 finalists would receive promotional resources and even make it onto Facebook's top trends. Without carefully reading the pop-up, Cherry immediately tapped Join. Every streamer was required to fill in personal information during registration, so applications were accepted automatically. Cherry didn't think much of it and immediately switched to the game interface. As a result, she didn't notice a private message sent by customer service. "Hi, sweet Cherry. This is customer service representative K. I noticed that you've signed up for the live streamer contest. We'll need a photo of you for registration. Could you please send one?" A few minutes later, seeing no response, the staff sent another message. "Please note that if we don't receive a reply, we'll use the photo captured during your live stream by default." Chapter 94, A Wet Dream. Cherry had no idea that the platform had sent her any messages. She didn't even understand concepts like customer service and the like. Completely engrossed in her game, she didn't reply to any messages at all. As a result, when the customer service staff failed to receive any response from her, they used a photo of Cherry from the one and only time she had revealed her face when her mask had accidentally fallen off during a stream. They then sent her another message. "The photo has been uploaded. We are currently in the registration phase. The contest will begin tomorrow. Opponents will be randomly assigned at the start. We look forward to your outstanding performance." Naturally, Cherry remained completely unaware of all of this. "Do you even know how to play? You're not using a computer keyboard, you know. There are only 4 or 5 buttons on a phone, yet you're still pressing the wrong ones all the time. Even your stupid cat mashing the screen randomly could play better than you." After dinner, Nora went upstairs. The moment she opened the door, she heard Cherry angrily scolding someone. The corners of her lips twitched slightly as she poured herself a glass of water. Cherry was using the study, so Nora went to the sofa and turned on her computer. With her eyes lowered, Nora's long, slender fingers flew across the keyboard as she typed a string of letters into a web page. A dark interface appeared. She typed another sequence, and the page changed again. After repeating this several times, she finally reached her destination. It was the web version of a private chat room belonging to the Imperial League. The Imperial League consisted of more than a dozen members, each with a dedicated account. At exactly 6 o'clock New York time on the same day every month, they held a 1-hour meeting to discuss global economic trends. A single casual remark from them could shift economic structures and cause massive fluctuations in the corporate world. The chat room had a black background. None of the members knew each other's identities. The only thing they knew was that the requirements to join the Imperial League were extremely harsh. There had been almost no new members in recent years. Most of them had inherited their accounts. Only direct heirs of the original account holders' families were qualified to inherit both the accounts and the Imperial League's vast network and intelligence. Resting her chin on her hands, Nora wondered what topic would be discussed today when a message suddenly appeared. Eagle, how will America's real estate industry develop in the future? As soon as Eagle raised the question, several people in the chat room began responding. Tiger, a bubble has already formed, especially in the US. Housing prices have skyrocketed over the past few years. Can the American economy handle this continuing? Lion, I'm still optimistic about real estate. Bear, I'm not. The industry has been declining since the beginning of the year. Wolf, but there have been signs of recovery recently. All members of the Imperial League used animal code names. During the discussion, Eagle asked again, so what should we do to guide the real estate industry? The chat room instantly fell silent. Nora clicked her tongue. Unless something unexpected happened, the leader of the Imperial League would speak next. Sure enough, a message appeared. King, housing prices will remain stable for the next 10 years. Do not allow them to soar or crash. If prices were to crash, it would trigger a subprime mortgage crisis and plunge the global economy into chaos. Within the Imperial League, King was the only one who could issue commands. He was the undisputed ruler of the Imperial League. No one knew who he was, nor which country he came from. Nora had once attempted to investigate his background, but she couldn't uncover a single trace of information. As for the others, she suspected that Eagle and Wolf came from top-tier wealthy families in the United States. They spoke about America more than anyone else in past meetings. Her aunt overseas had once mentioned that Justin was the most difficult person to deal with in the US, so Nora had once suspected that Eagle might be Justin. Among everyone present, Eagle and Wolf had discussed America the most over the years. Wolf was relatively mild, while Eagle was aggressive and showed faint signs of becoming the second-in-command of the Imperial League. Nora rarely spoke in the chat room. Over the years, she only used the information she obtained there to earn enough money to live comfortably. She had no lofty ambitions. Becoming filthy rich wasn't a lifestyle that suited her, it even affected her sleep. Yawning, she watched the discussion move on to other industries. Eventually, King typed. King, that concludes today's meeting. Everyone bid their farewells. Nora finally sent her first and only message of the night. Cat, goodbye. After sending the single word, she closed the web page. At the hunts. Justin leaned against his desk and narrowed his eyes. Rejecting the Lowe's investment proposal under the excuse of being in a bad mood had been nothing more than a pretext. In the near future, housing prices would stabilize and no longer rise as sharply as before. The real estate industry would gradually become less profitable. Why would he invest in it under such circumstances? Just as he was about to leave the chat room, he noticed the code name, Cat, someone who rarely spoke. In the past, he paid little attention to those who stayed silent. But perhaps because he had been dealing with that woman so often lately, the name suddenly reminded him of her. Lazy and careless, yet noble and elegant. Even when she wolfed down her food, she never looked vulgar. That woman was exactly like a cat. Justin shook his head. He was overthinking things. How could she possibly be part of the Imperial League? Members of the Imperial League were either immensely wealthy or of noble status, people standing at the very top of global power. With that thought, he exited the chat room. He then accompanied Pete while he studied. When he noticed that his son's personality seemed to have returned to normal, Justin finally went to sleep at ease. In the middle of the night, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Justin looked over to see a graceful figure, bathed in moonlight, walking in elegantly. It was Nora. Justin was startled. Why are you here? Nora smiled and climbed onto the bed. She raised her legs and looked at him coyly with her cat-like eyes. Mr. Hunt, I've liked you for a long time. Let's try it. Slowly, she placed her hand on his leg. He, a man who had always been abstinent, found himself momentarily unable to control his desires. Justin's eyes flew open. Realizing it was only a dream, he sat up in frustration. After a moment of silence, he headed to the bathroom. The next day, Cherry persuaded Tanya to take her to the Quinn School of Martial Arts first before sending her to kindergarten, using the excuse, "Mommy asked me to deliver something." There was no way Tanya could wake the sleeping Nora to confirm it, so she brought her there. Pete happened to be training at the Quinn School of Martial Arts that day. Not long after Cherry ran in, Pete changed into a skirt and awkwardly walked out. Tanya, who failed to notice anything unusual, sent Pete straight to kindergarten. The moment he entered the classroom, Sinead rushed up to him and shouted, "Cheryl! Brandon won't let you off today. You're definitely going to bark like a dog. I'll watch you turn into a joke and cry, Cherry the doggy." Chapter 95, How Do You Become a Boy? Cherry the doggy? Pete's expression immediately turned cold. His big, round eyes, which looked exactly like Cherry's, darkened. He wasn't someone who talked much, so he ignored Sinead and walked straight into the classroom. When Ms. Lind saw him, she subconsciously walked over and gave him a hug. She even pinched his delicate, round cheeks and said, "Wow. Little Cherry looks even cuter today." Pete stiffened. However, sensing Ms. Lind's kindness, he resisted the urge to push her away. To be honest, he was mildly autistic and disliked physical contact with people, making him an anomaly among the Hunts. He couldn't even tolerate the occasional hug from his great-grandmother. However, ever since he found his mother and younger sister, his tolerance seemed to have grown much stronger. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Ms. Lind finally let go of him. Pete let out a sigh of relief, carried his stool to the side, and sat down. Not long after, another child arrived. After dragging his own stool over and sitting beside him, the boy took out a stack of mathematical Olympiad worksheets and said, "Good morning, Cherry." Pete glanced at him calmly and pursed his lips. This must be the very good-looking Seth Walker Cherry had mentioned. He looked small and skinny, like a pretty boy. Why did Cherry even think he was good-looking? Pete lowered his gaze to the worksheets. "I heard you're very good at mathematical Olympiad problems." Seth blinked his narrow eyes. So, I guess." "Oh." Pete opened his school bag, rummaged through it, and took out another set of mathematical Olympiad worksheets. Handing them over, he asked, "Can you solve these?" "Seth?" He was stunned. After looking through the problems, his expression grew even more dazed. He shook his head. "No, I can't." "How stupid." Pete suddenly remembered that he had to imitate Cherry's way of speaking, so he forcibly changed his tone. "I could already solve these a year ago, yeah." "Seth?" Before Seth could say anything, Pete had already turned away. "You can only sit next to me again when you can solve this set of problems, yeah." Cherry had definitely been fooled. This guy wasn't good at mathematical Olympiad problems at all. Seth! Cherry had just chosen him yesterday. Was she already looking down on him today? Before this, he had only thought Cherry was cute and likable. But now, Seth felt that she couldn't possibly be more outstanding. He absolutely had to sit next to her again and ask her for guidance. Pete, of course, had no idea what he was thinking. The kindergarten schedule was tightly packed. Around 10 in the morning, the teacher allowed the children to take a break. Pete stood up, intending to go to the bathroom. He was wearing a skirt. Unlike Cherry, who bounced around when she walked, his steps were steady. After leaving the classroom, he subconsciously turned toward the men's restroom. Brandon, who had seized the opportunity during break time to come find him, was confused. He followed Pete inside and was just about to speak when he saw Pete standing there, peeing. Brandon froze. After finishing, Pete turned around and immediately saw Brandon staring at him, which startled him. He suddenly realized he should have gone to the women's restroom instead. Now the cat was completely out of the bag. While he was trying to figure out how to explain himself, Brandon raised a trembling finger and pointed at him. Ah! Ah! Why you really became a boy? Pete? Brandon rushed forward and grabbed his hand. You're amazing. You really turned into a boy. Can you turn back into a girl too? Pete replied flatly, yes, I can. Brandon's eyes lit up as his imagination ran wild. Then Mommy was wrong. People really can change their gender. Cheryl Smith, I declare that you're my boss from now on. Pete. He felt that this kid might not be very mentally sound. Circling around him, he went back into the classroom. Sinead had been staring at him ever since the previous period ended. When she saw Brandon follow Pete out of the classroom, she immediately knew he must have gone to intercept him. That meant Cheryl would definitely cry. She was happily imagining the scene when a voice suddenly rang out, "Boss, do you want water? I'll pour you a glass." "No, I don't, yeah," Pete replied as he opened the door and entered the classroom. Sinead immediately saw Brandon trailing after him obsequiously. "Wah!" Sinead burst into tears on the spot. There were no secrets among children. In just one morning, everyone's attitude toward Pete had changed. Each of them looked at him with amazement, as if thinking, wow. Cheryl Smith is incredible. She can conjure a little Willy out of nowhere. Pete ignored their stares and continued attending class. At the end of the first afternoon lesson, a small, skinny girl approached him. She was shorter and slighter than most children, with delicate features. However, her eyes were timid, and her voice was very soft. "See Cherry?" Pete looked at her. The girl immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. "And my name is Mia Smith." She didn't dare say anything more. Pete usually treated people coldly, but the girl looked so fragile that it seemed she might burst into tears if he raised his voice even slightly. Frowning, he spoke as gently as he could. "Is something wrong?" Mia Smith was Brandon's cousin. She looked like she'd collapse if the wind blew too hard. In a tiny voice, she asked, "Can you turn me into a boy too?" Pete? With a serious expression, he explained calmly, "No. I can only change my own gender, yeah." "Oh." Mia lowered her head in disappointment. Even her eyes reddened. Sinead's crying disgusted people, but Mia's expression only made others feel sympathy. Pete asked curiously, "Why do you want to become a boy?" Mia bit her lip. "Because my mom always says, if only you were a boy. I want to make her happy." After saying that, Mia left sadly. Soon, school ended. Tanya came to pick him up again. After getting into the car, Pete made up an excuse that he'd forgotten his books at the Quinn School of Martial Arts and asked her to stop by before going home. In the distance. "Mommy? Mommy?" Mia called softly. Her mother, Hillary Jones, finally snapped back to reality, though her gaze remained fixed on the car driving away. If her eyes hadn't deceived her, the woman just now had been Tanya. Why was she back? Hillary clenched her fists. Tanya, completely unaware, drove to the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Pete hopped out of the car and ran inside. At the same time, another car pulled up nearby. Justin had deliberately arrived earlier today. He strode into the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Chapter 96, Livestream Face-Off. The moment he entered, Justin saw a familiar figure running nimbly into the inner courtyard. The only problem was, this person seemed to be wearing a skirt. Justin's expression darkened instantly. He took 2 quick steps forward, grabbed Pete, and said grimly, "Pete, you." He stared at his son with a complicated expression, wishing he could rip the clothes right off him. It was over. His son's condition had worsened again. "Pete?" With a dark expression, Justin picked Pete up and walked out. Tanya, who was waiting in the car, was stunned when she suddenly saw him coming out with Cherry in his arms. After snapping out of it, she hurriedly got out of the car and shouted, "What are you doing?" Justin stopped and looked at her in confusion. Tanya was just about to rush over and snatch the child back. How dare someone abduct a child in broad daylight? This was unforgivable. But just as she was about to step forward, Pete shouted, "Daddy, what's wrong with that lady?" "Tanya? Daddy?" Before returning to the States, she had already heard from Nora that she had found her son. However, he was living with his father, so it wasn't easy to bring him back. Could this man be Cherry's father? Lost in thought, Tanya subconsciously glanced back toward the entrance of the Quinn School of Martial Arts. That was when she spotted Cherry, dressed in boy's clothes, hiding behind the doorframe, hopping up and down and waving at her. After being stunned for a moment, Tanya finally said, "Sorry. I mistook the two of you for someone else." Justin glanced at her but said nothing. Frowning, he led Pete into the car and drove off immediately. After they left, Cherry ran out and said, "God, Mom, you scared me to death. You almost exposed us." Tanya. On the way home, Cherry begged shamelessly, "Don't tell Mommy, God, Mom. She'll get mad." Just as Tanya was about to reply, Cherry sighed and added, "You're so beautiful, gentle, and understanding, so you'll definitely agree to Cherry's request, right? You wouldn't have the heart to watch Cherry get smacked on the butt, right?" "I knew it. You're the best godmother ever." How could Tanya refuse after that? The two returned to the Andersons after reaching an agreement. As soon as they entered, they saw Nora sitting on the swing in the yard, leaning back against it with her eyes closed. "Cherry." Likely because she heard the car, Nora slowly opened her eyes. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her world-weary face still looked exquisitely beautiful. She glanced at Cherry with a half-smile and said, "Cherry, your kindergarten teacher just called." "Cherry?" A sense of foreboding rose in her heart. No way. Pete wouldn't mess things up, right? She quickly lowered her head. "Mommy, Before she could even say the word sorry, Nora continued, "Your teachers were singing your praises." "Cherry?" She immediately brightened and said, "Mommy, I've always been very outstanding. You don't have to be so proud of me." Nora's cat-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh? I had no idea that you secretly learned how to solve mathematical Olympiad problems sometime over the past 5 years while I was raising you. Your teachers said they've already submitted an application for you to participate in the mathematical Olympiad competition, so you'll be taking part when the time comes. Looks like you'll need to practice problem solving for a while." The moment Cherry heard the word study, her expression turned miserable. Sob. "Pete, how could you do this to me?" Mommy was even worse. She clearly knew what was going on but deliberately didn't expose it, just so she could force her to study mathematical Olympiad problems. Cherry was so pitiful. She hung her head and trudged into the house with slumped shoulders. Just before entering the living room, she heard Nora add, "Oh, the teachers also asked you to stop talking nonsense in school. Your classmate Brandon Smith heard from you that boys turn into girls after cutting off their little willies, then turn back into boys once they grow back. When he went home, he nearly mutilated himself." Cherry. Was that kid an idiot? How could he believe something like that? Are you an idiot? How could you believe something like that? In the Smiths' living room, Warren Smith, the second eldest in the family, was yanking Brandon by the ear and scolding him furiously. "It's a good thing you were such a coward that you got scared to tears and didn't dare do anything even while holding the knife. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous." Despite being scolded, Brandon didn't cry. He turned his head aside, grabbed his father's hand with his small hands, and said stubbornly, "But Cheryl Smith said it herself. She was a girl yesterday, but today she peed while standing up. I saw it with my own eyes." Warren angrily smacked him again. "You're still lying at a time like this? You're trying to piss me off." "I'm not lying. Everyone at school knows about it, even Mia. If you don't believe me, ask her." As soon as he said that, Warren froze. On the sofa, Joel Smith narrowed his fox-like eyes. Hearing this, he subconsciously looked at the daughter in his arms and asked, "Is he telling the truth, Mia?" Little Mia nodded and replied softly, "Yeah." Joel asked with concern, "Did you see her peeing while standing with your own eyes?" Mia shook her head. "Nope. Only then did Joel let out a sigh of relief. Then he heard his daughter continue, "But she went into the boys' toilet, what a pity. Cheryl Smith said she's the only one who can switch her gender whenever she wants. Other people can't." Joel's eyes narrowed. He chatted quietly with his daughter for a while before standing up and heading to Hillary's room. Hillary was tidying up when she heard the door open. Her eyes lit up. "Joel, you..." Joel was friendly to everyone else, but with her, he was cold and icy. He sneered, "Hillary, have you been filling Mia's head with bullshit again? Otherwise, why would she feel sorry that she couldn't become a boy?" Hillary's eyes flickered. She lowered her head and said, "Joel, we've been engaged for so many years, but you've refused to marry me all this time. Is it because Mia isn't a beau?" Before she could finish, Joel suddenly grabbed her by the throat. His eyes were terrifyingly violent, as if he wanted to kill her, scaring Hillary so badly she couldn't utter a word. Joel said coldly, "Remember this, Hillary. Mia is my daughter. You are not allowed to bully her." After saying that, he turned and left. Hillary gasped for air. She bit her lip hard, then smiled. As long as he loved his daughter, that was enough. As for Tanya, Hillary lowered her eyes and let out a cold laugh. At the Andersons. After finally escaping Mommy's interrogation with great difficulty, Cherry entered the study carrying the heavy burden of learning mathematical Olympiad problems. She stared at the problems in front of her. After 5 minutes of intense headache, she declared, "It's time for the live stream. I'll come back to these after streaming for a bit." She picked up her phone and opened the live streaming app. The moment she did, a huge face-off interface splashed across her live stream channel, impossible to ignore. Cherry was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Chapter 97, Sweet Cherry, Slamming People in Progress. Sweet Cherry versus Kindness prevails. A few large words were splashed across her live stream channel's comments section. One wouldn't be able to see their opponent's profile photo on their own live stream channel. It could only be seen on the leaderboard of the main face-off page. Cherry was still just a newbie at the moment. Although she had a big boss-like sponsor grandpa backing her, she had only gained 200,000 fans during this period. She was nowhere near the level of big-name live streamers with millions of followers. The photos displayed at the top of the events section on the homepage were all of well-known live streamers. Cherry's photo was pushed all the way to the back, so her first face-off wasn't displayed in any promotional section. However, once someone entered the top 10, they would be featured on the homepage. Not only would that attract massive attention from fans, but it would also trend on social media without a doubt. At the live streaming platform's headquarters, the supervisor was chatting with the person in charge of the face-off competition. He asked, "How can we liven up this year's competition? Are there any interesting topics?" The person in charge replied, "The big-name live streamers and the gaming channels are still the same few people, but I have high hopes for Sweet Cherry." The supervisor was taken aback. "Sweet Cherry? How many fans does she have?" 200,000. The supervisor waved dismissively. "What can you do with 200,000 fans? We have tons of nobodies like that on the platform." The person in charge laughed. "But she's a 5-year-old child." The supervisor was stunned. Intrigued, he asked, "Really?" The person in charge nodded. "Yes. I saw the video of her revealing her face during a live stream. It's definitely worth hyping." The supervisor said decisively, "Then what are you waiting for? Push it on social media." However, the person in charge shook his head mysteriously. "Not yet." "Why?" "There isn't enough attention on her yet," he said. "Let's wait until she enters the top 10 first." The supervisor laughed. Can an unknown live streamer with only 200,000 fans even make the top 10? She'd already be impressive if she made it into the top 20. Hearing that, the person in charge smiled mysteriously again. "Do you know how much her top fan has tipped her? $1.5 million. That alone is enough to buy her a spot in the top 10. Once she enters and faces the big-name streamers, the hype will naturally explode. When that happens, if we showcase the contrast between her appearance and her personality, she'll go viral for sure. He pulled out his phone and showed Cherry's photo to the supervisor. Take a look. Do you know who she is? I strongly suspect she's a rich kid just playing around on the platform. Her top fan spoils her rotten. The supervisor studied the photo for a long time before shaking his head. I've seen quite a few kids from New York's wealthy families, but I've never seen her before. He then opened Sweet Cherry's live stream and watched for a while, listening to her verbally slam people online with her young, soft voice. Just 5 minutes in, Cherry had already dropped several golden lines. For instance, one player complained that she hadn't joined the team early on. Even after she explained herself, the other party kept insulting her. She immediately snapped back. Is your entire family that skilled at being useless? The supervisor didn't quite understand at first, but the comments clarified it immediately. Ha ha ha. She's calling his whole family a bunch of good-for-nothings. She's savage. She's way too cute. Someone asked in the comments. Where did you learn all these insults? Sweet Cherry replied seriously, some I saw on the internet, and some I made up myself. The supervisor laughed several times during the 10 minutes he watched. To think that listening to a 5-year-old slam people online could feel this satisfying. He looked at the person in charge and said firmly, this kid is a natural internet celebrity. She appeals especially well to random viewers. Even when she's insulting people, she doesn't come off as crude. Instead, it actually feels good to listen to her. She's absolutely someone who can blow up. Whether or not we hit our KPI this year depends on her. He added, her photo quality is terrible. Find a way to get high-definition images. We're making Sweet Cherry our walking billboard this year. She'll be famous nationwide. Cherry, completely unaware that she had already been targeted by the platform, saw that she had won the face-off the moment she ended her live stream. After all, her opponent was also a nobody with only a little over 100,000 fans. On top of that, they didn't have sponsor grandpa or sponsor daddy backing them, so how could they possibly beat her? After putting her phone down, Cherry looked at the mathematical Olympiad worksheets on the desk. Her face instantly scrunched up. Sob, homework again. Help me, Pete. Downstairs. After dinner, Nora was about to head upstairs. She had just stood up when she heard Melissa ask, Simon, how much cash do you have on hand right now? Simon replied, about $300,000. What's wrong? At the moment, all the company's working capital had been invested into the carefree pills. It was still early, and the production costs hadn't been recovered yet. Melissa frowned. Simon asked, how much do you need? Melissa sighed. At least $3 million. Simon sucked in a breath. Why do you suddenly need that much money? Did something happen? Melissa hesitated briefly before replying, no. It's nothing. She stood up and went upstairs. Nora, standing in the stairwell, stopped in her tracks after overhearing the conversation. Melissa entered her bedroom and stared absent-mindedly at her jewelry when she suddenly heard footsteps. She turned around to see Nora standing there. Melissa immediately hid her fatigue and smiled. Nora, what's wrong? Nora lowered her eyes, took a bank card from her pocket, and handed it to her. Take this. Melissa waved her hand hurriedly. You overheard us, didn't you? You don't have to do this, Nora. How could I use your money? Besides, Nora was just an ordinary surgeon. How much money could she possibly have? Simon had already told her privately that 1/3 of the Anderson family's assets belonged to Yvette, so it made sense to give them to Nora now. That way, Nora would have something of her own when she married in the future. Ever since the dance party, Nora had become famous among mid-tier wealthy families. People had been asking about her non-stop. While Melissa was lost in thought, Nora placed the bank card on the table. I still have some savings. Use it for now. Melissa's eyes turned red as she watched her leave. The girl looked cold on the surface, but her heart was warmer than anyone else's. Melissa didn't know how long Nora had saved that money, nor how much was in the card. Even if it wasn't much, refusing it would feel like rejecting her own family. She sighed inwardly. She only needed the money for investments anyway. She would treat it as investment capital. When profits came in, she could give Nora some pocket money in return. After making up her mind, Melissa grabbed the bank card and rushed downstairs excitedly. Chapter 98, Nora Smith, the Little Moneymaker. As soon as she went downstairs, Melissa immediately saw Miranda approaching impatiently. There was a hint of arrogance on Miranda's face. Even though she was still holding a grudge over Tanya, she nevertheless asked stiffly, "Have you gotten the money ready?" Melissa held the bank card Nora had given her and smiled gently. "I only have a little over $300,000 here. Let's use this first." Miranda immediately pursed her lips in disdain. "Only a little over 300,000? How much is a little?" The extra money was from Nora's bank card. However, Melissa hadn't gone to the ATM to check the balance, so she replied casually, "About 20,000, I guess. Surgeons did earn quite a bit after all." But Nora was still young, so there was no way she could have saved much. At most, there was probably only $20,000 in the card. Miranda looked down on her even more after hearing that. "That little? Are you kidding me? If it weren't because your elder brother was worried that you were living a hard life and insisted on letting you earn some money with us, I wouldn't even have bothered coming here. And now you're patronizing us with just 300,000? Are you looking down on us?" Melissa clenched her fists. "Miranda, you know the situation my family is in. We're relying on the carefree pill to revive the business, so all our working capital has gone into production costs. This 300,000 is all we have." Miranda scoffed. "If I were you, I'd mortgage the house and take out a $3 million loan." The villa was located in a prime area in the city center. Housing prices in New York had skyrocketed in recent years, so it was now worth at least $15 million. Taking out a $3 million loan by mortgaging the house would indeed be very easy. However, Melissa shook her head. "I'm only investing with him to earn a bit of pocket money. There's no need to mortgage the house." The moment she said that, Miranda snapped, "If you invest $3 million, you can earn at least half of that back. 300,000? It's embarrassing to even mention such a pittance. What's the point even if you earn 150,000? You can't even buy a decent handbag with that. If you want to make money, mortgage the house. If not, then forget it." The slender Melissa stood straight and tall. After hearing Miranda's words, she said calmly, "If that's the case, then forget it. If it weren't because her elder brother had personally called her and said he wanted her to earn some pocket money with him, and that the children needed money now that they were grown up, especially since Cheryl was a girl, yet she couldn't even bear to buy herself a decent handbag. If it weren't for all that, Melissa would never have subjected herself to her sister-in-law's disgusting attitude. But why should she let Miranda come here and bully her? Miranda had only wanted to humiliate her and force her to lower her head and beg. She hadn't expected Melissa to actually refuse. She immediately sneered. "Very good. You've got backbone, don't you? Haven't you always thought little of money since you were young? The Woods can afford to support a delicate woman like you, but can the Andersons? I heard you don't even dare to use premium paper for your paintings anymore. If it weren't because your brother couldn't stand seeing you live in such poverty, do you really think we'd be so free to let you make money with us?" That arrogant look again. That condescending tone, as if she were doing them a favor. Melissa suddenly lifted her head and stared straight at her. "You!" Before she could finish, a cool voice interrupted, "My aunt doesn't need your pity." Both women froze and looked up. Nora was walking down the stairs. She glanced at Melissa and said lazily, "Aunt Melissa, if you want to earn some pocket money, you can come to me. You don't need to beg others." Melissa was stunned. Miranda frowned deeply. "You sure know how to talk big for someone your age. Do you even know what we're investing in?" Nora raised an eyebrow. Honestly, she didn't. Before she could respond, Miranda continued smugly, "Have you heard of the Lows?" The Lows, the family Whitney Lowe married into. Nora didn't even need to answer, because Miranda went on without waiting. "Judging by your expression, you obviously don't know them. The Hunts started as a real estate company, and so did the Lows. The Lows recently bought a massive plot of land in New York, but they can't afford it on their own right now. They're also unwilling to take out a huge bank loan, so they've been asking families they're familiar with, like us, whether we want to invest together. Real estate has been insanely profitable these past few years. The returns are obvious to everyone. The Woods have wanted to enter the real estate industry for a long time, but the Hunts and the Lows have monopolized it. Now we finally have a chance to make a fortune." Miranda looked at the two of them triumphantly. Real estate was a gold mine. These two must be full of regret now, right? But unexpectedly, Melissa already knew about this and showed no reaction at all. As for Nora, she was completely expressionless. Miranda frowned. She assumed the girls simply didn't understand real estate. Seeing Nora remain silent, Melissa said, "Miranda, I appreciate my elder brother's concern for me, but if you keep acting this aggressively, it'll turn into a feud. I only have a little over 300,000. If you're willing to let us invest, then fine. If not, then take it as me having no fate with this investment." After speaking, she held out both her bank card and Nora's to Miranda. Miranda didn't dare push too far. After all, she would also be in trouble if Melissa complained to her elder brother. She snorted and reached out. "Fine, 300,000 it is, then." Before she could finish, a fair, slender hand suddenly snatched both bank cards away. "Miranda!" Melissa was also stunned. Nora held the cards and smiled at Melissa. "Aunt Melissa, if you trust me, let me make some pocket money for you with this 300,000. The real estate industry was already doomed. If they invested now, they probably wouldn't even recover the principal in the next few years." Miranda was so furious that she laughed instead. "Fine. Since that's what you want, then forget it. I'll just take it that my goodwill was met with ingratitude." She stormed off. In any case, she could explain it to her husband later. It wasn't that she hadn't tried to help, his younger sister had simply been misled by that niece they had just brought home, handing over the money to do God knows what. When Melissa wanted to ask Nora about it, Nora had already gone upstairs with both bank cards. "Melissa! Never mind. 300,000 wasn't that much anyway. If Nora lost it, she would just treat it as tuition fees for her to learn how to invest." At noon the next day, the moment Nora woke up, she heard an argument downstairs. "How can you be this muddle-headed? 300,000 may not be a lot, but how can you just hand it to her? How is she supposed to make you any money?" The speaker was a man who resembled Melissa somewhat, though his face was stern. Melissa sighed. "Farrell, Nora seems to be trading stocks." "Stocks?" Farrell Wood, Melissa's elder brother, snapped. "Are you insane? Has she bought them yet?" He pulled out his phone. "What did she buy? I'll check the market right now." Melissa was about to say she didn't know when Nora curled her lips slightly and replied calmly, "The stock code is 00083. Farrell frowned as he typed it into his phone. "Pull the money out immediately. The stock market has been crashing lately. You two are completely out of your minds." His voice cut off abruptly. Chapter 99, Profits. Cell phones had apps that could check a stock's fluctuations, and the display clearly showed that the stock Nora mentioned had risen by 2% the day before. In other words, the $300,000 they invested had yielded a return of $6,000 in just one day. Considering that the stock market had been plummeting recently, this kind of rise was undeniably impressive. Farrell was a mature, steady middle-aged man who bore a 50% resemblance to Melissa. Unlike Miranda's sharp and acrimonious appearance, he carried an aura unique to scholarly merchants. His brows were tightly knitted together, but he still looked up and said, "Your profit yesterday can only be attributed to luck. The stock market is extremely unstable right now, so it's not strange for a stock to rise for a single day. This particular stock has been declining recently. You should take the opportunity to sell it today." Then he turned to Melissa with a stern expression and lectured her, "The Woods family teachings forbid gambling and drugs. Melissa, I know you're short of money, which is why I told Miranda to look for you and let you make some money with us. Why did you let things get to this point?" Melissa looked at him, her expression slightly dazed. It felt like she hadn't seen her elder brother for a very long time. The siblings had once been extremely close. She still remembered how Farrell had personally investigated Simon's character when she first fell in love. When had they grown so distant? Perhaps it had been since he married Miranda. Farrell and Miranda's marriage was essentially a political alliance between the Woods and the Sonnets. Farrell possessed a scholar's pride, and after marriage, he trusted Miranda enough to hand all household affairs over to her. Miranda was petty and narrow-minded. Whenever Farrell showed even the slightest kindness to Melissa, Miranda would grow jealous and spew sharp, mean remarks. Not wanting to disrupt her brother's family harmony, Melissa had rarely returned to the Woods' residence after their parents passed away. Seeing Melissa remain silent, Farrell sighed, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to her. "I know Miranda has a foul mouth, but do you really think I'd leave you alone when you're broke, Melissa? There's $800,000 in this card. Use it to get through this period. Don't worry, this is my own money. Your sister-in-law doesn't know about it." His words warmed Melissa's heart, and her eyes reddened slightly. She was dressed elegantly today in a tailored outfit that outlined her slim waist and graceful figure. Aside from Simon's lack of ambition, another reason the Andersons had fallen into their current predicament was her own contentment with maintaining the status quo. Melissa had always carried a trace of scholarly aloofness. She disliked socializing and didn't place much importance on money or material things. That was why she had immediately agreed when Farrell called her yesterday. The real estate industry was booming. Moreover, the Lows were a reputable wealthy family in New York. Their background was well known, and investing with them was considered safe. That was why she had agreed. But now, Melissa pushed the bank card back to Farrell and said, "Farrell, I misjudged the situation. We actually have enough to get by. Besides, once we get through this month, the Andersons will recover the Carefree Pills production costs and have money again. It's really fine." Seeing her insistence, Farrell didn't push further. However, he still warned her, "Stocks are risky. There's no harm in playing around a little with that $300,000, but don't put in any more money, understand?" Melissa didn't like stock trading either. She had only handed the money to Nora the day before because she appreciated her intention to help. So she nodded in agreement. Nora had heard the entire conversation and formed a good impression of her aunt's brother. Seeing that Farrell was about to leave, she suddenly spoke. "Uncle Farrell, please wait." Farrell paused and turned to look at her, his brows slightly furrowed. There was no disdain in his gaze, only scrutiny. The confidence unique to scholarly families gave him an upright, dignified presence. It was a pity that such a family had produced a daughter like Rachel Wood, who had failed to inherit any of that scholarly temperament. Suppressing the fleeting regret in her heart, Nora said calmly, "Real estate won't perform well in the future. Are the Woods really going to invest with the Lows?" Farrell was startled. He didn't refute her immediately. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "The Lows have been in real estate for many years and have excellent relationships with banks. They're one of the sharpest business enterprises around. Aside from the Hunts, no one else compares to them in real estate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seized the opportunity the moment they invited other families." Then he paused and explained to Melissa, "Miranda may have been anxious yesterday, but there's a reason for it. Real estate is highly profitable, and everyone wants a share. It wasn't easy for the Lows to finally open up some of these opportunities. I only managed to secure a $30 million share after much effort." He sighed. His younger sister had suffered these past few years, so he wanted to let her make some money with him. If they truly couldn't afford it, he was prepared to advance the investment capital himself. Just as he was thinking this, Nora spoke again, her voice steady. "Uncle Farrell, The Lows have been in real estate for years and have strong banking connections. If they're short on funds, why aren't they taking out a loan? And why didn't they partner with the Hunts? Since both are in real estate, cooperation would be far more convenient. Perhaps you could ask around. Mr. Hunt likely rejected their proposal. Farrell grew even more confused. Where did you hear that? At that moment, realization struck Melissa. She asked, Nora, was it Justin who told you that real estate won't do well in the future? Nora. Before she could answer, Melissa had already convinced herself. Turning to Farrell, she urged, Farrell, Nora and Justin are acquaintances. If this came from Justin, then you really need to be careful. Farrell frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, all right. With that, he left in a hurry. Nora didn't care whether he believed her or not, nor whether he would proceed with the investment. The Woods' gains or losses had nothing to do with her. She had said what needed to be said, nothing more. She turned and went upstairs. After leaving the Andersons, Farrell got into his car. With a solemn expression, he suddenly instructed the chauffeur to Hunt Corporation. They arrived quickly. Farrell stepped out and entered the building. The Woods and the Lows held similar status among New York's wealthy elite. Farrell was an influential figure, so when he arrived unexpectedly, the front desk didn't dare delay and immediately reported his presence to the top floor. Justin was supervising Pete's studies at the time. He hadn't wanted to meet Farrell initially, but after recalling that Farrell was Melissa's elder brother, and therefore indirectly connected to that woman, he finally allowed him up. Soon, Farrell entered Justin's office. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Justin cut straight to the point. What brings Mr. Wood here today? Although Justin was 20 years younger, even Farrell found his presence difficult to handle. Smiling politely, Farrell replied, I heard that Mr. Hunt believes the real estate industry won't do well in the future. Justin immediately raised his eyebrows. And who told you that, Mr. Wood? Chapter 100, Has Mr. Hunt been narcissistic? Today? Justin's expression was serious and frosty as he spoke. There was an unfathomable gleam in his deep, bottomless eyes, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye exuded a chilly aura. Farrell was startled by his reaction. He stammered, Didn't Mr. Hunt say that? Was Nora Smith lying? Lost in thought, Justin slowly said, The authorities haven't announced any national policies yet, so why would I spread rumors like that? You think too highly of me, Mr. Wood. He was just an ordinary businessman. How could he possibly predict future economic trends so accurately? Only then did Farrell realize that he had said something wrong. What the higher-ups feared the most was merchants being able to determine economic trends. Justin had been restrained in his actions and behavior all these years, so how could he possibly say such things when national policies hadn't been announced yet? What was wrong with him today? He had actually come all the way here to clarify matters after merely hearing an ambiguous statement. He immediately stood up and said, Sorry, However, before he could finish, the icy look on Justin's face gradually faded. He said calmly, Don't worry, Mr. Wood. I reckon the relevant policies will be announced in a few days, probably less than a week. Farrell. He stared at Justin in shock. So, was he admitting it? Although Farrell managed to keep a straight face as he left the Hunt Corporation, deep inside, he was terribly shaken. Mr. Hunt was actually willing to tell Miss Smith such important information. Just what kind of relationship did the two of them share? No matter what it was, he had to treat Miss Smith with more courtesy in the future. Of course, he absolutely mustn't let the news spread for the time being. He couldn't tell anyone at all. Upstairs. Pete, who had just finished a mathematical Olympiad worksheet, turned around and actually saw the tyrant sloppily leaning against a chair. There was a smile on his face, and his eyes were nearly curved into slits. Pete curled his lip. He really couldn't stand watching that father of his anymore. Justin was holding his cell phone and sending a text message to Nora. Mr. Wood just left my office, Miss Smith. Do you owe me another meal now? She replied immediately. Bring your son. You can decide the time and place. Justin's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly asked, "Pete, do you want to eat at an Italian restaurant?" Pete hated Italian cuisine the most, so without even thinking, he replied immediately, "No, I don't." "Oh." Justin casually picked an Italian restaurant, sent the location to Nora, and then said, "I have a dinner appointment at an Italian restaurant tonight. Since you don't like the food there, I won't take you." Pete, completely unaware that he had fallen into someone's trap, nodded seriously. "Okay." Ever since the tyrant discovered that the home tutors were abusing him, he had turned down a lot of work and had been spending more time with him lately. It was fine even if he socialized once in a while. Pete sighed and glanced at his cell phone. When he saw that Cherry had sent him a message, he put on his earphones and tapped the play button. "Mathematical Olympiad problems are so tough, Pete. Can you save Cherry tonight, pretty please?" Pete. He was so clever and quick-witted, able to master anything immediately, so why was his younger sister so bad at her studies? The little fellow sighed and replied. The 5-year-old boy could already spell, so he typed, "Take a picture of your homework and send it to me. I'll do it for you." "Thanks, Pete. I'll send you the homework when I get home after school. I also have to live stream, so I'm super busy, yeah." Nora and Justin's dinner appointment was at 6 in the evening. Around 5 o'clock, Nora heard a car. It was probably Tanya coming back with Cherry. With that thought in mind, she pushed the door open and walked out of her room. However, as soon as she went downstairs, she saw Miranda barging in angrily. She shouted, "Melissa, get out here." Melissa was preparing dinner in the kitchen. She walked out, untied her apron, and handed it to the nanny. Seeing Miranda, she was a little surprised. "Miranda? Why are you here?" Miranda stepped forward, pointed at her, and yelled angrily, "What the hell did you tell Farrell? He's actually decided not to invest anymore. Don't block us from making money just because you like pretending you're above it. Is it because you don't want to see the Woods do well?" Melissa frowned. The gentle woman's expression darkened. She raised her voice slightly and said, "That's enough, Miranda. Farrell must have his reasons for deciding not to invest." Miranda had a loose tongue and couldn't keep secrets, so they absolutely couldn't let her know about the crucial information Justin had revealed. However, Melissa's words only angered Miranda further. Farrell had decided not to invest in the real estate industry anymore after returning from the Andersons. The $30 million the family had prepared was returned to the company just like that. When she asked for a reason, her husband only replied, "I have my reasons that I can't say. In any case, we're not investing anymore, so don't ask further." Don't ask further? Why should she be kept out of the loop? The siblings had barely met for so many years, yet the moment they did, they were acting like this. The two of them clearly had a secret she knew nothing about. The more Miranda thought about it, the angrier she became. She shouted, "You're a troublemaker and a jinx. The Andersons started declining right after you married into the family. You must be wishing for the Woods to fall into decline too, right? Well, let me tell you this, the Woods are led by your brother, so he has the final say. But that's not the case for the Sonnets. Even if the Woods fall into decline, I'll still look down on you once my family gets rich. The Woods might not want the opportunity, but the Sonnets did. Her elder brother already had funds ready to invest immediately. When the Sonnets struck gold, she would finally be able to hold her head high in front of Farrell and show him just how stupid his sister's suggestion was." Melissa clenched her fists and stared at Miranda in disbelief. She hadn't missed the flash of malice in her eyes. She used to think her sister-in-law merely misunderstood her, but at this moment, she realized clearly that Miranda had never once regarded her as family. Since that was the case, why should she continue tolerating her? Melissa pointed to the door and ordered coldly, "You're not welcome here, Miranda. Get out." Miranda continued ranting, "I'm not welcome here. Do you think I even want to come to a shabby place like this?" Melissa was a cultivated person, but her anger only grew at those words. She was about to speak when Nora, standing on the stairs, asked coolly, "Aunt Miranda, is green the Sonnet's favorite color?" Miranda froze. What do you mean? Nora smiled faintly. Because greenbacks are all your family cares about. You. Aristocrats and nobles hated it most when people accused them of caring only about money. Miranda was so furious that she suddenly slapped Melissa across the face. Look at the wild child you brought home. How dare she speak to her elders like that? No one expected Miranda to resort to violence. Melissa covered her cheek and stared at her in shock. You. Miranda lifted her chin arrogantly. What? I'm your elder brother's wife. So what if I hit you? Do you dare to retaliate? But unexpectedly, just as she finished saying that,